This is a suppression hearing in the matter of State versus Logan Clegg. I had a brief discussion in chambers with counsel, and it's my understanding the way we're going to progress is we're going to have witness testimony regarding both of the motions to suppress, and then we'll have arguments on the suppression motion, and we'll take up the motion for a remedy.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Lieutenant Mark McGonigal.
Have you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I swear.
You have a seat and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My first name is Mark, M-A-R-C, McGonigal, M-C-G-O-N-A-G-L-E.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Where do you work?
I currently am employed as a police officer with the City of Concord.
How long have you been with the Concord Police?
I've been with the Concord Police Department for just over 23 years.
Did you graduate from the Police Academy?
I did.
What year?
I graduated from the Police Academy in the year 2000.
What is your current rank within the Concord Police Department?
I am currently a lieutenant.
How long have you been a lieutenant?
I've been a lieutenant since February 2022, so just over a year.
Just briefly, could you summarize what roles have you held with the police prior to becoming a lieutenant?
Sure. I began my career in 2000. I was a patrol officer from 2000 to 2003. At that point in time, I had been transferred to the Criminal Investigations Division, where I worked in an undercover capacity in our drug enforcement unit for about 5 years. From there, I was transferred back to a plainclothes detective in the Criminal Investigations Division assigned to youth services. I worked there for about 5 years or so. From there, I was promoted to sergeant. I was reassigned to the patrol division, where I worked as a patrol sergeant for about 2 years. And then from that point, I was reassigned back to Criminal Investigations Division, again assigned to drug enforcement, and I was assigned as a supervisor of the drug enforcement unit for about 5 years or so. From there, I was transferred back to plainclothes detectives, where I was assigned as the sergeant supervisor of the youth services unit in the Criminal Investigations Division. I served there for approximately 2 years, and then was promoted to the rank of lieutenant and reassigned as commander of the Criminal Investigations Division.
Thank you, Lieutenant. So fair to say you have a majority or more of your time with the police department has been as a detective in some capacity?
Yes, sir. Doing the math, it's probably 18 or so years, plus or minus.
Thank you. You mentioned that you're currently the lieutenant in charge of the Criminal Investigations Division. Could you please just briefly summarize your responsibilities in that role?
So generally what I do is I oversee all the units that are assigned to the division. I have some sergeants that are assigned to me. The general ebb and flow of work, delegation of responsibilities in various cases. I receive briefings on some of the more major cases, ensure that scheduling, typical managerial things, and again, general overall supervision of the unit. Provide leadership, motivation to the investigators assigned to the unit. Those are my general responsibilities.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Do you have any prior experience investigating homicides, aggravated felonious sexual assaults, robberies, or other major felonies?
I do. Over the course of 18 or so years in investigations, I've had the opportunity to investigate homicides, be part of investigative teams involving homicides, as well as investigating numerous aggravated felonious sexual assaults, stabbings, shootings, robberies, numerous major crimes.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'd like to now ask you about the investigation into the deaths of Stephen and just Wendy Reid in April of 2022 here in the city of Concord. Are you familiar with that investigation?
I am.
And what is your role with regard to that investigation?
My role, again, was the commander of the Criminal Investigations Division. and overseeing the general investigative process and all the investigators that were assigned to the case. This particular instance, and as would take place in other major crimes, because of these homicides, there's still other crimes and still other cases coming into the investigations division. So as the commander of the division, I took on more of a personal role in the actual supervision of this particular case.
So, Lieutenant, there are lead detectives or lead investigators assigned to this investigation, correct?
Yes,
And you supervise them.
I do.
You are familiar with the way the investigation has developed and major developments that have come along over the course of that investigation. Is that right?
I am. We had regular meetings on a daily basis, daily briefings and conversations. I conferred with multiple investigators throughout the entire investigation and took part in some of the activities.
Thank you, Lieutenant. How did the police first become involved with Stephen and just Wendy Reid's case?
On April 20th of 2022, the Concord Police Department had received information of a missing couple from Concord. Initially, it was a patrol response. Patrol officers, along with New Hampshire State Police uniform officers, responded to the area of where the missing persons complaint had originated and began search efforts, interviewing neighbors, family members, getting a general kind of overview of what was exactly going on.
And just generally speaking, Lieutenant, what was the nature of the missing persons report?
So the nature of the missing persons report is that a husband and wife, Stephen and just Wendy Reid, had gone for a hike or what was referred to as a tick-free walk on Monday, April 18th, and that they had not been heard from since. On Wednesday, Stephen had a scheduled tennis match, which he missed. It was highly unusual. Stephen and Wendy had communicated with family members on a regular and frequent basis, and when he did not arrive for his Wednesday tennis match, the family alerted law enforcement that they thought that something was amiss.
Your Honor, may I approach just to get the...
Absolutely,
map?
first.
I'll try to put this where everyone...
Your Honor, if we could just take a look
Of
first.
course.
Absolutely.
We can go over there if you want.
Yeah, if it's easier for you to see it closer, it makes sense.
Yeah, I can move this wherever everyone...
No, I just think they wanted to see the
We
map.
just didn't know which one you were looking at.
So, Lieutenant, and
You wanna sit on this?
actually, I'll ask, Your Honor, is it okay if he has kind of standing permission to approach the map if necessary?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So, Lieutenant, I'll try not to have you get up and down too many times, but using this map, can you point out for the court where did Stephen and just Wendy Reid live?
The Alton Woods complex. The Alton Woods complex is down here. It's highlighted in the red. So that's where they lived.
Thank you. And while you're up there, we'll get to this later, but could you point out the Marsh Loop Trail area and the Broken Ground Trail system?
So the Marsh Loop Trail, what ultimately occurs here is that the apartment complex is here. There is a worn trail which is not marked that comes over, crosses underneath the I-393 overpass and crosses over Portsmouth Street, and just immediately adjacent to the overpass is a parking lot that is marked, and that's where the Marsh Loop Trail begins.
And that parking lot, is that fair to say that's the trailhead?
It's a trailhead. There are two trailheads for Marsh Loop Trail. There is an access road that leads up to some Eversource power stations and ultimately a water tower up in this general vicinity. But the main trailhead is right here, but there is also another trailhead along the access road.
Thank you. And again, while you're up, because I don't want you to be getting up and down, there's a notation there for something called Arthur Kelly's tent site. Do you see that,
I
Lieutenant?
do. It's over here just to the northeast of the Alton Woods apartment complex.
And we'll talk about specifics later, but can you just describe, is that a wooded area? Is it clear? What is it?
So the Alton Woods apartment complex, again, is here. There is a roadway, which is part of the complex, that travels through on the outskirts around the entire complex. There is a trail. Ultimately, there is a field out here that has a playground. There's some growing for the community members to grow crops and tomato plants and things like that. There's some dumpsters set out there. There's also a cell tower site that exists out there, which is fenced in, and then just beyond that is a thickly wooded area that runs basically parallel to I-393 and Old Loudon Road.
And Lieutenant, there's a road marked there with a 9 on it. Is that Loudon Road?
Down here is Loudon Road, yes.
And is Loudon Road just generally a fairly busy street in Concord with a lot of retail on it?
Yes, sir. Loudon Road's exactly what you just said, a fairly busy street with a number of retail businesses, apartment complexes, and things like that.
And I'm also going to ask you to point out, is there a Shaw's supermarket on that map?
There is. A Shaw's supermarket is, the green right here actually is going to signify a cut through, which appears to be power lines. Loudon Road, there is an intersection right here, and almost directly across the street is a Shaw's supermarket located on Diamante and Loudon Road.
Lastly, could you point out where the Walmart is on that map?
So the Walmart is just a bit farther in this direction. Up here, it's signified in blue, and it's labeled Walmart, again, off of Loudon Road.
Thank you. I think you can take your seat now. Lieutenant, you mentioned that the police learned, or the general details of the initial missing persons report were that Stephen and Wendy Reid had been missing since around Monday, April 18th, and Stephen had missed a regularly scheduled tennis match on April 20th. Did police respond and go to the Reid's apartment?
So on the evening of the 20th, again, an initial patrol response with New Hampshire State Police patrol officers as well. Uniform officers responded to the apartment complex, to the apartment, and began efforts to search the immediate area. Again, speaking with family members, getting an initial report to a baseline of what was going on.
Was there any indication from speaking with those family members or a search of their apartment that anything was amiss or had gone wrong?
No, the initial report and the follow-up initial investigation, again, indicated that this was highly unusual, that there was nothing amiss. Their vehicles were still present at the apartment complex. The residence itself, nothing appeared to be in disarray or disorder, and there was no indications that there was any expected travel. There was no bags packed. There was nothing out of the ordinary found that particular during that incident or that event.
Lieutenant, you said that police began searching the area. Does that include the wooded areas surrounding the Alton Woods complex that we can see on the map there?
Yes.
And generally, the police became involved sometime in the evening of Wednesday, April 20th. Is that fair?
Yes, the initial report came into the Concord Police Department sometime around 6 o'clock at night, or within that time frame.
And did the police or anyone locate the Reids the night of Wednesday, April 20th?
No, the Reids were not located that evening, no.
Did law enforcement speak to someone living in the woods near what is marked Arthur Kelly's tent site on that map?
Yes, during the search, that initial search under the cover of darkness that evening, New Hampshire State Police K-9 officer had come across a tent. The tent was occupied by somebody. The trooper did not find the Reids present at that tent, but later, shortly thereafter, conferred with Concord police officers who were also conducting a search, advised them of the tent site, and Concord police officers went back to that tent site to follow up.
And what did they learn when they followed up at the tent site?
When they got to the tent site, they encountered a man inside of the tent. He had unzipped the front of the tent, not completely, but partially enough where officers could shine their flashlights inside the tent. Officers shined their flashlights inside the tent, did not see Reid's present. They spoke with the subject. Subject did not have identification. I verbally identified himself as Arthur Kelly. They asked him some questions regarding his business there. He indicated that he had just arrived in town from Massachusetts or from Boston, was and just traveling through. They asked if he had seen the couple. He indicated that he had not and was not aware of any such thing. And he was essentially reluctant to provide further information. And being that we were looking for a missing couple at the time, the missing couple was obviously not present at this particular campsite, they decided to leave.
Did he provide a date of birth in addition to his name?
He did. He provided a name, Arthur Kelly, and a date of birth.
Did officers check that information, the name and date of birth, against dispatch records?
Yes, they did. They contacted dispatch. They asked for the name to be run out of the state of New Hampshire for any local contacts as well as any contacts within in New Hampshire. And they also ran it out of the state of Massachusetts, where he indicated that he had come from. Both the information that they learned was that the name had come back not on file. So meaning that there was no records of an Arthur Kelly with that particular date of birth in either state.
Did the officers make any observations about the area around Arthur Kelly's tent?
Yes, they observed a number of Mountain Dew Code Red soda cans just outside the tent. This was a notable observation for the officers because we have a relatively sizable tent encampment type homeless population here in Concord, and generally we find trash, debris, alcohol, empty alcohol cans around tents when we come across them. In this particular,
Can we approach?
Yeah, absolutely.
Lieutenant, I believe you just testified about the officers who spoke with Arthur Kelly on the night of Wednesday the 20th and how they observed multiple Mountain Dew Code Red soda cans outside his tent. Is that where we were?
That's correct.
And you already mentioned that the Reids were not ultimately located that night of Wednesday, April 20th.
That's correct.
Did efforts to locate them continue the next day, Thursday, April 21st?
Yes, on the morning of the 21st, we held a briefing at the Concord Police Department involving multiple assets and agencies, and we delegated tasks and responsibilities for each group involved, and ultimately search efforts resumed. And out in the field and at the Concord Police Department, members of our computer crimes unit and State Police Major Crime began data acquisition involving cellular technology.
So at some point, did police obtain some data regarding a cell phone belonging to Stephen Reid?
Yes, we had searched the Reid's apartment, done a thorough search on that day. On the following day, on the 21st, it was determined that his cell phone was missing, presumably on his person at the time that he went missing, and legal process, I'm sorry, not legal process, but agency requests were submitted to various cell carriers as well as Google.
And ultimately, did investigators obtain some location data through those requests to Google?
Yes, sir. As the day wore on, close to nightfall, we received a response back from Google. Google provided coordinates, a latitude and a longitude with a degree of accuracy within 11 meters of where Stephen Reid's phone had been prior to being destructively shut off.
So armed with those coordinates, did police search in that area?
Yes, sir. At about that time, the search elements had already concluded their search around 4 o'clock that afternoon. This was approaching, again, nightfall. There was a small contingency still of investigators at the police headquarters. When we received the coordinates, everybody left the police station and went out to those coordinates. State Police Major Crime agreed to send a couple of canines out there and meet the officers as well.
Ultimately, were the Reids located near those coordinates?
Yes, yes.
And what was found?
Upon reaching the coordinates, a canine showed some attention to a particular area. Upon closer examination, we observed a tuft of hair, which appeared to be of African-American hair. Using flashlights and things like that, I observed a skin tone and of a apparent African-American person, and it was apparent to me that just Wendy Reid was in this pile of brush, sticks, and leaves concealed.
So what happened next?
From that point, it was not readily apparent whether there was just one body or two bodies inside of this pile. The pile consisted of, it was positioned behind a tree in a natural depression within the earth. It appeared from just looking at it that it was almost in line with the contours of the earth because of the natural depression, and we were unsure that there were two bodies inside of there. Initial thoughts were to secure the crime scene, that we had a murder, and unknown if there was a second body inside that pile. So I instructed people to start continuing search in the woods for a potential murder-suicide type scenario.
Was Stephen Reid's body ultimately also discovered in that pile of leaves and sticks and debris?
Yes.
Using the map, could you just point out where on the map that location was that you described the bodies being found?
These are the power lines. This is the parking lot area. These are the power lines that lead up. You can see that there's it's all grown in. The power lines actually at the time were also very grown in, but you could see a worn trail. And right here where there is this triangle area is an entrance into the thickly wooded area of the Marsh Loop Trail. Approximately 200 to 300 yards down is where we ultimately found what was believed to be a crime scene, and the bodies were found approximately 100 feet or so down a slope, again in that natural depression, secreted behind a large tree.
So about 100 feet off the Marsh Loop Trail,
Yes, sir.
down a slope some ways.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Was an autopsy conducted on Stephen and Wendy Reid?
Yes, the autopsy was conducted the following day.
Was the cause of death determined?
Cause of death was determined to be multiple gunshot wounds.
What was the manner of death determined?
The manner of death was determined to be homicide.
At that point, Lieutenant, did the missing persons investigation transform into a homicide investigation?
Yes, it did.
So now I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and generally to establish the nature of the investigation as it went forward. With this now becoming a homicide investigation, did investigators take efforts to go back and identify that individual who identified himself as Arthur Kelly?
Yes.
And could you describe that?
Detective Lemoyne, who was one of the original, who was one of the officers that encountered Mr. Kelly the previous night, and another detective went back to that campsite. The campsite had been cleared. Everything had been cleaned up. The tent was gone, and there was nothing that showed that campsite had existed at that particular location, as it did the previous day.
Were there any Mountain Dew Code Red cans left on the ground?
No, there was not. There was no trash, no debris, no Mountain Dew cans.
Did the police consider that unusual?
Yes.
Why?
Typically, in the homeless community, when encampments are abandoned, they leave behind trash, debris, their tents. It's too cumbersome to pack up a tent nice and neat. And that's just been my experience in dealing with homeless encampments in the city.
Based on the observations those officers made of all those Mountain Dew Code Red soda cans, was any further investigation conducted?
Yes, due to the unusual nature of the Mountain Dew cans, those officers went over to Walmart. They did a search with Walmart Loss Prevention, looking for any recent purchases of Mountain Dew Code Red, thinking that it was a relatively unique brand. During the course of that search, they came across a person purchasing Mountain Dew Code Red, and acquired images of that person on the Walmart security video footage.
Were those images significant to the police?
They were significant in that they, at the time, the person in those images was wearing a blue bandana, was wearing a black hat, a black backpack, had darker clothing on, and the body frame and body type generally and resembled what Detective Lemoyne had seen inside of that tent when he spoke with Arthur Kelly the previous day.
And just, again, to clarify, those images that the police obtained from Walmart of that gentleman buying Mountain Dew Code Red, what day were those images from?
What date? Those images were from the 20th.
Wednesday, April 20th?
Wednesday, April 20th.
Lieutenant, in conjunction with that, or in addition to that effort, did police also begin seeking out anyone in the public or otherwise who may have been on the trail around that time?
Yes, a press release had been issued soliciting information. There was obviously a large police presence up in that area on that day. So a press release was sent out, and as a result of that press release, we received some calls and identified people that were out on the trails that day.
Did the police speak to a woman named Nan Nutt?
Yes, we did.
Could you just generally summarize what she told the police about her involvement?
Ms. Nutt indicated that, or advised that on April 18th, on the afternoon of April 18th, she had been hiking on the Marsh Loop Trail. She began her hike in the vicinity of that main trailhead on the parking lot, as we described on Portsmouth Street. As she walked up the power lines in the worn trail, she had two dogs with her. She observed a couple coming up behind her, walking at a brisk pace. She noted that one was an African-American female, the other was a white male. They appeared content, nothing out of the ordinary with them. Again, they were walking at a brisk pace. She stood off to the side of the trail with her dogs, gave them way, and they passed her and entered into the the thicker wooded canopy area where I previously described the triangle, where the entrance into the Marshall Trail.
Your Honor, so we're getting into some of the confrontation issues that we had brought to the attention of the court. I actually don't object to this specific language right now. I intend on cross-examining regarding some of Ms. Nutt's statements that are quite helpful. And so as long as our questions are answered in the way that we expect they will be, I see no issue here, but I think that I can reserve my right to confrontation if we are unable to actually conduct a meaningful cross-examination here.
I understand. I think what we're talking about is if for some reason, why don't we defer addressing that at this point unless you want to be heard further, Attorney Spicer?
Hearing an objection, I don't think there's anything for me to address at this point.
I think we're just being put on notice that there could be an objection later.
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So Lieutenant, you mentioned that Ms. Nutt described, what day was this? Sorry, that's a bad question. Ms. Nutt told the police she'd been out on the Marsh Loop Trail on a particular day, is that right?
Correct.
What day was that?
April 18th.
And you described that she told you that she was on the trail and saw a couple pass her. One was a white man and he was accompanied by an African-American female, is that right?
Correct.
What else did she describe going forward?
As they passed her and entered into the canopy, shortly thereafter, she heard gunfire.
Did you say how many shots she heard?
She said 5.
What did she do next?
She was startled. She believed, she indicated or advised that the gunfire was relatively close to her location. She made a decision that she was going to continue on with her, she questioned whether she was going to continue with her walk. She ultimately made the decision to enter into the wood line.
Did she in fact continue her hike and go into the wooded area?
Yes, she did.
And what did she describe happening at that point?
She continued walking up to the Marsh Loop Trail where we have the the stars in that general area. I don't think that this map is quite to scale, but as she approached, she observed a white male who was not looking at her, but was facing her, was looking down towards his left, down off the trail, down that slope that I previously described. She was uncomfortable with this person. She continued walking, and she ended up passing by
Your Honor,
him.
I'm going to go ahead and object at this point. I'm concerned about being able to meaningfully cross-examine him because I've reviewed the transcript from Ms. Nutt's conversation with the police, and this information is just not in line with the transcript, and so I'm concerned that I'm not going to be able to meaningfully cross-examine this officer regarding her statements, which we find to be quite helpful.
I understand. I mean, I think what you're saying is that Ms. Nutt may have said something inconsistent with what Lieutenant McGonigal is
What I'm saying is that there is a confrontation right that we were willing to sort of pass by with the idea that we were going to be able to have a meaningful cross-examination, meaningful enough to tease out the positive facts for our case. However, if he is getting some basic facts incorrect, then that shows me that we're not going to be able to have a meaningful cross-examination of him.
And he is not accurately representing what she says, so he shouldn't be able to present it.
Right, if he's not accurately presenting what she said, then he shouldn't be allowed to present it in violation of his confrontation rights.
I mean, it seems to me what you're saying is that this may be fodder for cross-examination for Lieutenant McGonigal, that perhaps his summary of what Ms. Nutt told the officers is not accurate.
No, I'm actually saying quite the opposite. It's not for fodder for cross-examination because we're not going to get the information we need if he is unable to give accurate facts. It is no longer a meaningful cross-examination if we cannot get those facts out. This is in violation of Mr. Clegg's confrontation rights. And again, we're not trying to hold this process up. We're not trying to do the entire trial today, but we have concerns when incorrect information is coming in, and we have no remedy for bringing that out. That is not a meaningful cross-examination if this witness is unable to answer those questions.
Your Honor, I think the court has correctly identified the remedy here is if council believes Lieutenant McGonigal has testified to something incorrectly, they're certainly free to cross-examine him as to those perceived errors. I have not researched this, I don't have case law at my fingertips, but I believe confrontation is a trial right. And again, things are relaxed at this point. So I think for the reasons we discussed earlier, for purposes of establishing just the general background that we need here for this motion, as well as Lieutenant McGonigal's understanding of the investigation, it's important to ask him these questions. Counsel is free to cross-examine him on anything he says here today.
The state is absolutely incorrect. We absolutely do have a confrontation right at a motion to suppress hearing. Due process applies to this hearing. Therefore, we have a full confrontation right. This is now in violation of his due process rights under both the state and federal constitution.
Let me say, one, I understand the objection. In terms of Lieutenant McGonigal testifying about this information, I'm going to allow it, and there'll be cross-examination of this. If the defense believes that there's another document that more fully explains what the witness said, I'll take it, but the objection's overruled.
Lieutenant, you mentioned.
If I can just have one moment.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, they powered it down.
Lieutenant McGonigal's just dealing with his cell phone.
I apologize. I
No
thought I had it powered off here. All right, I apologize. It's I didn't realize I had to put in a PIN code to power it down. Sorry.
Lieutenant McGonigal, I believe we were at the point where Miss Nan Nutt had described encountering a male on the trail. Did she give a description of that male?
She did provide a description.
What was that description?
The description was a white male, brown hair, medium build, approximately 5'10", wearing tan pants, a dark top, and a black backpack, carrying a plastic grocery-style shopping bag with some items protruding from it. He was described as being clean-shaven.
Detective, was Miss Nutt asked to, or did Miss Nutt sit with a sketch artist from the FBI?
At a later point, she did, yes.
Did that sketch artist produce a sketch based on her description?
Yes, she did.
Lieutenant, I'd like to now transition to the broader investigation. Did the Concord Police do further investigation regarding the individual who was described himself as Arthur Kelly and had Mountain Dew cans around his tent?
Further investigation in that we tried to track down any Arthur Kellys that existed with a similar or combination date of birth, age range, things of that nature.
Did you ultimately, or did police ultimately go to Walmart and begin reviewing surveillance video there?
Yes, we did.
What did they learn from that review?
At that point in time, Arthur Kelly and the Walmart video person buying the code red were not positively linked as one and in the same. We began referring to the Walmart person that had purchased Mountain Dew as Mountain Dew Man, as a nickname within the office, and Arthur Kelly was still the person at the tent site. But in an effort to continue with the investigation, surveillance video started being reviewed at Walmart for all Mountain Dew type purchases. In the process of doing that surveillance review, information was gleaned from the detective doing that that the Mountain Dew man that was observed on the 20th purchasing Code Red Mountain Dew was observed entering Walmart and making purchases for several months.
And what time period did those months span when that person was making purchases at Walmart?
Believe the video went back to December, so back towards December was the time that Mountain Dew man was seen on the cameras making purchases.
Was that December of 2021?
Yes,
And this is the Walmart off of Loudon Road that you can see on the map there.
that's correct.
So detectives obtained this video evidence showing, did it appear to be the same man purchasing things at Walmart every time?
Yes, so the person that I'm referring to it now as Mountain Dew man essentially wore the same exact clothing. We began referring to it as his uniform. It consisted of dark pants, dark top, black backpack, a blue bandana similar to like what we would call, see in the movies as a bandit bandana, and a black hat.
Were detectives able to locate receipts for purchases that that individual was seen making at Walmart on those occasions?
Yes, we gathered all receipts of all the purchases that we could identify.
Was any further investigation done based on information from those receipts?
Well, with those receipts and as well as with the video camera footage, Mountain Dew man had always used self-checkout. He paid in cash or he paid using what appeared to be a debit card or a credit card.
So was any investigation done into those cards that he was seen using?
Yes, in combination with the receipts, it was determined that they were prepaid debit cards, and ultimately a legal process was served on those companies, and we obtained information regarding the purchases made and any information related to those particular prepaid cards.
Any relevant information obtained from those efforts?
We learned that there were several packages that had been, or there was some packages shipped to the post office, general delivery in Concord, and we also learned that there was one particular purchase from bulksupplements.com that had been delivered to the Walgreens FedEx drop-off on Loudon Road.
So you mentioned a transaction with something called bulksupplements.com. Was that transaction made using a prepaid debit card?
Yes.
Was that one of the prepaid debit cards that Mountain Dew man was seen using at Walmart?
Yes.
Did you receive any information from bulksupplements.com that corresponded with the transaction?
Yes, bulksupplements.com provided information that the person who had made that purchase identified himself as Logan Clegg.
Was that the first time the police heard the name Logan Clegg?
Yes, it is.
Did police obtain images of Logan Clegg?
Yes.
Were those images compared to the sketch the FBI artist had done?
Yes.
And did you personally?
I personally observed the images. The initial was a Google search just with the name. As soon as the name Logan Clegg came in, we observed some media coverage from out west depicting the defendant's image. We then obtained booking photos from agencies out west, which included side profiles. As we know, the sketch was widely publicized as a side profile. The side profile, when I looked at it side by side, it was eerily similar.
So I'm going to ask you some more questions in a little bit about background investigation on Logan Clegg. But before we get there, during the course of this investigation, did police also discover another tent site in the area of the Marsh Loop Trail system?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And is that, can you see something marked burnt tent site on that trail?
I do.
On that map? Sorry.
Yes.
And is that kind of northwesterly of the recovery location notation?
I don't know if that is going to be true north, but yes, it is. On that map, it is kind of to the north.
Up and to the left?
Yes, up and to the left.
Can you describe how police came to learn about that burnt tent site and generally what you learned?
That burnt tent site was originally discovered by another detective, I believe on the 26th. At that time, it consisted of a number of burnt small propane tanks, not the kind that you would hook up to your grill, but more of camping propane tanks. There were dozens and dozens of them organized in the shape of what appeared to be a square. At that time, on April 26, it was initially believed that perhaps that was old, not relevant to the investigation. As the investigation progressed and more witnesses or tips and information had come in, we learned from another witness that witness had been hiking on either I think the 20th, and had come across those same propane tanks, had snapped a photograph of those propane tanks. We also learned from our internal database at the Concord Police Department that we had received some information, a complaint on April 15th from a complainant, a frequent user of the trails out there, that there was a active tent site at that location, which is now referred to as the burnt tent site. Officer Brian Craig went out to that particular location on April 15th, found a intact tent with a padlock on the tent from the outside, and that there was nobody present at that tent. So that led me to believe that the tent was active and intact on the 15th, and based on the photograph, it had been burned and destroyed by the 20th.
Thank you. I'm going to go back a little bit. You mentioned earlier, Lieutenant, a crime scene was established on the Marsh Loop Trail about 100 feet up the slope from where the bodies of Stephen and Wendy Reid were recovered. Is that right?
Well, the crime scene had been established in a perimeter around that location.
So I'm talking about at that location on the Marsh Loop Trail. Did police obtain any evidence from that location on the trail?
Yes, eventually, approximately a month later, during another visit to the site, 2 shell casings were recovered up on the trail, just 100 feet up from where the bodies were discovered, approximately 100 feet.
Thank you, Lieutenant. And I don't want to go into specifics here, but what is a shell casing? Is that a part of a bullet?
Shell casing, there were Sig Luger 9mm shell casings. Shell casing is the container, if you will, the vessel which holds the round that gets expended out of the firearm. Shell casing gets ejected from a handgun after the round itself has been expelled from the chamber.
So investigators found 2 shell casings marked Sig Luger 9mm on the Marsh Loop Trail. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was about when?
About a month later.
A month after?
About a month after we had finished, after we had recovered the bodies.
Would May 20th sound about right?
Yes.
Returning to the burnt tent site, did investigators ultimately search and process that site as a crime scene as well?
Repeat that.
Did the Concord police ultimately search the burnt tent site as well?
Ultimately, yes, we did.
Did you recover propane tanks?
Yes, we did.
Say how many?
Over 100. I don't have the exact number.
Did you recover shell casings?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Again, I do not have a number, but it was a fair amount of shell casings were discovered at that burnt tent site.
Did those shell casings from the burnt tent site have markings on them?
They did.
What markings?
The markings were Sig Luger 9mm.
Is that the same marking as the casings found from the trail?
Yes, they're the same markings from the site of where we believe the murders occurred.
Lieutenant, were the shell casings from the trail sent to the state police forensic lab here in New Hampshire?
They were.
And were the shell casings from the burnt tent site also sent to the state police forensic laboratory?
They were.
And this, again, this is in the months leading up to October. Were those shell casings forensically analyzed at the state lab?
Yes, they were forensically analyzed, and ballistics indicated that the shell casings found at both the burnt tent site and at the murder site were fired from the same weapon.
And at that point, it was unknown what weapon that was.
It was unknown what weapon that was, other than it being a 9mm.
Okay. Was any evidence obtained from the autopsy regarding ballistic fragments?
There was ballistics and bullet fragments found within this Wendy Reid's head. Those bullets were completely destroyed. So yes, there was evidence found within the bodies of this Wendy Reid.
Lieutenant, I'd like to return back to the police discovering the name Logan Clegg in connection with that bulksupplements.com transaction. Did police continue to investigate Logan Clegg once you obtained that name?
Yes, once we obtained the name, we began doing a thorough background check on Logan Clegg's history.
Did you learn whether he had any prior involvement with law enforcement anywhere in the country?
Yes, we had learned that he was currently on probation. He had absconded from probation out of Utah, that he had a active warrant, which for that probation, from absconding from probation. The underlying charges were firearms and weapons charges. He had been convicted of burglary. He had been involved in a investigation for a prior homicide where he had stabbed somebody in 2018 in Spokane, Washington, had stabbed somebody to death on his way to work, where he was working at a McDonald's.
Your Honor, there's a mischaracterization here. He was never charged with any sort of homicide.
I don't think that the lieutenant has testified that he was charged with homicide, only that he was investigated.
I think that was testimony that he was investigated for a prior homicide involving a stabbing in the state of Washington.
Okay, we'll deal with it on cross.
I understand. I understand.
Was Logan Clegg ever charged with homicide?
No, sir, he was never charged. It was determined that he had a self-defense claim. Prosecution never went forward with any types of charges.
Did police also learn that Mr. Clegg had purchased something from an online company called Brownells?
Yes, during from the prepaid debit cards, transaction history indicated that there was an online purchase from Brownells. Brownells is an online firearms and accessory type store.
Approximately when did police learn that?
After his identification, when we actually got the legal process of what was actually purchased was not until fairly late in the investigation. I don't have a specific date of when we served Brownells with the legal process originally.
Okay. Do you also learn about whether or not Mr. Clegg had ever worked in the area of Concord, New Hampshire?
Yes, we canvassed up and down Loudon Road and some of the various locations. After we had received the name Logan Clegg, my detectives went to McDonald's on Loudon Road, determined that he had been a former employee there.
Did the police obtain his application materials to that job at McDonald's?
Yes, we received a handwritten application to McDonald's on Loudon Road.
Did that application have an email address listed?
It did. It had an email address of RKX Kelly on the application.
Is that a Gmail address?
It was a Gmail address.
Did police obtain any further information related to rkxkelly@gmail.com?
Legal process was served to Google, and subscriber info indicated that the name on the account was Arthur Kelly.
And this was, again, prior to October 11th, 2022?
Correct.
Did police also learn anything about Mr. Clegg's travel history?
Again, during the course of his background, we had learned that he had traveled to Europe on at least 2 prior occasions, and spent a significant amount of time out in Europe, eventually landing in Boston on November 7th on his return.
Would that be November 7th of 2021?
Correct.
Did police learn anything about whether or not Mr. Clegg had planned a trip but missed it?
Yes, in February of 2022, while we believed that Logan Clegg was living in the woods out there on the Broken Ground Trails, we had received information that he had booked a flight to Iceland out of Newark, and that the flight manifest indicated that he was not on that flight.
And I apologize for jumping around here, Lieutenant, but I'm going to go back to Walmart and Walmart video surveillance. Did the police obtain any video surveillance during this investigation from Tuesday, April 19th?
Tuesday, April 19th, the day after the homicides, we observed Mr. Clegg purchasing a tent and a sleeping bag and a bottle of rubbing alcohol from Walmart in the morning hours, less than 24 hours after the homicides.
Thank you. Lieutenant, on October 3rd of 2022, did the Concord Police receive some information about a bus trip to Burlington, Vermont?
We did. We had served legal process to Greyhound, looking for information regarding travel of any Logan Cleggs or Arthur Kellys, under the understanding that you're not required to provide a identification or any type type of real information. But we did do that, and we received information that Ann Arthur Kelly, with no date of birth, had traveled from South Station to Albany, New York, and then ultimately to Burlington, Vermont.
What date was that trip?
That was back in May. I don't know the specific date. It was maybe the second week of May.
Would May 15th, 2022 sound?
That's accurate.
So that was on October 3rd of 2022? the
When we
police received
received the results from Greyhound, yes.
that related to this mid-May bus trip by someone who listed the name Arthur Kelly, is that right?
Correct.
What, if any, follow-up investigation did the police do after receiving that information?
We contacted South Station to see if they had any video records from the date of the departure. They indicated they did not. We contacted the bus station in Burlington, Vermont, where the destination was, to see if they had any video records of the day of arrival. They did not. We contacted McDonald's, Walmart, and locations that we knew that, based on Mr. Clegg's pattern of life, where he may have took up work. We knew that he had previously worked at McDonald's. We knew that he previously worked at Walmart's. So we checked those locations to determine if an Arthur Kelly or a Logan Clegg worked at either of those locations. Nobody had heard the names. We contacted law enforcement agencies in Burlington, asked them to check their systems. They had no contact with Logan Clegg or an Arthur Kelly, and we ultimately had flyers with his picture sent out to all law enforcement agencies in Vermont to be on the lookout for Logan Clegg with an AKA Arthur Kelly.
Lieutenant, that information that the police received from Greyhound, it contained the name Arthur Kelly, is that right?
Correct.
Did it contain a phone number?
It contained no other identifying information, no date of birth, and no phone number,
No email?
no email.
One moment, please.
Absolutely.
How about October 11th of 2022? On that date, did something of note occur with regard to this investigation?
Yes, Detective Gorham had received a telephone call from a detective out in Utah, detective that essentially held the warrant for Mr. Clegg for the parole or probation violation. He indicated that he had received a notification from Homeland Security that Mr. Clegg had booked a flight to Berlin out of JFK Airport, New York City, to depart on the 14th in the early morning hours at approximately 12:30 a.m.
Is that Berlin, Germany,
Yes.
not New Hampshire? How did Detective Gorham receive this information?
She received it via telephone call
And so about what time of the day did she receive that?
around noontime.
When she received that phone call, what did the Concord police do?
When she received that phone call, it was certainly a moment that, okay, we know he's leaving the country in short order. Detective Gorham began reaching out to Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection, trying to get some more concrete, solid information, booking information, flight information, knowing that booking information is likely going to contain some information related to the actual booking of the flight that we might be able to track.
So just to be specific here, in that initial phone call, what information did Detective Gorham receive?
It was very limited that Mr. Clegg had booked a flight to Berlin, Germany, leaving or departing JFK on the 14th at 12:30 a.m. There was no other information that was provided to her.
Did Detective Gorham subsequently receive more detailed information?
Yes, throughout the day, she was in communication with, like I said, Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection, trying to get a hold of their records to show the booking information.
And how did she receive more detailed information?
Eventually, she received an email that had been forwarded from Customs and Border to Homeland Security and eventually to her.
Your Honor, at this time, I know this is on case lines and I'm still.
Oh, I know.
What we're looking to move into evidence is Exhibit 1. purposes of this hearing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't sound like he's on. Can you try again?
There we go. All right, so we received video footage showing on October 18th, the same person, Mountain Dew Man, October 18th being the day of the homicides, walking out of Shaw's Supermarket. That person was carrying a grocery bag with some items protruding from it. The security footage throughout the parking lot showed that person moving. Can I get up and point?
Yes.
Showed the person, Mountain Dew Man, moving across the parking lot, getting to Loudon Road, and eventually crossing over and then going off out of sight, presumably up into the power lines.
So, Lieutenant, this was from April 18th,
This is from April 18th, the day of the homicides.
and about what time of day?
In the afternoon, Detective Brown or somebody would probably be able to give you an exact, precise timeline, but it was in the afternoon, around the same time that the victims were leaving their apartment.
Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant. So I'd like to jump back to October 11th. You had previously testified that Detective Gorham got a phone call with some information that Logan Clegg had booked a flight, and that, I think before we broke, we put into evidence an exhibit. Are you looking at that exhibit?
I am.
You're driving, so you scroll down to.
I can actually drive it as well.
Okay. So, is this the email that Detective Gorham received that afternoon?
It is.
And what time did she receive it from that individual at the Homeland Security Department?
She received it at 4:38 p.m.
Did she receive it at 4:38? Are you sure? Sure it's not 4:41?
I apologize. It was sent to Customs Border Protection and then forwarded on to Homeland Security and then ultimately received by Detective Gorham October 11th at 4:41.
So, did Detective Gorham share this email with you and other detectives when she received it?
She did.
And does that email contain more information related to the flight that Logan Clegg had booked?
Yes, it does.
And with regard to that flight, did it contain an address?
Did it contain an address of 11 Elmwood Ave in Burlington, Vermont?
Did it also contain a phone number?
It did contain a phone number, yes.
What was the phone number?
Let me find it on here. The phone number presented on the booking information was 802-598-8657.
And lastly, Detective, this was all booking information related to that flight, as you understood it, correct?
Relating to the flight out of JFK to Berlin.
And what was the name of the person who booked the flight?
The name of the person who booked the flight was Logan Clegg.
So, Lieutenant, once you received that information, which was booking information that Logan Clegg had booked a particular flight and given a particular address and phone number, what did you do?
The first thing I did is I wanted to verify the phone number, that it was an active working phone number, and that it wasn't just a bunch of made-up digits.
Did you take steps to do that?
We did. We used a open source or a subscription-based provider that we have called TLO. We ran the phone number through TLO. TLO indicated that the phone number came back from as a low percentage to a person out of Vermont. Low percentage indicates to me that the phone number is a legitimate phone number. It's not just a bunch of made-up digits, and that it had been used at one point in time by this particular person.
And why were you concerned that it might be just a string of random digits and not a real phone number?
Knowing Logan Clegg's history and his desire and ability to fly under the radar, I was at that point a little bit concerned that he had just used random digits.
So at some point, did you do anything else with regard to that information and potential next steps?
Well, in looking at the flight, the booking information, I also noticed that there was a Proton email address. I know Proton email is a email that is used by people that the Proton email does not cooperate with law enforcement. It's an out of the country is where they hold their servers. It's frequently advertised on the internet for secrecy. The address itself, we checked 11 Elmwood Ave. It was a federal building in Burlington, Vermont, and it also housed the Burlington Post Office. And of course, with the area code and overall looking at the booking and flight information, knowing that it was a legitimate phone number, I came to the belief that the information provided in this book and flight was all accurate.
And so, I'd like to ask you a little bit more about that. Did you or any of your detectives do any research into the area of Burlington, Vermont itself?
We did once we had this, and that in conjunction with our bus ticket, or the bus ticket of Arthur Kelly from prior, the two started making sense. We brought up Burlington, Vermont on a map and started looking around various areas in Burlington that were consistent with what we knew to be Logan Clegg's pattern of life. And we observed a main thoroughfare in Burlington. I believe it was Walston or Williston Road. There was a number of stores, fast food places and things like that. There was a highway, and just on the other side of that was a patch of woods, which was nearly a carbon copy of the Broken Ground Trail System. And looking at that, and prior to having any actual location, real-time location data, it was very likely to us that if he was in fact in Burlington, Vermont, that this would be a very attractive location for him to be, based on things that we knew from Concord, New Hampshire, and from when he was on probation, and what he had provided as probation officer of where he was living out west.
So Lieutenant, after conducting all of this information based on the information in that email, what did you ultimately decide?
I decided that, I knew at that point in time that the weapon had not been recovered. I believed that Logan Clegg was an immediate threat to the public. We knew that we had a deadline of him leaving the country. I knew that if he left the country, the odds of capturing him were very unlikely, and that we were on the clock and we had a brief window of time to apprehend him. The phone number itself was a viable source to actually track him. It was an actionable piece of information that we had. So I spoke to Detective Carter, and I told him to research the phone, identify the phone carrier, and ultimately it was Verizon, contact Verizon and request agency pings to see, get the phone, if it was active, if it was pinging, and where it was.
Could you just briefly describe what is an exigency ping, and what does it tell you?
An exigency ping tells us, A, that the phone is on, that it's connected to a cell tower, and it will give us a radius of where, from the phone to the tower, a distance, which is vague. So it may say 1,100 meters in one 15-minute increment, and then 15 minutes later it may say 800 meters or 700 meters, but it'll tell you that it's within a certain radius of a cell tower.
And to be clear, it gives you coordinates, correct, with longitude and latitude?
It does give you coordinates, but again, within a radius, which are, the radius itself is fairly inaccurate.
So those coordinates come with a range of accuracy, is that fair to say?
Correct.
So these coordinates, but it may only be within a certain amount of meters, whether...
Could say within 1,500 meters, the next one could say within 800 meters. Exactly.
So, Lieutenant, you mentioned that you've been a detective for approximately 18 years, is that correct?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to, strike that. You mentioned that you felt Logan Clegg was a threat.
Yes.
Why?
We hadn't found the murder weapon, so it was presumed that the murder weapon was still in his possession. We knew that the heinous act of what happened, the seemingly randomness of the act, told me that the public in general was at risk at any moment. This was not a drug deal gone bad. This was no apparent robbery gone bad where they were killed for a particular reason, however minor that may have been. The incident was not essentially over. The randomness of it certainly elevated to me. The fact that Mr. Clegg had killed, although not charged in the past, certainly gave me the thought that he was a danger to the community and to society in general. Again, with the weapon being out there. And that being said, there was a certain concern for loss and destruction of evidence. He had a history of destroying evidence. We know that he had burnt the tent site. We know that he has a history of flight. He had absconded from probation. We knew that he had a flight from Burlington, Vermont, or from outside of the country anyhow to go into Berlin, a one-way flight. We knew that he fled immediately after the homicides on that occurred on April 18th. So there were a lot of factors that were very concerning to me regarding a date of the 14th at 12:30 in the morning, which would have to put Logan Clegg into New York City and at the airport sometime 2 or 3 hours prior to that flight, so likely on the evening of the 13th, and we are now into the evening hours of the 11th.
Lieutenant, why couldn't the police have just waited for Mr. Clegg at the airport in New York?
Certainly, if that was a backup plan, if all else failed, a fail-safe would have been to be at the airport and apprehend him on the Utah warrants. But it was common sense to me to know that all the evidence and perhaps and potentially and likely the murder weapon would have been missing. He wouldn't have brought the murder weapon to the airport with him, and that was a major concern of mine.
Were you confident that he would arrive at the airport?
I was not 100% confident that he would have arrived at the airport. We know that he had booked a flight in February and that he did not show up, so there was absolutely no guarantee that he would show up, although it was certainly a contingency plan.
Lieutenant, you mentioned that you asked Detective Carter to submit a request to Verizon for those pings.
Yes.
Correct? Was that through the exigent circumstances hotline or exigency emergency protocol for Verizon?
Yes, it was.
And you're familiar with that process, is that correct?
I am.
And have you used that process before during your many years as a detective?
I have used that process before, yes.
Have you also submitted search warrants for cell phone location data during
Yeah.
your career?
Yes.
Could you say how many?
I could say as an affiant, many. As a supervisor of investigations, our unit in general is hundreds that I've been a part of, yes.
So, on October 11th, at the point that you asked Detective Carter to make that request to Verizon, did you believe exigent circumstances existed to request that information?
I believe the exigent circumstances in the essentially the Webster's dictionary, version of exigency existed as soon as we found the bodies. But as soon as we found this phone number and we had actionable information, I believe that exigent circumstances existed at that moment that we needed to start tracking that phone number and locate Mr. Clegg.
I want to ask you about what you just said, Lieutenant. When did you first believe it was imperative to locate the person who had killed Stephen and Wendy Reid?
As soon as we found the bodies, it was imperative that we locate this person as soon as possible.
So did anything that you learned on October 11th about Logan Clegg's travel plans create the belief in your mind that it was important?
Objection, we're leading, he's already answered the question about when he thought it was exigent.
Well, I haven't finished the question. This is a different topic, and I think a leading question suggests the answer. This does not.
When I have you finish the question, then I'll hear if there's an objection.
Your Honor, the question is hinting at what he wants him to say at next. Once the question is out, then the objection becomes moot.
Why don't council approach and I'll hear the question first.
So Lieutenant, we were talking about your experience with exigent circumstances and contacting companies like Verizon or other cell phone carriers. You had experience doing that?
Yes.
Typically, how does that work?
Typically contacting, for exigency, it's to 24/7, as we previously described hotline. We
Your
call
Honor,
it.
I apologize. Can we approach on this?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Lieutenant, typically how does a police officer make a request to Verizon or AT&T or a cell phone company like that for information under exigent circumstances?
We call the exigent circumstances hotline, provide the information that we have, explain why we believe it to be exigent. If it apparently meets their criteria, they provide the information requested.
And so is that typically done by phone?
That is done by phone.
And is there, do you ever have to follow up with anything in writing?
We follow up with a form, and yes, we follow up with a form with an official written request.
What kind of information can you request based on exigent circumstances from a company like Verizon?
Real-time data regarding whether the cell phone is active, subscriber information on the phone, call detail, text or SMS detail. Those are essentially the items that we receive.
You don't get content of text messages, do you?
No.
And you mentioned real-time data. That's those exigency pings you mentioned before.
Correct.
How do those get received, or how are those provided?
The first ping was given verbally, and then from there on after we request like every 15 minutes or a time frame, and it's received via email.
Is that what happened on October 11th with regard to this investigation?
Yes.
Lieutenant, I'd like to now ask you about search warrants. Generally, in order to obtain information from a company like Verizon by a search warrant, what is the process to do that?
the typical search warrant process, typing a search warrant, going it through the court's portal, having the search warrant approved, signed, sent back to us, and then it is faxed to the general legal compliance fax number for Verizon.
So I'd like to focus on the first portion of that. In order for there to be a search warrant, the police have to provide an affidavit in support of the application, correct?
That is correct.
And that affidavit has to contain the reasons that you're requesting this information.
Yes,
And that affidavit is then put before a judge, fair to say, right?
that's accurate.
How is that submitted to the judge?
It's submitted to judge via a portal. It's a general court's search warrant portal. It's uploaded, and the phone call is now made during after hours to their 1-800 number, and they notify the on-call judge that this is after hours and that it is, there's got to be a reason for it. We're holding a house, we have some sort of concerns, something that cannot wait for the morning. The after-hours judge reviews a warrant, and then it's uploaded back and sent to us.
And so typically, what is the turnaround on an after-hours warrant from the time it's submitted to the judge and to the time it typically is received?
Well, I would say that would vary. Within a couple of hours.
Okay, so it can
In my experience with it, if we're holding a house or a general after hours warrant, it would be within a couple of hours by the time we receive it back.
So it can be that quick.
Yes,
But that is just to get the warrant approved by the judge, is that right?
correct.
Once the warrant is approved, and say you want to serve a warrant for cell phone location data on Verizon, what happens next?
It being after hours, we would, even during business hours, we would fax that warrant to their search warrant phone number to Verizon.
Provided by a fax?
That's the protocol. We send it via fax.
And that's typically how Concord Police knows to, or that's Concord Police's practice?
That's our practice. That's how we've been trained. With the law enforcement response team with Verizon is subpoenas and legal compliance is to be faxed to a particular phone number.
And do you have any personal knowledge of what happens to that search warrant once it goes to Verizon?
Like, I obviously can't speak to what they do at Verizon and how that is processed.
But at some point, Verizon does process it, correct? And give the police a response?
Yes.
And that response would either be search warrant granted, here's the information requested, or we're not going to provide it for some reason?
A search warrant granted by a judge, they may follow up with questions about specific data that you're looking for. They may say that we don't have this or we don't have that. But on a general circumstance, we would send what we're requesting. They'll provide us what we're requesting at some point in time.
Do you get a tracking number or an estimated time that it would take to respond to your submission?
We do not get a tracking number that I am aware of. We don't get an estimated time. I know in the law enforcement response manual from Verizon, they have goals. Their goals are to serve those search warrants within 14 days.
So just with regard to your own experience, though, have you submitted search warrants to Verizon before?
Yes,
And have you supervised other officers who've done the same?
absolutely.
As part of that process, is there a standard message that's received where Verizon says, here's how long it will take us to process your submission?
I'm not familiar with ever receiving a message saying it's going to take X, Y, and Z time.
So when you submit that search warrant, you don't know how long it's going to be?
No, you fire it off and you sit and wait.
Do you have experience submitting search warrants for cell phone location, or search warrants that include a request for cell phone location data to Verizon and other companies like that?
Historical data.
Historical data. Typically, how long does it take, in your experience, to receive results back?
2 to 3 weeks is a general response time.
Have you ever received results back the same day you submitted a search warrant to Verizon?
Negative, no.
Have you ever received results back within 3 days from submitting a search warrant to Verizon?
No.
So, Lieutenant, on October 11th, at the point that you asked Detective Carter to make that exigency request to Verizon for real-time cell phone location data, why didn't you do that via search warrant?
Because of my experience, I knew we were not going to get that information prior to the defendant's departure. Therefore, it was going to hinder our ability to apprehend him. We had a weapon out there that we needed to seize, which we believed to be the murder weapon. And I believed at that moment and the moment of their deaths that he was a significant threat to society and to anybody that he came into contact with. I had reviewed the AG's manual that particular evening to make sure that I was following procedure and protocol. And to me, this incident was a definition of exigency.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Do we want to see the
So-
AG
Yeah.
manual?
We would just request that during the recess, we'd be provided with a copy of the AG's manual. We haven't, to my knowledge, been provided in the
That
this
he
coverage.
received?
So there's an agreement to provide that manual to the defense?
It's a public document, yeah. And we'll provide one.
Absolutely, thank you.
So Lieutenant, Detective Carter made that request. Do you remember about what time he did that in the afternoon of October 11th? Or the evening?
It would have been after this, email, so I'm trying to move this thing. It would have been after 4:41. If I was going to estimate, it would have probably been within 30 minutes. I did not, I did some review, I did some thought, I conferred with others, and I made the decision that this needed to be done. And we needed to start getting assets and resources up to Burlington, Vermont, and we needed to start searching for him.
So Lieutenant, it was your decision to request that data via exigent circumstances.
It was my decision.
After making that request, did Verizon start providing real-time pings or location data?
Yes, they did.
What did those show?
Those showed that the phone was actively, it was turned on, and it was actively pinging in Burlington, Vermont.
Could you tell where in Burlington, Vermont that phone was pinging?
The radius was generally in the area of the Centennial Woods, which I had previously described as the carbon copy of the Broken Ground Trail System. It was sporadic. There was one ping that came back out on the highway. There was concern at that moment in time. He had already gotten onto a bus, perhaps, headed to New York. But then the very next ping was back in the area of that general radius, Centennial Woods, the main thoroughfare. The radius was very large at that point in time.
Lieutenant, did you identify the Centennial Woods before receiving the ping data?
Yes,
So once that ping data started coming in, how frequently did it come in?
every 15 minutes.
I think you mentioned the first one was provided over the phone.
Yes,
Subsequent information was provided by email.
yes.
Once this data started coming in, what did you do?
Once the data started coming in, I thought about using a cell site simulator to get a solid pinpoint location as to where that phone was actually located. I conferred with William Tufts, the United States Marshal Service, about using the cell site simulator that they had, and we discussed it. He advised that they were going to need a search warrant to deploy the cell site simulator, at which time I had another detective start working on a search warrant for the use of the cell site simulator.
Could you just briefly, for the court, describe what is a cell site simulator?
In general, a cell site simulator is a device that mimics a cell tower, and when phone numbers are essentially programmed into it and it gets close or within range, that phone number starts then pinging off of that simulator, and that simulator or that device can now hone down and track down to the specific location where that phone is originating from.
Based on your knowledge of this type of equipment, would a cell site simulator provide more accurate or specific location data than the type of ping data you were receiving from Verizon?
Once it started collecting the pings, once it got within range, it would bring you right down to the exact location of where that person is or where that phone is.
And so, Detective, do you know whether or not, excuse me, Lieutenant, do you know whether or not New Hampshire law requires a search warrant before using a cell site simulator?
Yes, we do.
And you in fact had a detective begin working on an application for a search warrant for that purpose, is that right?
That's correct.
About when did you do that?
Cell site simulator search warrant started probably around 6:30 or so that evening. And that's the evening of the 11th.
Does the Concord Police, do the Concord Police have cell site simulator equipment?
No.
So where is the cell site simulator equipment you were intending to use?
It's in the possession of the United States Marshal Service, and they house it down in Boston.
So did the police eventually submit a search warrant application to use that cell site simulator?
Yes.
And was that approved by a judge?
Yes, it was.
About when did you receive that approval?
We received the approval from the judge just before midnight that evening.
So did the Concord Police end up ever actually using the cell site simulator equipment as authorized by the warrant?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We already had assets up in Burlington, Vermont that were conducting surveillance on Centennial Woods, getting a lay of the land of the bus station, anticipating that Mr. Clegg was going to be, we anticipated that he would be taking a bus out of Burlington, Vermont to New York City. And our thought process was if he was living in Centennial Woods, that we would get eyes on the common entrances and exits. And they got a hotel room in the early morning hours, got a few hours of sleep, and they were instructed to be out conducting surveillance on those wooded areas at sunrise.
Lieutenant, why didn't you have, well, strike that. When did you send detectives to Burlington physically?
Again, probably right around about 7 o'clock or so on the evening of the 11th is when I started sending an undercover element up there to start doing surveying the sites and surveillance for us.
Why didn't you have, strike that. Lieutenant, if you were receiving pings every 15 minutes and those pings continued throughout the night, why didn't you have your people in Burlington go attempt to actually locate Logan Clegg that night?
Well, we believed that he was staying likely in a tent in the Centennial Woods in that wooded area, and due to his dangerousness, knowing that he was likely armed, and the whole totality of the circumstances, I was not in a position where I could, where I was comfortable placing officers into a wooded area at nightfall looking for an armed subject with an unknown location, with the limited resources that we had available at that moment.
At some point on the evening of October 11th, did you or any of your officers contact local authorities in Burlington?
Yes, we were speaking with local authorities in Burlington throughout the evening
Why did you do that?
to advise them of what we had going on. It's courtesy. We're going to be entering another jurisdiction, entering another state, and to advise them that this was that he was up there and that he was wanted on the fugitive, and for their own safety, if they came across him, unbeknownst to them, that he is a suspect in a double homicide, and there's a lot of danger involved in that. We certainly were going to need any resources that they had available to deploy to us. So yes, we were in communication with them throughout the evening.
Lieutenant, you've mentioned a number of steps that you took after receiving that booking information from the federal authorities. Could you describe the atmosphere at the police station that day?
We were busy, to say the least. There was a lot of information coming in throughout the afternoon, and there was a lot of thought processes going through with potentially sending investigators down to New York City, communicating with the Burlington authorities, getting updated information, communicating with the United States Marshal Service regarding the cell site simulator and logistically how that could be deployed. And It was a generally chaotic atmosphere that was, everybody was very, very busy, and there were a lot of moving parts.
Lieutenant, you mentioned that first request by Detective Carter to Verizon. Did he make any other exigency requests?
Yes, he made 2 more.
When was the second request?
The second one was approximately an hour later.
What was that second request for?
That second one was for SMS detail or text messages. So not content, but essentially whether that phone had sent or received text messages and the numbers.
So did that second request ask for any location data that you hadn't already requested?
No.
And when was the third request made?
Following day.
What was that request for?
That request was for RTT data. RTT is round to terminal. It's basically a time that the phone sends the ping to the time that it hits the tower and the time that it comes back. And cell phone experts, forensic experts in that field can use that information to help pinpoint or narrow down a location.
So is that a form of location data?
It's a form of data that allows you to get a location. And forgive my ignorance on that, but that's not my expertise, but that is my understanding from being briefed on RTT data.
So that third request, when was that made?
The following morning.
Do you remember about when?
Early morning. I don't have the exact time. Early morning.
So this would be the morning of October 12th, is that correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, was Logan Clegg located in Burlington on the morning of October 12th?
He was.
About what time?
9:30 or so.
How was he located?
The SMS information that we had received via that second exigency request provided a phone number. That phone number was then researched with lots of our federal partners as well, but ultimately a TLO search provided a name, background into that name, gave an employment of Price Choppers in Burlington, Vermont. Once we had a phone number and a name and the location Price Choppers, we deployed our undercover element over to Price Choppers. They entered Price Choppers and they observed Logan Clegg collecting his last paycheck and saying goodbye.
Was Logan Clegg ultimately arrested later that afternoon?
Yes, he was.
And was he arrested on that probation violation warrant?
Yes, he was.
So he was not arrested on any warrant out of New Hampshire?
That is correct.
And Lieutenant, after Logan Clegg was arrested on that probation violation warrant, did officers go and speak with him? From
Yes.
Mounted Police? Yeah.
Yes,
Did you personally speak with him?
I did not.
So did you have any involvement with those interviews?
No, I did not.
And did the investigation, so to speak, continue after he was arrested and spoke with officers?
Yes, of course.
Did police ultimately locate well, when he was arrested, did he have a backpack with him?
He did.
Did police ultimately obtain a search warrant to search that backpack?
Yes, we ultimately obtained a search warrant to search that backpack.
What was found in the backpack?
And found inside of that backpack was a Glock 9mm handgun containing a fully loaded with Sig Luger 9mm rounds. That was what was found in the backpack.
Was that handgun sent to the New Hampshire State Lab for testing?
Yes, we sent additional officers up to Vermont at that very moment. They collected that firearm. They brought it down to New Hampshire. It was delivered first before the lab even opened the following morning for analysis and ballistics.
What were the results of the analysis?
That that firearm fired the shell casings that were recovered at both the murder site and at the burnt tent site.
And did detectives ultimately locate a campsite somewhere in Burlington that was associated with Logan Clegg?
Yes, we did, or yes, they did.
And was that campsite searched as well, pursuant to a warrant?
Pursuant to a warrant, yes, that campsite was searched.
Just a few more questions, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
Lieutenant, I'd like to go back to the point where you ordered Detective Carter to make that request to Verizon. So at that point, you had determined that exigent circumstances justified making that request without a warrant, is that right?
That's correct.
If, for some reason, Verizon had not provided you with that location data that they did, whether because they refused or there were technical difficulties or whatever it may be, would you have ultimately requested a search warrant for location data associated with that phone number as part of the investigation?
We absolutely would have requested a search warrant, not just for location data, for subscriber info, historical data, all phone usage. The phone would have been a key element in the investigation.
Why is that?
Because phones contain lots of information. They contain people's historical data, where they came from. We certainly wanted to know where Logan Clegg had come from. And we're looking at this if we had gathered this information at a later date. We certainly would have wanted to know where he had come from, where he was at the time, and or where he was planning on going. And that telephone certainly could have provided us with that information.
And what made you confident that that phone was connected to Logan Clegg?
Looking at this flight booking information, everything on this flight booking information is apparently accurate, so I have no reason to believe that if all this other information is accurate, that that particular phone number is not as accurate as well. So if I believe that all of this is accurate, then the phone number that's presented on this flight booking information is more likely than not accurate as well.
Just to clarify, the name on that flight booking, what was the name on that flight booking information?
The name on the flight booking was Logan Clegg.
Lieutenant, did the police ultimately request a search warrant for information related to that phone from Verizon?
Yes, we did.
When did you do that?
We did that in December.
How long did it take for Verizon to provide results once they were provided with that search warrant?
Approximately 3 weeks.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Received information that indicated to you that that phone was not associated with Logan Clegg or that it was associated with someone else, what would you have done?
Cease and desist,
Why is that?
because that phone number was our only means, tangible means, credible means to actually take action and track him. This other information could have been booked from anywhere in the country, but that phone number was actionable and tangible and led us to a location.
Along that same line, when you received those Greyhound records on October 3rd about a bus trip from Boston and ultimately to Burlington by someone named Arthur Kelly, why didn't you make an exigency request at that point?
There was nothing to request. We followed up with all viable means based on what we know to be his pattern of life. And again, we requested the footage from both bus stations to see if the person who represented to be Arthur Kelly on that bus was in fact the defendant. And all of those means came back to nothing. So there was nothing for us to do a search warrant for or request information beyond for. So although, as I discussed before, I believe that by definition it was exigent to locate the killer of just Wendy and Stephen Reid, simply having an Arthur Kelly leaving Boston and going to Burlington, Vermont did not mean that that Arthur Kelly had anything to do with our homicides, although being, I believe, diligent like we were, we did all things that we could to either rule in or rule out that it was in fact Logan Kelly that had transported or had traveled to Burlington at that time.
You mean Logan Clegg?
Yes, I'm sorry. I mistook on that.
No more questions, Ron.
So, Attorney
I-
Dominguez, it's up to you. I'm sorry, did you want to add?
No, the bus ticket was under Arthur Kelly, and that's why I said that.
Okay, so it's up to you. Do you want
I
go
can
for a
get started and then I'll do a
Yeah,
quick
at some,
chapter.
at some point,
lunch.
right around 12:30, because I want to make sure everybody has a break too. So
Absolutely.
right around 12:30, that'd be great.
Okay. There's been a lot of talk about a murder weapon. You testified that you collected a gun from Mr. Clegg. Not you personally, but the police collected a gun from Mr. Clegg.
That's correct.
And you testified that the gun matched casings found at the murder scene. You used the word murder scene. Yes?
That's correct.
All right, so those casings, they were found in the woods, and we have a map of it up here.
Yes.
right? And if I may approach, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
So you have it labeled here as crime scene, and then there's a second star further into the woods. So the bodies were recovered at the second star further into the woods,
Yes, ma'am.
and there had been, I believe, a bullet with genetic material found at this place where the first star is.
In addition to blood and whatnot.
Okay. Those things were found immediately within the first day or so of discovering the bodies.
Yes.
All right. And when the police set up this scene, there's certain protocols that you follow. Yes?
Yes.
So, for instance, you put up crime scene tape.
Yes.
And the reason for that is you don't want people going into the area.
That's correct.
You keep a log of all the officers who enter that area.
Yes.
And that's because you want to know everyone who was present.
Yes.
And in fact, this scene was open for more than 24 hours.
Yes, it was.
And so
Well, I want to rephrase that. It was not open for 24
I
hours.
it was an active crime scene for over 24 hours.
Yes.
Where officers were present
Yes.
and officers didn't leave.
That is correct.
So at some point in the middle of the night, there's an officer standing there with the sole purpose of making sure that no one enters that area.
There were two officers there, standing there.
So
Yes.
there were two officers there standing guard to make sure that no one else is going into this area.
Correct.
Because this area is a park.
Yes, it is.
It's a public park.
Yes.
It's a well-visited public park.
It sure is.
In fact, almost every single time that officers were out there, they saw hikers,
I don't know.
they saw mountain bikers.
I don't know.
Certainly every time you've been out there, you saw hikers
Yes.
and you've seen mountain bikers.
Maybe not every single time, but I've been out there frequently, and I frequently have come across people using the trails recreationally.
All right, so we will agree that it is a frequently used recreational public trail.
Agreed.
All right, and so you have the two officers standing guard, and while they're standing guard, you have several officers coming into that area.
Yes.
The taped off area.
Yes.
You have other people that work for the state, such as the ME, the medical examiner.
Yes.
You have people who are collecting evidence,
Correct.
taking photographs,
Yes.
and searching for evidence.
Yes.
That is essentially what the purpose of that is to search for evidence.
Yes.
Now, that genetic material that we talked about on the bullet, this was directly in front of a very large tree on the trail.
The bullet that was found later on,
Nope, I'm talking about the bullet that was found while the scene was still active,
okay.
on the trail. The fragment, bullet fragment.
Okay, there were bullet fragments found on that trail in that particular spot, yes.
All right, those were in front of a large tree.
Yes.
Now, you've talked about the casings that were found later on.
Yes.
They were found on May 20th.
Yes.
Now, we talked about how this scene was, you had two officers, 24/7, around the clock, were at that scene.
Yes.
But that only lasted so long. Right?
Yes.
That's still there right now.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So that scene closed out on April 23rd at 3:37 p.m. That was when it was released.
Yes.
And so during that time, you talked about some people, officers, there were also not just police officers, but canine officers. that had gone into that area
Yes,
and looked for evidence.
yes.
And there's different types of canine officers.
Yes, sir.
There's some canine officers or canines that specialize in locating bullets.
Yes,
There are some canines that specialize in locating electronics.
yes,
And the police also had the use of metal detectors, correct?
correct.
Prior to April 23rd, all of those things happened within that active roped-off crime scene.
That is correct.
Now, the crime scene, because there were things on the trail, that included that large tree.
Yes, a large tree was on the side of the trail.
All right, so that area was thoroughly searched.
And I don't want to confuse that large tree that we're talking about with the large tree that the bodies were found behind.
Right, I'm not talking about the bodies, I'm talking about on the trail.
Yes, okay.
All right, so as of the 23rd, all of these different people had searched the area
Yes,
and the dogs
yes.
and metal detectors.
I do not know if metal detectors had been out at that point in time. I will defer to you on that. If you're saying that they were, I recall going out there on multiple occasions with metal detectors.
All right, so prior to April 23rd, prior to that scene closing, casings had not been found around that tree.
That is correct.
And we just talked about how that area is kept guarded with the two officers. You've talked about a burnt tent site,
I did.
and that at no point was fully guarded, closed off.
Correct, negative, was not.
All right, so up until April 23rd, these had not yet been found. But even though the scene was closed, you all continued to investigate.
Of course,
You continued to search.
yes,
You continued to go out to the crime scene.
yes,
Officers went out there on April 25th. They did a walkthrough with Miss Nan Nutt.
yes,
Officers went out there, different officers went out there on the 25th to set up a trail camera.
yes,
The fire marshal went out there with a dog to look for ignitable smells.
yes,
Even though, I'm gonna back up, I apologize. On April 26th, the officers went to the burnt tent site.
I know at least one did, yes,
And they went with another potential witness, Stephen Hatcher.
yes,
On that date, officers Harbitz and Ryder also went to the scene to deal with malfunctions with the camera.
I know, if it was that date, then I'll agree with you. I know that they went out at some point in time to deal with malfunctions with one of the cameras.
On April 26th, Detective Brown walked the trails.
On April 26th, you said?
Yes.
Yes.
Officers Ryder and Harbitz went out again on May 4th to set up more of these cameras.
I don't know the date, but I know that they did go out at some point in time, once that one that had malfunctioned and we had acquired a replacement.
On May 5th, officers went out to walk the trail and to take, walking time measurements.
Again, I don't know the date. I know that that did occur.
On May 5th, police brought tech sniffing dogs to the area, to different areas within the park.
Again, without knowing the specific date, I know that that did occur as well.
On May 10th, several officers went out to do a recreation.
Yes, I was present for that.
Okay, so you're present for that. And this process, you all brought some weighted dummies with you.
Yes, that I acquired from the Concord Fire Department.
And Detective Brown basically tried to recreate what they thought perhaps happened to the Reids.
What we recreated was not exactly what happened to the Reids, but we knew the drag trail. We knew that the Reids had been dragged. We knew where they had been dragged from, and we recreated the drag.
And so you attempted to recreate this, what you just described.
Correct.
And when you did this, you didn't shut down the park.
No, we did not.
So people were still walking around.
No one walked by at that time.
No one walked by at that time?
No.
So on May 10th, police also did a walkthrough with the city forester.
That I'm unaware of.
On May 12th, Detective Ryder went out with a metal detector.
Detective Ryder alone?
On May 12th, another walkthrough was done with a different witness, Alan Schwartz.
Again, not knowing the date, I know Alan Schwartz did a walkthrough, yes.
You would agree that happened prior to May 20th?
Yes.
On May 17th is when the Attorney General's office publicly released a sketch.
I don't know the exact date. I know a sketch was publicly released in that time frame.
So all of these people have gone through this public area, and it is not until May 20th that these casings are found.
That is correct.
And the casings, the only thing that they match is casings found at a burnt tent site.
And ultimately, the gun in the possession of Logan Clegg, yes.
Okay, so the only things that they match up to are casings at the burnt tent site and Mr. Clegg's gun.
Correct.
There is no indication that they match any of the bullets that were recovered from the bodies of the Reids. They do not match.
I think it's more complicated than that.
There is no match. It was inconclusive.
The rounds had lands and grooves that were recovered from the bodies.
You're not a ballistics expert.
Objection, can he answer?
He's got, he wants to explain his answer. I'm going to allow it. Please continue, Lieutenant.
The rounds that were recovered from both the scene and the bodies had similar characteristics, class characteristics of a 9mm Luger round.
All right, so they had class characteristics, but there is no specific match to that gun.
Ballistically correct.
Ballistically correct?
Ballistically correct.
That is correct.
I'm not a ballistics expert. They had similar class characteristics to that gun.
It was not a match. You said you're not an expert.
You're saying
Experts
you're-
did not make a
Your Honor.
match.
She's badgering him, gotta let him answer.
I think if I'll allow the question if you want to respond.
I think I did respond. I'm satisfied with the answer. I'm not a ballistics expert, and as far as I know, that the bullets matched similar class characteristics, and you're stating something that I'm just simply not going to agree to because I'm not a ballistics expert.
So the casings that were found on May 20th, those were not found by you?
No,
You didn't find those?
I did not.
Those were actually found by an attorney?
Yes,
An attorney working for the AG's office?
yes. When you say found, I'll say that they were visually observed by them and then collected by us while we were present, while officers were present.
Sure. When this attorney observed them, this was not after any manipulation of that area?
At that moment in time,
Looking around,
he was not.
he walked up to that tree that we talked about, that large tree on the trail near where the fragments and genetic material were found.
Yes.
He walked up and he said, "What is that?"
I don't know his exact words, but to the effect, I'm tracking what you're saying, and the essence of what you're saying is true, yes.
So they were just out there in plain view.
They were out there and visible to him, to where he pointed them out.
All right, so talking a little bit about the burnt site trail, or the burnt site camp.
Yes,
You had also found casings there.
yes.
Many of those casings were also just visually apparent. Not all, but many.
I will disagree with that statement.
You didn't collect all of the casings from the burnt tent site until after May 20th.
We did not collect all the shell cases till after May 20th. That's correct.
this a logical time for us to break?
I believe so.
So when we break, I know it's a little bit past 12:30. If we could resume close to 1:30, that'd be great. That'd be really good. Thank you.
Rise before.
Let me just check. Are the things that I'm doing by WebEx so that council can leave their papers at table? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So the answer is yes, you can leave your stuff.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Am I dismissed from?
Yeah, just step down. What is it, recess?
We'll be back.
1:30. Let's go talk real quick. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I have no clue because I don't do a thing with it, but I went around and asked the office, did I get it? So.
An Apple Watch, is that correct?
I don't know if she wears an Apple Watch.
She wears some sort of device that both tells her her time, her steps, and tracks her GPS.
She had a fitness tracking app on, I believe it was with her phone.
Okay. Regardless of whether it was with her phone or with her watch,
Okay.
she had that phone or watch with her on April 18th.
That is correct.
And so, not only when she came forward and said, I saw the reads, you were able to corroborate what she had said looking at GPS data from that device.
Correct. Her phone was analyzed and downloaded and whatnot. And we received GPS data from her phone, yes.
Okay. So Ms. Nutt essentially told you all that she had been walking in this trail system.
Yes?
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Of course.
And-
I should have said you can all freely approach, yes. I meant to say that earlier.
All right, so Ms. Nutt started here at this corner. It's, I guess, the connection of three, where it looks like it's 393, and it's at the very bottom of the Marshall Loop Trail.
It's actually Portsmouth Street.
Portsmouth Street, okay. So it's Portsmouth Street,
Portsmouth Street.
and there's a parking lot there.
There is.
And that's where Ms. Nutt parked,
Yes.
and that's where she began her hike.
Yes.
And she wasn't hiking alone, she had dogs with her.
2 dogs, yes.
She had 2 dogs with her, and so they began their hike, and they started at this parking lot,
Yes?
and they walked this, it's a yellow trail, correct?
It is a yellow trail, yes.
And so she walked through, went by.
It's actually the orange trail, but on that map, it's yellow.
On this map, it's yellow.
Yes.
So it's the Marsh Loop Trail, and you'll have to help me a little bit here because I'm terrible with directions. She was going north.
North, according to, if we're looking at that drawing, I don't know if it's exactly to scale due north.
Okay.
Okay, but I agree with you. She was traveling upwards.
But she's traveling, if we're looking at a map, she's going upwards towards the rest of the trail system, because this trail system isn't just the Marsh Loop Trail.
Correct.
It's several other trails
Yes, ma'am.
that connect up. All right, so she is traveling north on this trail
Yes.
with her dogs,
Yes.
and the reeds pass her.
Yes.
And she continues to walk, and there's a bit of an opening in this area where she's not directly in the woods.
Correct.
And as she's about to re-enter the woods, and we can see that area right here, this part of the map, correct?
That's generally the area. I just want to point out that you can see the power lines cut in there. At the time, the power, and I don't know the date of this actual photo. At the time, you could not see from the street up to the entrance to where the reeds had entered, because the foliage and the brush had grown in so much along the power lines that all there was simply was a worn trail
Right.
up to that triangular area.
And it looks very different today because they've done some construction out there.
Correct.
But right here in this map that we're looking at, we can see that there is a space, an opening where the power lines with all the foliage is cut.
Yes.
And it was right in this area that she told you all that she, right before, basically on the threshold of entering the woods, that she said that she heard shots.
Yes,
She specifically said that she heard 5 shots.
yes,
2 sharp shots, bang, bang, and then followed by 3 quick shots. So bang, 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 bang.
yes.
So once she heard those shots and she's there at the threshold, she told you all that about 5 to 10 minutes, but likely closer to 5 minutes, she sees a person. She sees a man.
I don't remember the exact minutes. I knew it was soon after.
All right.
If you have a transcript, I have no problem looking at it for her exact words, but I recall it was soon after.
If I can just have one moment, Your Honor.
You want me to find it?
Nope.
Okay.
I should have it on the next one. Apologize, it was the one
No
that I
problem.
didn't have.
No problem.
She said, don't. Me or you? Oh.
I apologize. We'll come back to this in a little bit. All right, at some point she sees a person in this trail.
Yes, yes.
And I want to talk about specifically where she says she saw it, but for now, I want to talk about the strength of her description of this person.
Okay,
She indicated to police that the person she saw was young.
20s to 30s.
She said young, but not sure if they were young.
Again, I don't have a transcript in front of me. If you're saying that and you're reading it from a verbatim, then,
Oh, do you have that? Okay.
but I know that I recall 20s to 30s.
All right, so I do have a verbatim transcript here, and we can go by my looking at it, or I can approach you and have you look at it. Would you like to look at it?
Sure.
Okay. So what I'm handing you is a transcript of a conversation between Detective Paul Shaughnessy
Yes.
and Miss Nutt. I can give you your date in a minute.
Watch out, I don't spill my water. All right, where are we looking?
So, over here,
I see a young man,
this
probably
is probably another 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes. I see a young man, probably closer to 5, who I think was young, but I'm not sure was young. Okay?
Okay. All right,
Yes.
so we've established that about 5 to 10 minutes after she hears the shot, she sees a man.
She sees a man, yes.
She describes him as a young man,
Yes.
but she wasn't actually sure if he was a young man.
Yes.
But it was a man, in fact, standing on the actual trail.
On the actual trail, yes.
And he was looking into the woods.
Correct.
Not to his right or left, but directly into the woods. He was facing the woods.
My understanding is that as she approached, he had his head turned towards the woods.
She describes some different clothing items.
Are you asking me if she?
Yeah, she told the police what she believed that the person was wearing.
Yes, ma'am.
But she was also asked to try and describe the person's face.
I'm certain she was asked to describe the person's face.
Okay, and she said that she did not get a good look at his face.
That is correct.
She did say that he was of medium height,
Yes.
fairly slender.
I recall that as being medium build, but if you have the transcript, fairly slender would be accurate.
Okay, so medium height, we can agree for the purposes of this hearing that that is what she said?
Yes,
All right, medium height, fairly slender,
yes.
white guy,
White guy,
short brown hair,
short brown hair.
and she said, that's about all I can tell you.
At that, yes, on that interview, yes.
She also indicated to police that she had passed this man fairly quickly.
Yes, she did.
Ms. Nutt was specifically asked if she would be able to recognize him if she saw him again.
That is correct.
Ms. Nutt said no.
Yes, she said probably not, or something to that effect, is what I recall.
She said no, and Officer Shaughnessy asked, again, no.
Yes, correct,
And she responded, I thought about that a lot, no.
correct.
You testified on direct about a sketch that was put together.
Yes,
That was by someone in the FBI
yes,
that flew down here.
yes, she flew out of Quantico, I believe.
And she sat down with Miss Namnut,
Yes,
even though Miss Namnut had said that she wouldn't be able to recognize him.
yes,
And that sketch that eventually came about was only of one side of that person's face.
that is correct.
That's because Miss Nutt said that is all she saw. She didn't see their full face.
That is correct.
To date, Miss Nutt has not identified Mr. Clegg as the person she saw in the woods that day.
That is true, accurate.
Have you asked her?
Yes, I have asked her in a sense that I frequent those trails off-duty, and Miss Nannot has returned to those trails, and I've had contact with her, and it was shortly after the arrest of Mr. Clegg. So I didn't specifically ask her, but she did not bring it up, and I was hoping that she would, but she didn't.
Okay. All right, so let's set aside for a moment the question of whether or not it was Mr. Clegg on the trail that day. Ms. Nutt says that when she observes this person, they are 50 to 100 feet away.
Yes,
They are looking into the woods.
correct.
At some point, she passes the person.
Yes,
She continues to walk.
yes,
She looks over her shoulder.
yes,
She sees that person looking back at her, also looking over their shoulder.
yes,
And she continues to walk.
yes,
And she looks over her shoulder a second time.
I don't recall the second look over.
You don't recall the second
No.
look over? All right, nonetheless, she is walking, as you testified to earlier, she is walking, perhaps not perfectly north, but north on this Marsh Loop Trail.
Yes,
And she is testifying that they pass each other.
yes,
So he is traveling south of the trail. He's traveling south on that trail.
he eventually travels south after they pass each other.
All right, after they pass each other, he travels south.
Yes, back in the direction that she had come from.
All right. Now, I want to take a little bit of a detour from Miss Nutt for a moment and talk about Mr. Reid's cell phone.
Okay?
You testified that the way the police were able to locate the bodies was using the cell phone data, correct?
Yes,
So that cell phone had connected to a tower and gave you coordinates.
yes, it had connected to Google. It was an Android phone. Android phones are Google associated or affiliated. It had connected to Google.
So it connected to Google, and you were able to get GPS coordinates.
Yes,
And you went to those GPS coordinates,
yes,
and that's where the bodies and how the bodies were discovered.
correct.
However, as part of your investigation, you also went to their cell phone provider,
T-Mobile, I believe.
T-Mobile,
Yes,
and you asked them for something called call detail records.
yes,
And that ping, those GPS coordinates where you found the bodies, that was not the last ping that was not the last piece of data that you received from that phone.
That is correct.
And just to be clear, that phone was never recovered.
That phone was never recovered. It appeared as though the phone remained on and active for a period of time after the deaths.
For a period of time, because the last time that phone communicated with the tower was actually at 3:47.
Yes.
And that ping, it was not here at the site of the bodies, correct?
Well, none of the pings were at the site of the bodies except for the Google location.
Okay. The cell phone, this one that happened at 3:47, it was not in this area where the bodies were recovered.
Correct. It's not where your finger is pointed.
Yes. In fact, it was a quarter mile north, I believe, east in this area.
It was farther north, farther north in the direction of the burnt tent site than it was at the site of the recovery or the site of the murders.
All right. So would it be fair to say that it was in this area up here where the Broken Ground Trail System and the Marsh Loop Trail System overlap?
Again, I want to caution my answer with saying that the cell phone pings are not with any degree of certainty as far as you're pointing to a specific location. They are within a radius of potentially a mile.
All right. So that's fair. I understand that.
So when you point to that location, I can't give you an honest, just say yes, that's where the phone was at.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to do anything like that.
Okay.
That's totally fair. But you were interested, the police were interested in locating the cell phone
Yes,
because that could have helped.
absolutely.
And so you all went out there to search the area where this last ping was.
Yes,
You went out there with special electronic sniffing dogs.
absolutely correct.
And the area you went to was up here where those two trail systems overlap.
Could I stand and point to the
Of
map?
course.
Okay, so the area, when we searched for that cell phone where that last ping generalized, now I'm going to condense down using the FBI CAS team and their RTT data and all their intersections and all the lingo and mumbo jumbo they do. The area that was searched was this entire area. It wasn't just you get to the trailhead and we stopped and looked right there and left. This entire area was searched because of the arc of the radius of that last ping.
Okay. I just want the record to reflect that Lieutenant McGonigal has just placed his hand outstretched so that it basically covers both parts of the Marsh Loop, about, I would say, an inch and a half, 2 inches from the top, going straight up, and that it did not go over either the star where the burnt tent site was or the recovery location.
That's an accurate description of where his hand was on the diagram.
I would agree with that, but whether or not that's what he meant when.
Yeah, I'm casting an arc. You're pointing to a location. What I'm trying to point out to you is we did not just go to a single location and search that location where your finger was on. We casted an arc, a fan out of that general large area.
Right, because
Is what I'm saying.
When you go and you're searching for evidence, you don't just look in one place, you look in that entire area.
The area was searched, yes.
All right, going back to this map, I want to talk a little bit about the timing here. And again, we know a lot of this timing based on GPS data that you were all able to obtain.
Yes.
You also testified on direct that there is video footage of Mr. Clegg leaving the Shaw's grocery store.
Yes.
And just so that it's clear for the court, the Shaw's supermarket is labeled here at the bottom of the map. Yes.
Yes.
It's a little blue square, and it's not too far off from what's been sort of marked as the Alton Woods private trail.
Yes, those are the power lines. That's where the power lines begin.
All right, so that's where the power lines begin, and there's a trail that basically connects Loudon Road over to the parking lot of Marsh Loop Trail.
Yes, not a city trail, but a worn trail from people. Yes. Tracks.
All right, so the video that you all have of Mr. Clegg leaving Shaw's, you have him leaving Shaw's at 2:32 p.m.
It sounds accurate.
All right. Uh, From Ms. Nutt's GPS data, we know that she began her hike at 2:48 p.m.
That sounds accurate as well.
Now, Ms. Nutt, as you testified before, has had several conversations with police, and part of those conversations was pointing out where and when things happened.
Yes, she walked out there, yes.
Okay, so in addition to looking at the maps, she actually walked that trail, the route that she took that day with an officer.
Yes.
And she pointed different things out.
Yes.
Okay, and she pointed out the place where she passed the Reids, and comparing that with the timestamps, it's estimated that the Reids passed her at 2:50 in the afternoon.
Yes, it was fairly accurate, yes.
All right. Then she's continuing to walk, and she gets to that area that I referred to as the threshold of going into the woods.
Yes, that triangular spot, yep.
Yes. And that is when she says that she hears the shots.
I think she heard the shots just prior to that, not underneath the canopy. She was still out in the open.
Okay. She is right there at the opening at 2:54 p.m.
Sounds about accurate.
All right. She continues her hike, and she does not, she doesn't say that she hears anything other than the shot. She doesn't hear screaming, nothing like that.
Correct.
Yelling. And she continues to walk, and she passes the recovery site at 2:59 p.m.
She passes the murder site at 2:59. She never went down to the recovery site.
I apologize. So just so that we're clear, so looking at the map again, there's the two stars. The recovery site is down off of the trail.
Correct.
But the trail that you would take, what the police suspect was the drag trail, is on the Marsh Loop Trail.
Yes.
It leads up.
Yes.
So she passes right here, this crime scene / the space that leads to the recovery site. She passes that at 2:59 p.m.
It sounds accurate, yes.
All right. So between hearing the shots and passing the recovery site, that's 2:54 to 2:59. That's 5 minutes.
Yes, that is 5 minutes.
If Logan left Shaw's at 2:32 p.m. and Miss Nutt hears the shots at 2:54 p.m., there's only 22 minutes there.
Yes.
And then 5 minutes to essentially move the bodies out of sight.
Absolutely, yes.
Now, you testified that Miss Nutt went with officers and walked the trail.
Yes, she did.
And as she was walking the trail, she would point things out.
It's my understanding.
So she would say, this is the area where she passed the Reids.
Where the Reids passed her.
I apologize, where the Reids passed her.
Yes.
And she pointed out the space where she believes that she first saw this man.
Yes, she did point out that space.
And the space, and I don't have the video of the walkthrough, but the space where she points that out, that is past the crime scene area. That's up past that, up here. Maybe not right exactly where my finger's pointing, but north of the crime scene and the recovery location.
I can't speak to that. I don't know if she said it at that star or she said it for court hearing's sake, north of the star or south of the star or right at the star. I don't know if she pointed. My reference point when I go into those woods for where this scene is that large tree. I do not know if she was north of the tree by a few steps or south of that tree by a few steps when she said this is the general area of where I encountered him. I'll leave it at that.
Understood. Your Honor, if we could approach.
Yes.
So moving on from NamNut, and I apologize, I'm going to be jumping around a bit today, but I want to go back to some of the things you talked about in your direct regarding your role in the process.
Okay.
You testified that your title is a lieutenant,
Yes, ma'am.
so that's higher than a detective.
Well, I'm a detective. It's not really, the
higher.
rank structure doesn't work like that. It's higher than a sergeant, it's higher than a patrolman, it's higher than a detective, but I'm considered a detective.
All right, understood. But in the hierarchy, it is higher. It sounds-
In the
it
rank
sounds-
structure, the lieutenant is higher, yes.
Okay, even more so than a sergeant.
Yes,
And you said that you were the commander of the Criminal Investigation Division.
yes,
So you are essentially the boss of many of the different officers we've been talking about today.
yes.
You have been involved in this case since pretty much the get-go. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you, in fact, were the one that assigned it to Detective Brown.
Ultimately, yes.
Now, you've been involved in the case, so you've written some different police reports in the case.
I've written a few, yes.
You've written a few. However, you did not write any police reports regarding the testimony you gave today about getting the exigency pins.
No, I did not.
Now, on October 11th, you were working that day,
Yes, I was.
and Detective Brown was not at the station.
He was on vacation that day.
He was on vacation, and in fact, that was his first day of vacation.
Yes. Well, I actually, before I say yes, I'm not sure if it was his first day or not, but I know that he was on vacation that day.
He was on vacation, and we can confirm the details with him.
Okay.
But while you were at the station and Detective Brown was on vacation, you became aware of a flight that Mr. Clegg had booked.
Yes,
And Mr. Clegg had booked that flight under his own name.
he did.
And you first learned this information around noon.
Around noon, yes.
And I believe you learned this from Officer Lemoyne,
I learned this from Detective Gorham.
Detective Gorham. But the way that you all came to know this is a detective in Utah called you all,
Yes,
and they told you that they had heard from Homeland Security,
yes,
and Homeland Security had alerted them to the plane ticket.
that's correct.
So Homeland Security knew that there was an outstanding warrant for Mr. Clegg,
Yes,
and that he was scheduled to take a flight from New York
yes,
to Germany.
yes,
Detective Gorham or Detective Lemoyne were also in communication with agents at Custom and Border Protection.
yes.
These agents are ones that specifically work with airlines and at the airport, that sort of thing.
I don't know if they spoke to agents that specifically work with the airline and the airport. I would make the assumption that they were contacting the people they needed to speak to get the information that they needed.
It was from these people that ultimately the information was obtained regarding the specifics of the flight in terms of the email address and the phone number.
Yes,
Rewinding a little bit, on October 3rd, at that point, you had been aware of a bus ticket.
yes,
One going from,
South Station to Albany to Burlington.
okay, South Station to Albany to Burlington, Vermont.
Yes,
And so on October 3rd, you believed that Mr. Clegg was potentially in Burlington, Vermont.
no, I did not.
You did not believe that he was in Burlington?
I believe that somebody using the name Arthur Kelly, that with an unknown date of birth, description, or any other things linking, traveled to Burlington, Vermont. Whether that was Logan Clegg or not was unknown to me.
But you testified earlier that at this point, because of the way you had come to learn Mr. Clegg's name, that you believed that Arthur Kelly was Logan Clegg.
I believe that Logan Clegg was using the alias Arthur Kelly. I also know from just being a human being that there's lots of other Arthur Kellys in the world.
All right. So you believed that Logan Clegg was using the alias of Arthur Kelly,
Yes,
and you knew that Arthur Kelly purchased this bus ticket,
yes,
and that the bus ticket terminated in Burlington, Vermont.
correct.
And you learned that information on October 3rd.
Yes,
But it's your testimony today that on October 3rd, you did not believe that Logan Clegg was potentially in Burlington.
that wasn't the question. Potentially, yes. But you're asking me if I knew specifically whether Logan Clegg was in Burlington. The answer is no. If you ask me potentially, then the answer is yes. Potentially he was.
All right, so on October 3rd, you believe that Logan Clegg was potentially in Burlington, Vermont.
Correct.
On October 3rd, you did not request, actually, on October 3rd, you did not have a arrest warrant for Mr. Clegg,
No, we did not.
at least not.
We did not have murder. We did not have murder warrants for Mr. Clegg at that point in time.
That's, okay, so you did not have a warrant for his arrest regarding the Reid case.
Correct.
You did, however, at some point before this, you had learned that there was an outstanding warrant out of Utah.
That's accurate, yes.
And that warrant was from 2021.
Yes.
And originally, the extradition area concerning that warrant did not include the state of New Hampshire.
It did not. It was east of the Mississippi. I'm sorry, west of the Mississippi.
So it was west of the Mississippi, so that means it also did not include the state of Vermont.
Correct.
And so originally, that warrant would not have covered New Hampshire and Vermont.
Correct.
At some point, you or someone working with your office contacted Utah authorities
Yes.
and were able to persuade them to change the extradition area.
We spoke to them and they agreed to change the extradition, yes.
And so they included everything east of the Mississippi within the continental U.S.
That is correct.
All right, on October 3rd, you did not send any officers to Burlington, Vermont.
No.
On October 4th, you did not send any officers to Burlington, Vermont.
No.
On no day prior to October 11th, did you send officers to Burlington, Vermont?
That's true. Correct.
Now, there was testimony today regarding some different technology, and so I want to talk a little bit about that. First off, we've talked about pings from cell phone companies,
Yes.
and the way that those work is essentially cell phones are connected to networks,
Yes.
and if you go to one of those networks and they agree that it's exigent, they can send a ping to the phone.
I actually don't know that that's how it works. If the phone, my understanding is if the phone is connected to the network, it's connected to the network and it is reaching out to that network on a frequent basis, and that network can collect that data and send it to us.
All right, but when you receive this data, you testified that you receive it every 15 minutes.
We received the information from the cell carrier every 15 minutes, yes.
So it's your testimony that you are unaware of how the pings actually work going from the tower to the phones. If you don't understand it, if you don't know how it works, that's...
Yeah, I'm not a cell phone expert. I don't know the technology of how it actually goes from the cell tower to the phone and whatnot, and how often it connects and whatnot.
Okay, so let's talk about a different piece of technology then. Let's talk about the cell site simulators. You have some experience with those?
I've used it before, yes.
All right, these are colloquially called stingrays.
I've read that phrase in the newspaper at some point in time. I've never used that phrase. It's a cell site simulator as far as my terminology goes.
All right, cell site simulator then. The way that these work is it's a physical device.
Yes.
What does it look like?
I've never looked at one.
Neither. Okay, so it's a physical device though. Do you know how big it is?
I don't.
All right, so we don't know if it's the size of a cell phone or the size of a van.
I know, like I said, we do not own one. I do not know how to use one. I know that they exist. I know what they're capable of. I know the United States Marshal Service has the technology, and we utilize them when we need to.
All right, and you know that you had access to one,
Yes,
and that was through the U.S. Marshal Service.
that's correct.
And so this device belonged to them.
Yes?
On October 11th, do you know where it was located?
My understanding was located in Boston.
It was located in Boston. And just roughly, I understand you're not an expert, the way that it works is this physical device needs to be in the general area of the phone you're trying to find.
That's my understanding. The phone needs to be active and connected to a network.
Active and connected to the network because the cell site simulator, it's sort of in the name, it simulates or it pretends to be a cell tower and sends out information to find out where it is.
Whether it sends it out or it collects it, one way or the other, it somehow connects with that phone and whatnot.
And it's basically pretending to be a cell tower.
Hence the word simulator.
Perfect. Now, you also testified on direct that you were aware that the state of New Hampshire has a specific statute regarding cell site simulators?
I am aware that we require a search warrant to obtain the usage of a cell site simulator.
All right, and so you knew that you required a warrant to use it
Yes,
in the state of New Hampshire?
yes.
You didn't take any steps to find out what the legal redress or options were to use it in the state of Vermont?
Interesting question. It did come up. I raised that question with William Tufts from the United States Marshal Service, concerned about crossing state lines with the cell site simulator. He assured me that if we were initiating it in New Hampshire, they could follow it anywhere it was in the country.
Okay, so this is information that you received from is it U.S. Marshal Tufts?
Yes.
And again, you didn't write any police reports in this case?
No, that was just conferring with him to see what resources and logistical, so I could make some decisions as we progress throughout the day.
Understood. So this was a conversation you were having with him on the phone?
Yes.
And so again, it never went into any police reports?
No.
You met with the AG's office recently to talk about your testimony today?
I did.
That information was not brought up then?
I believe we discussed a cell site simulator in my conversation with United States Marshal Tufts.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Of course.
So I am handing you a Zwicker letter that's dated May 4th. You can take a look at that.
Okay?
Your conversations with Mr. Marshal Tufts are not included at all in that information.
Excuse my ignorance, I have no idea even what this is.
You have no idea what a Zwicker letter is?
That's correct. That's not a familiar term to me.
Okay. By looking at this letter, you can see that it was written by Assistant Attorney General Joshua Spicer.
I did see his signature at the bottom, yes.
All right. And this letter itself indicates that it is meant to cover everything that you talked about during that meeting with him.
Okay.
And again, it is not in here, your conversations with.
I didn't read the full thing, but if you're telling me it's not. And I'm scanning it just for the name Tufts. I don't see the name Tufts in here. Oh, hold on. He knew that the cell site simulator requires a target phone to be active, connected to the network, and needs general location. At some point in the night, October 11th, he communicated with Deputy William Tufts, United States Marshal Service, about the CSS warrant and logistics of having the United States Marshal Service assist with CSS.
All right, I apologize. That name is in there, but it does not discuss the conversation about going over state lines with the cell site simulator.
No, that was not asked of me.
So it's fair to say we would have no way of knowing about that.
Objection. She's asking him if they would have any way of knowing about something.
I think if I understand the point, it's not contained in this Wicker letter, so that's information that the defense wasn't aware of until right now. It's my understanding.
Right, to the extent he's being asked to testify to what they know, I don't think that's appropriate.
The testimony is about that there's no way of knowing. If he didn't ever write a report on it, we don't have, it was a phone conversation, so there's no.
I understand, but
email.
it's asking, like, you're kind of asking him what he would know was relayed to you, and, you know, and you're saying if it's not in the letter, he would know it.
I think it's been established that there was no report done.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection to that, to the form of that question.
All right, so let's go back to October 11th and talk a little bit about the timeline there. So Concord Police Department learns about this plane ticket around noon.
Yes.
And you have this information for some time. And you are you are communicating with federal authorities.
I had a phone conversation with William Tufts, yes.
Nope, sorry, we're just going back to October 11th, afternoon, having conversations with federal authorities, both Homeland Security.
Oh, Detective Gorham, yes, is going back and forth with Homeland Security and Customs Border Protection.
Okay, and immigration.
Yeah, she was reaching out to everybody. She,
Border protection?
Customs and Border Protection is part of immigration and ICE and all the acronyms with them.
All right, so those conversations are happening, and at around 4:30 p.m., you all receive the more detailed information regarding the information used to purchase the ticket.
Yes.
So it's at 4:30 that you learn about this email address.
431, yes.
It's at 4:31 that you learn about this phone number,
Yes. Sorry, 441.
441. And by 5:20 p.m., you are already receiving exigency pings from Verizon.
Yes.
So that was a really quick turnaround.
Yes, I believe I testified on direct that it was probably within 30 minutes I made that decision.
All right, so I want to talk, so I don't actually recall that part. So you made that decision in the span of 30 minutes?
Approximately.
Approximately 30 minutes. And you testified that, I think you looked up the definition of exigency on.
I reviewed it, yes, in the law enforcement manual.
Okay.
In the AG's law enforcement manual.
And you testified that you have prior experience using the, I believe it's called the exigency hotline for.
Yes,
Verizon?
we've used it multiple times.
All right, and you've used it multiple times, but you've never used it while you also had a warrant in your hands. In conjunction with a warrant.
Say that, rephrase that for me, I don't.
You've never used the exigency hotline while also having a warrant, allowing you to get that same information.
At that time, we didn't have a warrant when we used the exigency.
Right, I'm just talking about your general experience. But, all right, at that time, you didn't have a warrant. You called the exigency hotline,
Yes.
and you got that number, I'm guessing, off the internet?
What, the exigency hotline?
Yeah.
I don't believe we got it off the internet.
Okay, where did you get the exigency hotline phone number from?
I have it on my desktop. I don't know where others keep it. It's a number that we have. It's kind of like having judges' phone numbers or other emergency numbers that we need. I have numbers for lots of people that we keep
Okay.
without having to look it up.
Have you ever been to the Verizon website or looked at the brochure for the exigency hotline?
I have looked it up, yes.
And so when you call this phone number, you initially get a machine. It's not a person that answers the phone.
Yes, there's a prompt.
And there's that prompt is you're given several different options.
Yes.
It says press 1 for subpoenas.
I haven't memorized their
To the
system.
best of your recollection.
Yes. If it's 1 or if it's 4, I don't know the numbers and exactly what they're saying.
That's fair. Another option is to push a different number for orders and search warrants.
Yes.
Another option is to push a different number for electronic surveillance and technical assistance.
Yes.
There's another option for general information.
There might be.
And then there's an option specifically for exigent situations.
Yes.
And there's nothing in that prompt that says that you cannot use the exigency hotline if you are in possession of a warrant.
How do I? It's not protocol.
Okay, what protocol is it that you are following? Is there a specific protocol in regards to using the exigency hotline?
Yeah, so if you read the PowerPoint that they've put together, I don't know if you have it with you,
PowerPoint that who put together?
that Verizon has put together. I think you referred to it on the internet.
PowerPoint?
Well, you said look it
Yeah,
up,
there's a
and there's a pamphlet, a brochure. I'm referring to that. I'm calling that the PowerPoint. Do you have that?
I do. I just accidentally wrote on it, not accidentally.
Okay.
Would you like to take a look at it?
Yes, if I could, please.
You just read the exigency hotline.
Can we see it?
Here you are.
So, our protocol is to go through the fax number for orders and warrants, and our understanding is that the exigency phone is staffed 24/7, which is what we typically use for exigency requests. This right here, you have the pamphlet. There's actually and perhaps you haven't found it because it's law enforcement sensitive, but there is a law enforcement guideline manual with Verizon, which gives specific instructions, and it talks about the phone number not being staffed 24/7 for warrants and court orders, and that the exigency phone number is staffed 24/7. Exigency request goes through that request, and the court order, subpoena, search warrants goes through the other avenue, which is via fax.
Okay, so I would ask to be provided with a copy of this manual. It has not been provided. I think it's.
Certainly, I actually don't have it. It's just on Google. I just Google it and refresh my memory on it.
I thought you said that it was sensitive and therefore.
It does actually say that on there, not to be distributed, but it is. It's on the internet.
And so these guidelines that are on the internet, that's what you were following?
Yes.
And so those guidelines, do they specifically say you cannot use the exigency hotline if you have a warrant and it's still exigent?
No, it's implied to me. It's implied.
implied to you.
It's implied to me that exigency is exigency, and warrants and subpoenas and legal process be served on a separate line.
All right, so it's implied to you, it is not written explicitly.
That's correct. It's not written
And
explicitly.
you've never been told that you are not allowed to use the exigency hotline where you both have a warrant and it is an exigent circumstance?
Yeah, I've never done that, no.
All right, so let's talk about the warrant that you did get. Going back to our timeline for a moment, you start receiving, I believe you said the first ping from Verizon at 4:41?
No, we received the information at 4:41. The first ping, we didn't make the request for approximately 30 minutes.
All right, so you didn't make the request for approximately 30 minutes. So I'm not great at math, but that sounds like 5:10, 5:11 p.m.?
I'd like to say with approximately, yeah. I don't know if it was 5:10, 5:11, 5:15. It was approximately half hour after we received the information regarding the phone number.
Okay, if I said that you were definitely receiving them by 5:20, would that sound right? Or is that gonna throw it off too much?
That's not going to throw it off too much.
Okay. So for the purpose of this hearing, we can agree that it was at about 5:20?
Yes.
Now, at this point, Detective Brown is still on vacation at 5:20.
Yeah, I don't know. I spoke to him on the phone. I don't know what time he came in. He came in shortly.
Is it fair to say that you spoke to him after you started receiving the exigency pings?
Yes.
And after you had spoken to him and after you had started receiving these pings, you placed a call to Detective Ryder?
Yes.
Now, Detective Ryder happened to be working a different shift that day.
I don't think he was working a different shift that day.
All right, so you called Detective Ryder and he was not already at the station?
No, he was off duty. He had probably gone home for the day.
All right, so he had gone home for the day, and he was off duty, and you called him and you asked him to return to the station.
Yes.
And he did return to the station.
Yes, he did.
And so he came back to the station, and you had tasked him with writing up a warrant.
Yes.
Specifically, you tasked him for writing a warrant to use a cell site simulator.
That's correct.
Do you recall at what time Officer Ryder returned to the station?
I don't. If I was probably around 6:30.
All right, so at 6:30, he returns to the station, and
6:30 loosely. I'm going off of memory here for
Okay.
time.
loosely, it's definitely after dinner at this point.
It's later. It's in that ballpark. 6:30.
I guess people don't eat dinner as early as I do. It's definitely after you've already been receiving pings.
Yes, we've received pings at this point. Yes.
All right, and so Detective Ryder begins the process of writing a warrant for the cell site simulator.
Yes.
Now, at this point in time, he's writing this warrant, and do you know how long it took him to draft that specific warrant?
No, I just know that the warrant had been signed and back in our possession shortly before midnight.
Okay, so he's working on this, and he's not necessarily having to start from scratch, right? There were other warrants that the police department had worked on in this case.
There are other warrants yes.
Yeah, that predated October 11th.
Yes.
And so it's not as though he's sitting down at his computer and he's starting, paragraph 1 of, I don't know, hundreds.
No, I couldn't tell you the number, but we had an extreme large number of search warrants that were done in this investigation.
Right, so again, it's not a situation where he's starting from scratch. He's able to use text from other warrants.
Yes, he didn't recreate the wheel, correct.
Okay. Eventually, this warrant request gets submitted at 11:30. Sorry, at around 11.
Is that what you're?
Yes.
Yes, sure, that's accurate.
And you testified that the Concord Police Department had that granted warrant for the cell site simulator back by 11:30.
I recall it as being before midnight, so if you're saying 11:30 based on some document that you have the luxury of having in front of you, yes.
We can at least agree that it was less than an hour.
Yes.
All right. So the warrant process, I want to talk a little bit about that. How many times have you submitted to the court a warrant?
I'm not going to be able to give you an exact number.
No, I know that you're not.
I mean, 100, well over 100, 200, I don't know.
All right, and so
in
the
that-
way this process works is you have your signed warrant, and you submit it through a portal.
Yes, what you know or well aware is relatively new.
I don't know, how relatively new is it?
Um,
I don't get to use it, so.
I'd say it's within 2 years or less, the warrant portal.
All right, it's fair to say that the portal, by the time that we arrive at October 11th, 2022, is established well enough that you know how to use it.
Certainly.
All right, and so the way the process works is it's submitted to the court through this portal.
Yes.
And if it is an exigent situation, if it's something that needs to be done quickly, there is a means of getting that warrant to a judge quickly.
Yes.
And in this case, it took less than an hour.
Yes.
Because it doesn't matter if it's a holiday or if the court's closed, if it's important enough for you to flag it in this way, it will get in front of the judge.
Yes, there's an on-call judge that we can, that it works out, yes.
And so by 11:30 at night, that warrant had been granted. And so I want to talk a little bit about what happened before that. At some point, you talked about how Detective Brown leaves his vacation, he comes back to the station.
Yes, he does.
I believe you also call back Officer Lemoyne.
I don't know if I called him back or he was still present.
Okay. At some point, you have a meeting with Officer Lemoyne and Officer Doyon.
Yes,
This would have been around 8 p.m.,
shortly before.
shortly before. And as part of that meeting that you had with them, Officers Lemoyne and Doyon, by 8:30 that evening, they had left and headed to Vermont.
Yes,
At this point, you had already begun the process of applying for that cell site simulator,
yes,
which you know has to be in the general area of the phone you're trying to ping.
correct.
But you did not have Officer Lemoyne or Doyon or anyone else go and get the cell site simulator to take with them.
We wouldn't go get the cell site simulator.
You didn't send anyone to bring the cell site simulator to you.
It's the property of the United States Marshals. That would be up to them to go get it and retrieve it and handle it and manage it and utilize it.
All right. By 11 p.m., some officers arrive in Vermont,
Yes,
and they go and they scope out some areas.
yes.
They go to the area of Centennial Park.
Centennial Woods is how I recall it, yes.
They walk around.
I don't think that they walked around, or I'm not sure that they walked around. It's
Okay.
not my understanding.
They check out the bus station,
Yes,
and then they check into a hotel,
yes,
and they go to sleep for a few hours,
yes,
and eventually they wake up. They go back to work,
yes,
and at this point, you have still been receiving these pings from Verizon throughout the night, every 15 minutes.
yes.
At some point, you or another officer makes the decision to expand the exigency request.
Drill me down on specifically, because we changed the exigency requests. We made 3 requests, so I don't know which one you're referring to.
All right, so that's exactly what I'm referring to. So we've talked about the first request that
Yes.
was made on the 11th.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a second request made on the 12th.
No, there was a 3rd request made on the 12th. The second request was made about an hour later on the 11th.
I apologize. So the second request was made on the 11th at what time then?
Around 7 o'clock.
around 7 o'clock. At this point, you had already tasked Detective Ryder with obtaining this cell site simulator warrant.
Yes.
And then it was expanded again, you said, on October 12th.
Yeah, expanded, we made an additional request, yes.
When you had subsequent to the first request, you had a general idea that Mr. Clegg was in Vermont.
Yes.
So you had the idea that Mr. Clegg was in Vermont as early as 4:41 p.m.
We had confirmation that he was in Vermont at 4:41.
All right. And it took all those.
No, let me rephrase that. We had confirmation that he was in Vermont when we got the first cell phone ping.
Okay. So at what time was that then?
You probably have the times in front of you of when this first cell phone ping. I think he actually said it was sometime around 5:30 or something along those lines.
So we don't have a record of that actual phone call, so I don't have the exact time
The record of
of the phone call to Verizon, right?
no, we've received the first cell phone ping verbally, and I believe you have the time when we received the first cell phone ping, and that was on the telephone.
All right. Nonetheless, this was before 5 o'clock on the 11th.
I don't know if it was before 5 o'clock. I think it was after 5 o'clock.
All right. It was sometime in the early evening of the 11th.
Yes.
You didn't send officers to Vermont until 8:30 p.m. is when officers left for Vermont.
Approximately 8:30 p.m. is when they departed, yes.
By the time the officers are back, they've slept, they're back to trying to locate Mr. Clegg, they're in Vermont. By that time, you had done the first request, correct?
Yes.
And so knew that he was generally in the area of Centennial Woods.
Yes.
But you were unable to locate him at that time.
The phrasing of your question is a little bit misleading. We went up there, surveillance, scoped out the area, got a lay of the land, while plans were made to assess, evaluate, and effectuate this safely.
Okay, so
So it wasn't just a couple of undercover guys go up there walking around the woods.
no, I understand that, and that's not at all what I'm trying to say.
Okay?
Let me sort of rephrase that. You weren't able to get eyes on him based on just the data. Even after they've gone and they've slept, in that morning, you have the information you're getting from the original pings.
Yes.
That information wasn't specific or helpful enough to allow your officers to get eyes on Mr. Clegg.
Correct.
And so, you authorized an expansion of the original exigency requirement.
Yes.
And that was to get data that you weren't receiving before. So this is the third expansion, correct?
You mean the second expansion?
No, the second expansion was on October 11th. We're talking about October 12th.
On October 12th, we requested RTT data.
I thought there were 3 requests.
There were 3 requests.
So when I think of this expansion, I think it's like an amendment or supplement to the original one.
That's when I said I don't like the word expansion, that's
Okay.
where I was going with that.
I just want to make sure that we're only talking about 3
There are only
requests.
3.
Okay.
Yes, I apologize, I'm
No,
not,
no,
not trying to
nope, we're good.
trick anyone. Let's approach this at a different, let's talk about how eventually the officers were able to locate Mr. Clegg.
Is this a good, I've been looking for a break time, only because before you all came in, we'd been going at it for about half an hour, so it wouldn't be fair to other people. Maybe, if you have a question or two, or is this logical?
No,
I was
this
looking
is a
for a
perfect-
logical break time and.
This is a perfect
Okay,
break
we'll take
time.
about,
Rise to court. Pardon me, Your Honor, how long?
about 10 or 15.
Thank you.
Was on October 11th, that was on the phone.
Yes,
The second one was about, I think you had said about an hour later, still on October 11th.
yes,
And then there was a third request done the morning of October 12th.
correct.
And it was done in the morning after, I believe it was officers or detectives Lemoyne and Doyon were already back in the field actively looking for Mr. Clegg.
Yes,
All right. So they were looking for Mr. Clegg at the time that you made that third request.
yes,
And so, information from the information you were getting in terms of the first request, those pings that you had talked about earlier, that was insufficient to have your officers get eyes on Mr. Clegg.
yes, there's more data available that would have assisted us, yes.
All right. And so I want to talk a little bit about how that data was used in eventually getting eyes on Mr. Clegg.
Okay,
So you testified on direct that one of your officers first had eyes on Mr. Clegg, and he was at a grocery chain called Price Chopper.
yes,
All right. So Price Chopper is not a chain that we have in New Hampshire, to my knowledge, or at least in Concord. Is that fair?
yes,
All right, we don't have that in Concord, and so this wasn't one of the stores that you would have, you had talked about just calling other stores before, you had called Walmart, you had not called Price Chopper.
correct.
All right, so officer gets eyes on Mr. Clegg, he's at the Price Chopper,
Yes,
and he is giving hugs to other employees.
he's saying his goodbyes. I don't know if I use the word hugs, but you've read the reports. I believe he was seen giving hugs, yes.
He was seen giving hugs. And so the officers are sort of, at this point, confirming that Mr. Clegg will be leaving in the near future.
Yes,
All right. Officers at that point, well, I'm sorry. Let me rewind. I started backwards. So that's how they got to be at Price Chopper. But when they were following just the raw data pings, they had not gone directly to Price Chopper. They had been searching other locations.
when you said that's how they got to Price Chopper, what do you mean?
I apologize. That was terribly confusing. So let me start over again.
Okay,
When the third request was made, officers were out in the field looking for Mr. Clegg.
yes,
They were checking different locations.
yes.
I believe Walmart was one of the locations.
Okay, I don't believe Walmart was one of the locations.
They're out there looking, they're going to different places because they don't know an exact location.
To some degree, if you give me some latitude, I can tell you what they were doing.
Sure, why not?
Okay, they were conducting surveillance at Centennial Woods, and they were going to the bus station and the airport, and during that time frame, they were notified, because there was legwork done at headquarters, of a possible connection between Mr. Clegg and the Price Chopper.
All right, so that's what I want to get into. Thank you.
Okay.
So I want to talk a little bit about that legwork. So you described that they were surveilling and going to these different locations, and at some point they get on the phone, I believe, with Detective Brown.
Yes,
And Detective Brown had been, was at the station.
yes,
And so he was part of the team of officers who received this additional data from Verizon.
correct.
And so this was a result of, so this is some historical data, and I'm not trying to impugn a specific definition to that, but data from the past on Mr. Clegg's phone?
Yes, it was the data that we received from the second amendment to the first ping.
Okay, well, we're calling the second request. Yes?
I don't know, Your Honor called it an amendment, and I was just using his
We're talking
terminology.
about the same thing, as long as everyone is still.
I think I am, we're talking about the second request?
Yes.
Yes,
So, information they got from that second request included things like phone numbers that had been dialed,
the second request included text detail.
text detail. Text details included phone numbers that had been texted with,
Texted or received, yes.
text and received. And so what one of your officers did was took a look at one of the phone numbers that was used,
Yes,
pulled that number, and they put it into something that you all call, I believe, a TLO search.
yes,
And a TLO search, it's like the police's version of Google. It's like you actually get the information, not just ads for getting other people's information. Is that fair?
I haven't looked at it from that perspective, but yes, it's a paid subscription that is used by law enforcement as well as other people that are trying to track people for not paying their bills and things like that, skip tracing, bail bondsmen, repoing cars, to try to get some sort of leads or information on viability of certain things, addresses, phone numbers, things like that.
All right, perfect. So it's not, the TLO search isn't perfect. Sometimes you get more than one match. The information isn't always correct.
Correct,
It's
correct.
a good starting point.
It's a starting point, yes.
And so they look at one of the phone numbers that had engaged in some text messages, either incoming or outgoing, and they put that phone number into the TLO search.
Yes,
And as a result, they get a name.
yes,
So they then look at that person.
yes.
They look at that person.
Yes, we
So-
utilize open source, Google, social media, stuff like that, and to get, yes,
And as a result of that, I believe you discovered that that person was employed as a manager at Price Chopper?
whether she was ultimately, yes, she was a manager, but at the time, I don't know if she was a manager or not. It happened very quickly. It was price chopper is kind of the word that went out.
What did I say?
No, I'm just kind of
All right.
reiterating how it went out. It wasn't like, oh, we have a manager, a price chopper that he's been communicating with. It was price chopper, get there.
Okay, so it was Price Chopper, get there, and so the way that Officer Lemoy and Officer Doyon knew not to go somewhere else, not to go check out a different location, but to go to Price Chopper was because of this, I believe you referred to it as legwork back at the station.
Yes,
And that legwork was only possible because of that second request.
yes,
All right. The third request was made in the morning, correct, of the 12th?
yes,
And that was, I believe, for, is it RTT data?
yes.
And was RTT data ever received?
I don't know if it was ever received. I believe Logan Clegg was apprehended and it was never used. I know that.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about that process. So officers get eyes on Logan at the Price Chopper. He leaves Price Chopper,
Yes,
and I believe he goes into a pharmacy,
I believe it was Walgreens.
a Walgreens. Okay, he goes into a Walgreens, and after he goes to Walgreens, he goes to the library.
Yes,
All right. And several hours later that is where he's apprehended,
that's correct.
is at the library.
Yes,
All right, so now I want to talk a little bit about another witness that hasn't been discussed quite as much. Oh, boy. You are familiar with a witness interviewed by police by the name of Stephen Hatcher?
yes,
Now, Stephen Hatcher had actually contacted the police days before the death of the Reids.
that's correct.
He contacted police on April 15th,
Yes,
and he called to say that he saw two tents in Alton Woods. Not Alton Woods, in the Marsh Loop Trail area.
yes, specifically the location of the burnt tent site.
All right. And so he saw two of these tents, and he notified the police.
No, he did not see two tents. That has been debunked, but he reported at the time that he had seen two tents.
All right, so you say it's been debunked, but he reported to the police that he saw two tents
Yes,
on April 15th.
yes,
And he also indicated that both tents were gone on April 22nd.
I don't recall him reporting that they were gone on the 22nd from the call on the 15th.
All right. At some point, he talked to you all about the burnt tent site. That's the area he'd been talking about, correct? The burnt tent site?
Yes,
All right, so he talked about the burnt tent site, and you all had interviewed him about the burnt tent site.
at some point later on, yes.
And he had indicated that he believed that he had seen the tent site burnt prior to the 18th of April.
That is correct.
So I want to talk very briefly about some of your experiences as a police officer. You testified you've been in some form of another a police officer. I think it was for over 2 decades now?
23 plus.
Yeah, 2 decades.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
All right. In that time, if you could please estimate for me, how many times has a person lied to you about their identity?
Again, you realistically know that I can't give you a specific number.
That's fair. That I do know that. But can you say it's, more than 10 people?
It's often,
It's often.
yes.
So something that occurs frequently.
People frequently lie,
All right.
yes.
And people lie for different reasons.
Of course they do.
One possible reason to lie is because there is an outstanding warrant for your arrest.
That would be a reason someone would lie, yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Further direct examination?
Yes, Your Honor, one moment.
Absolutely.
This is fine.
Lieutenant, in your experience as a police officer, do people lie because they don't want to be caught for the things that they've done?
Yes, absolutely.
Just briefly, Lieutenant, going back to April 18th, that was the day that Miss Nutt was out on the trails and you believe the homicides occurred?
Yes.
Did it rain after that?
It rained heavily after that, yes.
About when did it rain?
If I recall, it was raining Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. It could have been Wednesday, but I specifically recall, at least on a personal note, waking my wife up and saying, "Wow, I'm having a hard time sleeping. It's raining so hard."
And if that was Tuesday, April 19th, that was before the missing persons report came in the following day, is that right?
That is correct.
Lieutenant, you were asked about some ballistics testing. Do you recall that?
I was, yes.
You were asked about whether or not ballistic items such as bullets or bullet fragments recovered from the autopsies of Stephen and Wendy Reid were able to be matched to the gun that was ultimately found in Logan Clegg's backpack.
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the lab report regarding the results of that testing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is that where you get your knowledge about the results of those testing?
Yes.
That testing? Mrs. Bates, 1541 and 42. Apologize, I don't have it in paper, but I'm showing you. It's 2 pages there, starting on 1541. Can you just review that on the following page?
Okay?
And does that report contain language describing the results of the testing with regard to the bullet or bullet fragments that came from the autopsy?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. If we can approach.
Yes.
What it says.
Let me go back to it. So property number, it refers to property number it refers to property number 22-5517, which is listed as one 9mm Glock semi-automatic pistol, model number 17, with the serial number, which I will not read. The lab results indicated that these bullets had been fired from that exhibit, or exhibit 22-5, based on an agreement of class characteristics. However, due to the damage and lack of detail, a more conclusive determination could not be rendered. So reading that, it says these bullets could have been fired from the same gun, not, so that's what it says.
So that essentially, your understanding is that there was no conclusive match,
There was no conclusive match.
but the results of that testing did not say these bullets could not have come from that gun.
That is correct.
And in fact, it said that they could have, but there wasn't enough information to make any further determination.
Yes, it was deemed inconclusive.
No more questions.
Further cross-examination?
So there wasn't a match.
It was deemed inconclusive, which is not the terminology I would use regarding match or not match. Couldn't say it was a match, couldn't say it was not a match.
Right, but there are those different options. One of the options is match. This was inconclusive. It was not a match.
It was similar in class characteristics, and it could have been fired from that same gun.
Could have. It was not a match.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
It wasn't. It wasn't actually.
But
Your
I
Honor.
think now we're talking about, we're talking about, the entire basis is the report which you read. I think the record stands. I think now we're quibbling about, you wouldn't permit Lieutenant McGonigal to testify at trial as to the ballistics.
No, and I believe that my objection is on the record.
I understand. So I think
No,
that,
I
I
got
understand
that
the
before you
points
say
of
that.
both sides. I think it's been asked and answered at this point.
All right, you mentioned for class characteristics, there were three. The first one was 9mm.
Objection.
What's the basis?
He didn't mention particular class characteristics. She said you mentioned there were 3 class characteristics. I don't believe that's testimony.
All right, there are different class characteristics.
Yes.
There are at least 3 of them.
I don't know.
You don't know. You know one characteristic is 9mm.
Yes.
Another is polygonal
Rifling.
rifling.
Your Honor, is he being asked to testify as an expert on ballistics at this point?
I am asking if he knows if he is aware that polygonal rifling.
I'm really not sure what we're doing right now. I understand the point. It sounds to me that this is possible grounds for cross-examination of the ballistics expert at trial, but how does this bear on the question before the court about whether or not exigent circumstances warranted the use of the Verizon process as opposed to getting a
Of course,
warrant?
I'm happy to answer that. It's because probable cause is required, and so this is part
Right.
of their probable cause, but I do think it's relevant for that point. There's
So
just
how,
like
I mean,
one
you're
more
asking him
fact.
about about ballistics testing that was done after Mr. Clegg's arrest as bearing on the probable cause for the exigency. I'm not sure how those two things connect.
Because state brought it up.
I mean, I understand your point.
I'll withdraw it.
Okay. Anything further for okay, do you want Lieutenant McGonagall subject to recall in the hearing, or excused?
That's fine, he can be excused.
No, no objection.
And you're excused, and I know it's 3:17, but I want to keep things moving. If Detective Brown is here and available, we could at least start his examination and go some logical point between 10:04 and 4 would make sense what we're doing at that point.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, thank you.
Excused, thank you.
State calls Wade Brown.
You have you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
If you'd have a seat and state your full name, spell your last name for the record.
My name is Wade Brown, spelled B-R-O-W-N.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Mr. Kowski.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
In a nice loud voice so that we can all hear you, could you please tell me where you're currently employed?
At the Concord Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Concord Police Department?
I apologize, and this just may be me being a little tired. Were you sworn in?
I did.
Oh, okay, I apologize.
No, that's okay. It's late in the day. That's fine. That's fine.
Sir, how long have you been employed by the Concord Police Department?
About 14 and a half years.
And in what capacity are you currently employed there?
I'm a detective in the computer crimes unit.
Prior to serving with the Concord Police Department, do you have prior law enforcement experience?
I do. I was a police officer and detective in the New York City Police Department for about 8.5 years.
So in total, how long have you been in law enforcement?
About 23 years.
Detective, during your 23 years in law enforcement, have you had the opportunity to interview suspects in the past?
I have.
Approximately how many times have you done that?
I would estimate hundreds of times.
And for what types of crimes?
All sorts: burglary, robbery, sexual assault, various computer crimes, shootings, all the way up to homicides.
And during your 23 years in law enforcement, have you had experience in locating suspects or people who may be persons of interest in an investigation?
Yes.
And again, if you could put an approximate number on how many times you've been involved in that type of task.
Dozens to hundreds.
And would the cases that experience come from, would they be the same types of crimes that you spoke about a moment ago?
It would, yes.
So up to and including homicide?
Correct.
Detective, turning your attention more specifically to an investigation into the deaths of Stephen and just Wendy Reid, were you involved in that investigation?
Yes, I was.
And how would you describe your role within that investigation?
My colleague, Detective Danica Gorham, was assigned as the lead investigator. I was assigned to assist her and assist in the investigation, so you could say I was one of the lead investigators on the case.
And in your role as one of the lead investigators in this investigation, have you had occasion to read reports authored by other investigators in this case?
Yes, I have.
And have you spoken with other investigators in this case over the course of the investigation regarding their findings and observations?
Yes, I have.
Detective Brown, how did the investigation into what would become the homicide of Stephen and Wendy Reid, how did that investigation ultimately begin?
On Wednesday, April 20th, in the afternoon hours, a woman named Susan Forey reported that her brother, Stephen Reid, and his wife, Jess Wendy, otherwise known as Wendy Reid, were apparently missing.
And as a result of Sue Forey's report to law enforcement, what, if anything, happened?
Concord PD patrol officers were sent out to the home at 1411 Alton Woods Drive. They conducted a consent search of the apartment. They did not find any signs of foul play, any signs of disturbance. Both of the vehicles were still in the parking lot outside.
You just testified that Stephen and Wendy, at the time of their deaths, were living at the Alton Woods apartment complex. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Detective, to your right is a large blow-up map. In your honor, if Detective Brown may have standing permission to access the map during testimony.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Can you, using that map, indicate, to the extent it's present on the map, where the Alton Woods apartment complex is?
Sure, do you want me to approach
Yes,
it?
please.
The Alton Woods apartment complex is this area right here off of Loudon Road.
Is it the area encircled in red?
The area encircled in red is their apartment building. I believe it's building 14 and apartment 11 within that building.
Does Alton Woods contain multiple apartment buildings?
It does.
In addition to Stephen and Wendy's apartment in Alton Woods, were other locations canvassed or searched in the time period where this is still a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
Where specifically?
Do you want to get up?
Yes, please.
Basically, the wooded area around Alton Woods to include this area over here, which includes a kind of a cleared power line area.
And is there a particular reason that that area was canvassed or searched?
The family believed that the couple had gone for an afternoon walk, and I believe that was part of that, was canvassing the neighborhood to see if they were still in that area.
Were Stephen and Wendy known as avid walkers?
They were.
And beyond the area that you just pointed out on the map, Detective, is there a trail system accessible from the Alton Woods apartment complex?
There is. Do you want to point it out?
Yes, please. If you could testify to the name of that trail system to the extent you know.
Sure. This area up here is referred to as the Broken Ground Trail System. And then this green trail here is basically a private trail within the Alton Woods complex that leads basically under the 393 overpass to the parking lot area of the Broken Ground Trail, specifically the Marsh Loop Trail.
And Detective, I apologize if you've already testified to this, but the canvas happening in that that private trail area or the extension behind Alton Woods, on what day did that initially begin?
That was on Wednesday, April 20th in the evening hours.
And during that initial canvass in the evening hours of April 20th, did law enforcement have contact with a person who would become someone of note within this investigation?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Sure. They encountered a white male in a tent in the area, and he gave the name Arthur Kelly to them at that time.
And is the location where that encounter took place depicted on that map?
It is?
Can you indicate where that is?
It's this red star over here in this wooded area, and it's labeled as Arthur Kelly's tent site.
In addition to giving the name Arthur Kelly, did that individual provide any other information to police?
He did. He gave a date of birth. I believe it was 1/27 of 1992.
And did he tell police anything else in terms of where he may have been coming from?
He did. It was Detective Lemoyne was one of the officers that had contact with him and explained that they were searching for a missing couple. Arthur basically told them that he was up from Boston. He was just passing through the area, that he had left his tent that morning and returned in the late afternoon and had not seen anybody. He then basically said that he did not really want to answer any more questions from the police. He said he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. He was just passing through.
Were attempts made by officers to confirm the identity of this person?
Yes, police officer Christiane DeSilvio, she had his name run through dispatch, specifically for New Hampshire records. And when she heard that he said that he was from the Boston area, she asked that it be run through the Massachusetts, basically state records system, and she got no records from either location.
What can that mean when no records are returned from
It-
dispatch?
It can mean that it's not a true identity.
Did the officers interacting with Arthur Kelly make any observations about the state of his campsite?
They did. Detective Lemoyne observed that there were Mountain Dew Code Red soda cans. They were on the floor of the tent, and they were also on the floor, on the ground outside of the tent.
And what is Mountain Dew Code Red?
It's basically a red version of the Mountain Dew soda. Mountain Dew is typically green. This is a red version. I'm not sure about the taste, but it's just an alternate version of Mountain Dew.
Detective Brown, were Stephen and Wendy Reid located on April 20th of 2022?
They were not.
Were Stephen and Wendy Reid located the following day, April 21st of 2022?
Yes.
Where were Stephen and Wendy Reid found, and in what condition were they found?
Do you want me to point it out on the map?
If the map is relevant to your answer, yes, if you indicate so.
They were found at this red star here labeled recovery location. It's about 30 meters off of the Marsh Loop Trail in a wooded section of the Marsh Loop Trail. They were both deceased, and there were obvious gunshot wounds to each of them at that time.
In addition to being found about 30 yards off that trail, in what state were they found in?
They were deceased. They were in a natural depression, and they were covered by leaves and sticks and other woodland debris.
How did investigators locate their bodies?
In the afternoon of Thursday, April 21st, we determined that Stephen Reid's cell phone was not one of the cell phones recovered from the apartment, and we therefore theorized that it was taken by him and that it might have been on his person at the time that they went missing. We submitted an exigency request to Google for location data related to Stephen Reid's phone. That came in at around 5 or shortly after 5 p.m. that evening, and it contained location data for the phone for Monday, April 18th. And specifically, we focused on a GPS coordinate from 3:47 p.m. That was location data for Stephen's phone.
And how did that information help investigators locate their bodies to the extent that it did?
Those coordinates, we entered them into Google Earth. We saw where they were, and we sent a team of state police as well as Concord PD, and we approached it from 2 different areas. State police had K-9 units with them, and we approached, Concord PD approached from the Marsh Loop side. When we got up to the area where the red stars are, we could see the state troopers in the woods with their K-9. I asked specifically, could you guys point out where the exact GPS coordinates are? One of the troopers then started walking to a specific area, and as he did that, he advised that his dog had taken an interest in an apparent leaf pile. He then commented that he believed he could see the top of a human head within that leaf pile.
Did you yourself look where that state trooper was indicating that he saw a head?
I did. I traveled about 30 meters off the Marsh Loop Trail to this area. I stayed back a decent distance, about 12 to 15 feet, but I could see what he was pointing out. It appeared to be African-American hair and African-American skin tone as consistent with the top of someone's head. By this point, Detective Gorham had observed pictures of Wendy Reid and believed that that was consistent with Wendy's appearance. So we believed that Wendy was under that leaf pile at that time. We just weren't sure if there was more, if Stephen was there also.
Ultimately, was Stephen there as well?
He was.
And about how far, Detective, is the distance between the Reid's apartment and the location where their bodies were ultimately found?
It's about a little more than a half mile.
Was Stephen Reid's cell phone found with his body or in the pile of leaves that Stephen and Wendy were discovered in?
No, it was not.
To date, has Stephen Reid's cell phone been recovered?
It is not.
Were autopsies performed on Stephen and Wendy Reid?
Yes.
And in general terms, Detective, what were the findings of those autopsies?
Both victims were found to have had multiple gunshot wounds. Wendy had 2 gunshot wounds. Stephen had 4 gunshot wounds, and that was the cause of their death.
And what was determined to be the manner of their deaths?
The manner was homicide, that they were killed by another human being.
Detective, Are you aware as to whether any bullets or bullet fragments were recovered during the autopsy process of Stephen and Wendy Reid?
Yes, I am.
What specifically?
There were small fragments recovered from Stephen, not very large enough to compile into an actual bullet, but from Wendy there was basically a lead core as well as a copper jacket from a bullet, and it was pretty large.
In your 23 years in law enforcement, have you received specific training in firearms?
Yes, I have.
Can you speak a little bit to that training?
Sure. Well, we're trained with our duty weapon from the time that we're in the academy. We have to qualify with it. Up here, it's twice a year. In addition, we're trained in other types of firearms, so I'm familiar that different types of firearms fire different sizes of bullets, and that within those different types, there's handguns, there's rifles, there's shotguns, there's all different sizes of weapon and round that goes in them.
And in your training and experience with firearms, do you also have experience with the makeup of ammunition in terms of the pieces that create a round of ammunition?
Yes, I do.
So when you just testified that a bullet core and jacket were recovered from Wendy Reid during the autopsy, what exactly does that mean?
The lead core is basically the inner part of the bullet. It comprises the main metal of the bullet. And when I refer to bullet, I'm talking about the projectile that flies through the air at a target. So that's basically shaped like a cone, and a jacket is the metal that goes around. And when I say total metal jacket, it refers to a layer of copper that surrounds the entire bullet. So it surrounds that entire lead core.
The jacket and core fragments that were recovered from Wendy, do you know if those were analyzed at the State Police Forensic Lab?
They were.
And do you know what the results of that examination were?
What they said was that it was in the .38 caliber class of bullet, and that included 9mm, .38 caliber, and .357, so a smaller caliber of bullet.
And I get, Detective, are you generally aware that a firearm was recovered in this case?
Yes.
This analysis that was undertaken on the ammunition pieces recovered from Wendy Reid at autopsy, was that analysis done prior to the firearm in this case being recovered?
It was.
Detective, if we can return to discussing the scene where the Reid's bodies were ultimately recovered, was that area searched in the days following the recovery of their bodies?
Yes, it was.
And can you talk a little bit about that process?
Sure. On Friday, which I believe was April 22nd, we had teams of State Police, of Fish and Game, and of Concord PD out in the area of the Marsh Loop Trail. There were 2 canine dogs that specialize in ballistics. There was also a canine from Hillsborough County that specializes in electronic storage devices, so cell phones, flash drives, stuff of that nature. In addition, there were teams of officers, and we conducted extensive searching of the area of the body recovery location, as well as the Marsh Loop Trail in the woods in that immediate vicinity.
Detective, do you know if metal detectors were deployed during that search?
They were.
And during that search, in the days immediately following the recovery of the Reid's bodies, what of particular note, if anything, was found?
There was blood spatter found on the Marsh Loop Trail itself. It was on some leaves and debris that was on the trail. There was also a bullet fragment with some sort of white piece on it. We theorized it might be bone. There was also a piece of fabric that matched the color and basically matched a missing piece from Wendy Reid's pants. And that was towards the recovery location, so downhill from the Marsh Loop Trail, shortly before arriving at the recovery location.
And so, just to summarize your answer, based on the finding of blood on the trail, a bullet fragment, perhaps with some maybe bone matter on it on the trail, and a piece of fabric matching Wendy Reid's pants closer to the recovery location. What, if anything, did the discovery of those pieces of evidence lead investigators to believe about what may have happened?
That led us to believe that the shooting occurred on the Marsh Loop Trail itself, and that at some point after that, the bodies were dragged downhill to the recovery location where they were later found.
Did investigators return to this area of the Marsh Loop Trail, meaning the believed murder site and recovery site, on May 20th, 2022?
Yes, we did.
And did anything of note occur during that visit to the scene?
Yes.
What was that?
One of the attorneys from the Attorney General's office was Jeff Ward. While we were looking at the scene, he basically asked me, "Hey, what is this?" And I went over and looked, and it was 2 spent shell casings. They were near a tree about 5 to 10 feet from the area where the blood and the bullet fragment had been recovered back on April 22nd. So so we set up a crime scene, we got our equipment, we took photographs, and we recovered these 2 shell casings, and I could see that they both were labeled 9mm SIG Luger on the bottom of the shell casing.
And what does that mean to you, that it said 9mm SIG?
That's the size of the round, the size of the bullet that that shell casing belonged to.
Those shell casings, were they taken to the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Yes, they were.
And do you know if they were analyzed there?
Yes, they were.
And if you know, what conclusions were reached about those 2 shell casings?
At that time, all they could tell us was that both shell casing were discharged by the same unknown handgun.
And at the time of that analysis, did that predate the discovery of a firearm in this case?
Yes, it did.
And Detective, again, to fast forward somewhat, we're going to be discussing an area known as the burnt tent site. Are you aware as to whether any ballistics evidence was recovered at that site?
I am aware.
And the testing of the 2 shell casings recovered on May 20th, did that initial analysis take place prior to the discovery of ballistics evidence at the burnt tent site?
Yes, it did.
Detective, going back to April 22nd, 2022, when you testified that investigators are out processing the scene on the Marsh Loop Trail, did officers return to the area where officers had contact with Arthur Kelly on April 20th?
Yes, they did.
Why did they do that?
At that time, Sergeant Tom Yerkes, who is one of our supervisors, he became concerned that there was this male that gave the name Arthur Kelly that wasn't coming back to any records, so it could very well be a false name, and that he was living within the general vicinity of this double homicide.
And did officers return to that scene?
Yes, he sent Detective Garrett Lemoyne, who was the one that had contact with Arthur Kelly on the evening of April 20th, and his partner, Detective Matt Doyon. So Detective Lemoyne knew exactly where the tent was. He went to that location, and he found that it was gone.
And did he make other observations about the area where the tent had been?
He did. He noted that it was clean. So not only was the tent removed, but the Mountain Dew Code Red soda cans that had been on the ground had also been cleaned up. And there was basically nothing left at this site where the tent had been just 2 nights earlier.
Detective Brown, in your time with the Concord Police Department, have you had interaction with homeless individuals in the city who may camp in different public parts of the city of Concord?
Yes.
And in your experience with individuals who camp in different locations in the city of Concord, is that common for campsites to be completely cleaned up?
That is not common. That is unusual.
As part of the investigation, Detective, did police look to speak with people who may have been out on these trails on April 18th, 2022?
Yes.
And did police, in fact, speak with people who had been out on the trails that week?
Yes, we did.
Had any of those individuals seen the Reids or believed they had seen the Reids?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was a woman named Nan Nutt, a local resident who had been taking her dogs on a hike of the Marsh Loop Trail, and she believed that occurred on Monday.
And what specifically did she tell police?
She basically said that she parked her car at the Marsh Loop Trailhead parking lot, which is, you want me to point it out?
Yes, please.
She parked her car at the parking lot right at the trailhead right here, and then she began a walk with her dogs up, so northbound on the Marsh Loop Trail. She said that while she was still in the area under the power lines, a couple was approaching her from behind. She said it was an elderly white male and an elderly African-American female that she now believed were, in fact, Stephen and Wendy Reid. She did not know them at the time. She saw that they were hiking faster than her, so she and her dog stepped off to the right side of the trail, and she let them pass. She said they were relaxed, they were chatting. There was nothing, no signs of concern for them, that they were dressed appropriately for the weather and for hiking. And they passed by and continued on their way northbound. She said that she lost sight of them around this area here where the woods are. So the trail goes right into the woods at that corner, and that was the last time that she saw them.
Did she make any additional observations after losing sight of the Reids?
She did.
What was that?
So she entered the woods, that wooded area, a short time after them. She said that when she got into the wooded area, all of a sudden she heard 5 gunshots. She said it sounded like a handgun as opposed to a rifle, and she said it sounded very close. It startled her, it startled her dogs, and she wasn't sure whether she should continue. She said that ultimately she decided to continue, and she kept walking northbound on the Marsh Loop Trail. She said a few minutes after that, she came to a section where there was a white male standing in the trail, and he was looking off into the woods to her right. And that is the same area where the bodies were later recovered. She said he was looking there, and then he would look at her, and then look back in the woods, and then back at her. And she said at that point, he then started walking towards her as though he was going southbound out of the woods. She said she passed by him. There was nothing said between them. She continued walking, and at one point she turned to look back and see this man, and she found that he was now looking at her. She said that she turned around, and she kept walking north, and she did not see that male after that point.
Was she able to give police a description of the man?
She was, or she did.
What did she give in terms of a description?
She said he was a white male in his late 20s to early 30s. He was approximately 5'10", had a slender build. He had short brown hair. She said that he was clean shaven, but he gave the appearance of being a street person, and when we asked what that meant, she said a homeless person. She said he was wearing a dark blue jacket or hoodie, khaki pants, that he had a black backpack on his back, and that he was carrying a brown grocery bag, and she said it was similar to a market basket style grocery bag, but it was brown. She said there were objects in it, and it appeared heavy, and she recalled there being some sort of circular object that she reminded her of a jar or a can, and that was kind of protruding from one of the bags.
Based on your experience as a police officer in the city of Concord, do you have knowledge as to what stores in the city of Concord use brown shopping bags?
I do now.
Okay, and what are those stores?
Brown shopping bags are found at Shaw's. They're also found at Home Depot, and they're found at Ace Hardware as well.
And did this witness ultimately work with an FBI sketch artist regarding the description she had given police?
She did.
Did Ms. Nutt provide police with location data as well?
Yes, she did.
And can you talk a little bit about that process?
Yes, she gave me written consent to extract location data from her phone, specifically for the hike that occurred on Monday, April 18th. So I used our equipment and extracted this data, and then I mapped that out on Google Earth Pro. And so we had basically a pretty solid location data record of her hike that day.
And based on, let me back up. In addition to providing you with data, did Ms. Nutt actually walk the trails with you?
She did.
And did she point out areas of note in terms of her description of the 18th?
Yes.
And so, in conjunction with her description and your walkthrough and the data you recovered, were investigators able to determine a window in which they believed the homicides may have occurred?
Yes.
What was that time window?
So Nan entered the woods at 2:54 p.m., and she reached the crime scene where we found the blood and the bullet fragment at 2:59. So that meant that the window of time was from 2:54 to 2:59, and that was for the shooting to occur and also the movement of the bodies, because when she got to that location, she said that she looked in the woods, she did not see anything, and she definitely did not see any bodies on the trail at that point.
Your Honor, logically, this might be a good place to stop before getting into.
Absolutely, I think that's probably a good time. We'll adjourn. So we'll start again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I wish I could say there will be a few things before this case tomorrow. So I don't know if there's maybe putting on the tables and back. I just know that there will be some matters before we take up this case tomorrow. If you
We
need-
don't need to leave any.
Thank you.
I think the diagram could remain.
Okay.
So if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good night.
What is it, recess?
Can I see him here?
It'll be quick because Reid's already ready.
Okay, then no, just have him have a seat here.
Okay, that's fine. Yep. Yep, I'll take care of that. Okay, thank you very much.
And I'll just remind you, you're still in.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honor.
Mr. Kowski.
May I inquire? Thank you. Good morning, Detective Brown.
Good morning.
I think yesterday we left off discussing the time frame in which police believe that these murders occurred. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And can you just remind us what time frame we're talking about?
It was between 2:54 and 2:59 p.m. on Monday, April 18th, 2022.
Thank you. Detective Brown, yesterday we discussed an interaction by police with a gentleman who identified as Arthur Kelly on April 20th, 2022. Do you recall discussing that yesterday?
I do?
And in addition to what we discussed yesterday in terms of detectives going back to that site after the discovery of Steve and Wendy Reid's bodies, was there additional follow-up that was done into trying to locate the man who had identified himself as Arthur Kelly?
Yes, there was.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Detectives Lemoyne and Doyon took it upon themselves to try to locate any records of the sale of Mountain Dew Code Red in the can form. So I believe they went to the Irving gas station, which was the closest area first. They found that the cans weren't sold there. They then went to Walmart. They found that the Mountain Dew Code Red cans were sold. They asked Asset Protection if there was a way to track the sales. Asset Protection assisted them, and they quickly located a white male who was purchasing a box, I believe it was a 12-pack, of Mountain Dew Code Red in the can form. That white male was consistent in appearance with Arthur Kelly, but Detective Lemoyne could not say with certainty that he was Arthur Kelly, and that was because he had a blue bandana that covered his entire, well, the lower half of his face during his entire stay in Walmart to make that purchase.
And what date was that transaction from that Officer Lemoyne found at Walmart of the Code Red purchase?
It was the afternoon of April 20th, so roughly about 7 hours before Lemoyne's encounter with Arthur Kelly at the tent site.
Detective, fast forwarding to July of 2022, at that point, were you also reviewing surveillance video from a retail establishment?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And why were you doing that?
On July 7th, I re-listened to Nan Nutt's original interview that was recorded by Detective Paul Shaughnessy, and I was looking to see if there was anything I might have missed or anything that might have been in that initial interview that would help us find a lead in the investigation. On that date, I picked up on the fact that she described the suspect on the Marsh Loop Trail as carrying a brown grocery bag consistent with a market basket type bag, and that it had this circular object inside of it. By that time, we had done several canvasses of local stores and businesses, and I was familiar with the fact that Shaw's had these brown grocery bags that Nan was describing, and I therefore considered that the suspect could have gone to Shaw's earlier that day. We had footage from Shaw's for April 18th. It covered both entrances. And I therefore started reviewing that surveillance video starting at this store opening on the 18th, which I believe was 7 a.m.
And, Your Honor, may Detective Brown have the same standing permission to approach the map? Thank you. Detective, I know we discussed it yesterday, but just to refresh us and bring this into context, is the Shaw's that you're referring to in terms of the video surveillance you reviewed present on the map in the courtroom?
Yes, it is.
Can you indicate where?
Sure. So this is the Shaw's right here, this is Loudon Road, and this is Diamante Drive. And again, here is the Alton Woods Complex and the green trail leading to the Marsh Loop Trail or the Broken Ground Trail system.
And Detective, did your review of Shaw's surveillance video from April 18th, 2022 yield anything?
Yes, it did.
What did you find?
At approximately 2:29 p.m. on April 18th, a man wearing a black hat, carrying a black backpack, wearing a dark blue jacket, black pants, black boots, was observed exiting the Shaw's. He was carrying two apparent grocery bags, and there was a cylindrical object inside one of them. What stood out to me was he also wore a blue bandana covering the lower part of his face, and I recognized him to be who we were calling the Mountain Dew Man, the same man that Detective Lemoyne and Doyon had observed on the Walmart footage buying Mountain Dew Code Red on April 20th.
In addition to the fact that the man on the Shaw's surveillance video bore resemblance to the Mountain Dew Man, did anything about that individual's appearance have significance to you based on your knowledge of this investigation?
Yes, I noted that basically what I was observing him wearing was very consistent with Nan Nutt's description of the man that she observed on the Marsh Loop Trail, with the primary difference being that she believed that man on the trail had khaki pants, whereas this man had dark pants.
And Detective, I apologize if you've already testified to this, but were you able to determine what, if anything, were in the grocery bags that the gentleman was carrying?
Not at that moment, but Detective Danica Gorham then responded to Shaw's to review additional footage of that person and to determine that. I believe it was a rotisserie chicken and a 2-liter bottle of green Mountain Dew.
And again, based on your knowledge of this investigation, did that 2-liter bottle of green Mountain Dew have any significance to you?
Yes, that would have been consistent with a cylindrical object as described by Nan Nutt as far as what she saw in that brown grocery bag on the 18th.
Following that discovery, in terms of the Shaw surveillance video, was additional surveillance video reviewed by Concord PD?
Yes.
What specifically?
We expanded, and specifically we started reviewing Walmart footage. I believe we had Walmart store footage from April 14th through about April 20th or 21st. So we began extensively reviewing that footage to determine if this Mountain Dew man had ever entered Walmart, aside from the day that we already knew, which was the 20th.
And did you find that he had?
Yes, we did.
Approximately how many times?
Within that footage, I believe we found 2 additional times. One was from April 15th, so about 3 days before the homicides, and we then found another instance, and that was April 19th, where he entered Walmart, and that was 1 day after the murders.
And on April 19th, in terms of that surveillance video, were police able to determine what that individual was purchasing from Walmart on April 19th?
Yes.
What was he purchasing?
He bought a new tent and a new sleeping bag, as well as a bottle of rubbing alcohol, the 91% solution type.
Did police obtain more surveillance video from Walmart?
Yes, we did.
And what were the results of that?
Are we discussing the Detective Gorham's efforts?
Yeah. Did someone from Concord PD review additional Walmart surveillance video?
Yes.
And what were the results of that review?
Detective Gorham ultimately spent several days at Walmart, and she found approximately 48 separate transactions involving this Mountain Dew man, or the man that bought Mountain Dew on April 20th. And those transactions were from November 28th through April 20th. She did not find any additional footage of him after the Mountain Dew Code Red purchase on April 20th. And again, that was the same day that Detective Lemoyne encountered Arthur Kelly at the tent site.
Detective, while this offshoot of the investigation in terms of surveillance video review is taking place, are police continuing to canvass in the area of the Broken Grounds trails?
Yes, we did.
And during these canvasses, did another area within the Broken Ground trail system come to the attention of police?
Yes.
How did that take place?
Early in the investigation, I believe it was April 26th, I was doing a canvass with Detective Murray of the Marsh Loop Trail and the Profile Ave connector. We ran into a local resident. His name was Stephen Hatcher, and we explained what we were doing. He basically said that he didn't know if this was connected, but that he had observed a tent in the woods off the Profile Ave connector trail. He'd observed it first around the January timeframe, in which he called Concord PD to report it. He was not able to show Concord PD that location that day. And he basically said that after that time, he would frequently observe the tent and still in the same area up until, I believe it was April 15th. And again, on April 15th, he believed, he was from a different vantage point, and he believed he saw a second tent in the same area. So on April 15th, he called Concord PD again, and on that day, he was able to lead them out to the general area and point out the tent that he was speaking about, and he wasn't sure what the outcome was. So he then basically led us to this same spot, and Detective Murray and I noted that there was a square on the ground with dozens of burnt small propane tanks. So propane tanks burnt in the shape of a square. I could see some burnt tent poles in there as well. I asked Mr. Hatcher if he knew when this had been burnt, and his belief was that it had been burnt prior to the homicides. So initially on that date, I didn't believe that it was going to be related, as if it had been burned prior to the homicides, it probably would not have been related.
Detective, the fact that you testified that the propane tanks were contained in a square area and that you noted tent poles, did that lead you to believe anything about what may have been in that area prior to the fire?
Yes, it made me believe that someone had filled a tent with propane tanks. I believe that they were probably empty because there were no signs of an explosion with propane tanks everywhere. It was all contained in this square. But I believe that someone had set a tent on fire with used propane tanks inside for reasons unknown to me.
And you testified, Detective, that the site that Mr. Hatcher took you and Detective Murray to is off of a trail. Can you, using the map, indicate where this location is?
Yes. So we ultimately refer to it as the burnt tent site. It's roughly where this red star is, and it's off the Profile Ave connector trail, which is this white trail. And it's basically a way for people that live on Profile Ave to access the Broken Ground trail system from their neighborhood.
And Detective, when you say it's off the Profile Ave connector trail, if I'm walking on that trail and just staying to the trail, would I have seen that burnt tent site?
Stephen Hatcher could see it because he knew where to look. I don't believe it would be obvious to just regular people walking on the trail. You'd have to know exactly where to look to see it.
Thank you, Detective. Detective, did you ultimately speak with another local resident regarding the burnt tent site?
Yes.
And based on that conversation, did you gain more information as to when that site may have been burnt?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Sure. The gentleman's name was Alicio Medina. He's a local resident from Alton Woods, and he basically explained to me that on April 20th, he was hiking the Broken Ground Trail system. He needed to find a place to go to the bathroom. He walked into the woods, and he discovered what appeared to him to be burnt propane tanks in the shape of a square. He actually took photos with his phone. Those photos were date time stamped April 20th. I believe it was roughly 3:59 p.m. And he believed that, based on the tree above, he believed that site had been burnt within the last day or two.
And so just to discuss the timeline, Detective, so Stephen Hatcher calls police on April 15th about this site?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Medina has photos from April 20th of this site?
Correct.
Okay. And so what did that information lead you to believe, if anything?
So that limited the window of time where the tent and the propane tanks were burnt to this time of April 15th, 3 days before the homicides, to April 20th. So it was a 5-day period from 3 days before to 2 days after. So it included the window when the homicides took place.
And did that window have any significance to you based on your knowledge of this investigation?
So that definitely made me think that it was possible that this was connected to the Reid homicides,
And why did it make you think that?
because it was burnt within that time frame, and therefore it could have been someone's effort to obscure or destroy evidence that would connect them to that scene.
Was the burnt tent site scene processed by police?
Yes, it was.
When did that processing start?
So it took place, there were multiple times. I believe there was a time in June when I took what appeared to be, I thought they might be glass smoking pipes. I later deduced that they were simply eyedroppers most likely from vitamins. So that was probably the first item that was taken in June. July 19th, I believe myself and Detectives Lemoyne and Doyon went to the scene. I believe we looked around and took photographs, and then it wasn't until August, I believe August 25th, and then the 30th and the 31st. August 25th was basically us, Lieutenant McGonigal basically said, take anything that's not natural, seize it for preservation purposes. There might be something there that can lead us to the person who lived there. So it was over the course of several weeks, but the primary evidence recovery took place in August.
And Detective, why was the scene not processed earlier? For example, on April 26th, when you and Detective Murray are first shown that?
Because I believe that it had been, at that time, I believed that it had been burnt prior to the homicides, and if it was burnt prior to the homicides, I couldn't figure out how that could therefore be related to the homicides. It was only later on when the information suggested that it had been burnt within the window that I considered that this may be related.
And during that August 25th scene processing, what items of note were processed or seized by police?
The main thing of note from our perspective was that there was a spent shell casing that was recovered from the footprint of the tent, so the ground underneath where the tent would have sat, and that shell casing said Sig Luger 9mm, which was consistent with the 2 shell casings that were recovered at the crime scene on May 20th.
Were additional shell casings found at that site?
Yes.
Can you discuss how those shell casings were located?
Yes, we brought the CPD metal detector with us for that search, and that is how that first shell casing within the tent footprint was found. After that was found, Detectives Gorham and Murray expanded their search, and they basically moved over to a clearing that was about 20 feet, perhaps, from the burnt tent site, but it was a natural clearing where there weren't any trees. They began to metal detect in that area, And over the course of several hours, I believe they found an additional 8 spent shell casings, 8 or 9 shell casings in that area, that clearing area.
Were bullets located at the burnt tent site?
They were not on that date, but on, I believe it was August 30th.
And how were the bullets discovered?
I may have misspoken. There may have been one that was recovered on the 25th. But basically what we did is we could see that this clearing, there was almost like a natural firing lane downrange. We explored downrange and saw that there was damage to trees that appeared to be consistent with bullet damage. I believe on the 25th we did find a small tree that had an apparent entry wound and not an exit, and so we considered that a bullet could be inside, and I believe we cut that on August 25th, seizing that section of trunk that we believed had a bullet inside. On August 30th, we had returned with another metal detector borrowed from Fish and Game. We found additional shell casings in the same area, that same clearing area, and then downrange from that, we found a bullet that was a few inches underground, downrange.
The additional shell casings that were recovered, were they of significance to you in terms of your knowledge of this investigation?
Yes, all of the shell casings that we recovered from the burnt tent site said SIG Luger 9mm on them, which was consistent with the 2 that had been recovered on May 20th at the crime scene.
And Detective, were some of the shell casings recovered from the burnt tent site taken to the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab for further testing?
Yes.
And do you know what the results of that testing are?
Yes, the lab determined that the shell casings recovered from the burnt tent site were fired by the same unknown firearm that fired the 2 shell casings at the crime scene.
And Detective, yesterday we discussed the fact that at some future point in this case a firearm was recovered. Is that correct?
Correct.
The testing that you've just testified about in terms of shell casings from the burnt tent site being fired from the same unknown gun as shell casings at the site of the homicides, did that testing take place prior to the recovery of that firearm?
It did.
Detective, in terms of locating the bullets at the burnt tent site, were those out in the open or visible to the naked eye?
The bullets?
Yes.
No.
Where were they?
One was in a tree and one was underground.
And Detective, just to jump around a bit, the scene of the homicides, was further processing done at that scene in the summer of 22?
Yes.
Were additional ballistic evidence located at that time?
Yes.
What was located?
I believe you're referring to August 31st when we took the Fish and Game metal detector that we had used at the burnt tent site. We brought that back to the Marsh Loop Trail crime scene. We used it there and we did recover 3 bullets. They were approximately 8 to 10 inches underground on the trail itself in the same general area where the blood had been observed on April 22nd. So the place where we believe the shooting took place, we now found 3 bullets. All appeared to be consistent in size with 9mm, and they were about 8 to 10 inches underground, and we considered that they were directly related to the homicide.
Why?
Because it was in the area where we found blood spatter, and there was also a bullet fragment that had been found in that same general area.
Detective, jumping back to the video surveillance that we were discussing, did investigators ultimately determine the identity of the man in the Shaw's and the Walmart surveillance video?
Yes, we did.
And how did that happen?
Detective Gorham found, I believe it was 12 separate transactions at Walmart where Mountain Dew Man used an apparent credit card. At first, we were hopeful that it might have been a personal card or a bank card that would directly connect to him. It didn't turn out to be that. They turned out to be prepaid, like vanilla-type gift cards, so prepaid gift cards that don't require a bank account or a name associated with them. We obtained search warrants to get transaction records related to those credit cards, and one of those banks returned a transaction that involved a company called bulksupplements.com. It's like basically an online vitamin store.
Contact bulksupplements.com?
I did. I believe it was September 13th. So I believe it was the day after we got these transaction records. I called bulksupplements.com. I spoke to a person there, and I basically inquired as to what records they might have and what kind of legal process they would be required to release that. The person on the other end of the line, I believe her name was Alicia, she basically said, well, what do you have? Do you have a name? And I said, no, I've got a credit card number, a date, and an amount. She said, okay, give me that. I did provide her with that information, and she immediately replied, okay, Logan Clegg. And I said,
Was that name familiar to you at that point, Detective?
that was not a name that ever came up prior to that moment.
And so, what did you do after she said the name Logan Clegg?
I basically said, I'm sorry, what? And she said, the name of that is Logan Clegg. She said it was a order of some type of vitamin. She said it was sent via FedEx to a pickup location in Concord. She said it was signed for at that location by someone named Logan Clegg. And I believe that was all that I got from her at that point. And I basically advised that we would be following up with legal process to her. I then went next door to the CID office, and I basically had my colleagues stop what they were doing and focus on researching Logan Clegg to see if this was the name of our suspect.
Detective, were you able to obtain an email address associated with that transaction?
Yes, that was another piece that did come from bulksupplements.com. She advised that it was that the email associated with that transaction was rkxkelly@gmail.com.
Detective, with the name Logan Clegg in hand, were you able to learn more information about that individual?
Yes, within a few minutes, a Google search had revealed a booking photo and an arrest that was made in Utah in August of 2020 of a person named Logan Clegg. Within minutes of that, Detective Lemoyne had viewed that booking photo and basically advised that he was confident, I think he said he was certain, that that was the man that he encountered in the tent on April 20th, who had given him the name Arthur Kelly. From that, we then contacted that agency that made the arrest. I believe the first one we called was Cache County Sheriff in Utah. I believe we also learned of a second arrest in Logan, Utah. So we started contacting all of these different agencies. We also started doing criminal records checks, records for Concord PD of anybody named Logan Clegg. So it really started expanding all these different resources that we were now able to access with a name, and we got a date of birth pretty shortly after that.
Just to back up a bit, Detective, you indicated that Detective Lemoyne viewed the booking photo and had an opinion regarding that.
Yes.
Okay. Was that opinion shared with you?
Oh, it was, yes.
And was that opinion shared with Lieutenant McGonigal?
Yes, I believe so.
You indicated that you learned of some criminal history out of Utah. Did you eventually learn more details regarding that criminal history?
Yes.
What were they?
He was arrested, I believe the first arrest was for shoplifting at a Walmart. I believe it was Salt Lake City. So he had been observed by asset protection, taking items without paying for them. There was body cam footage that basically showed that Salt Lake City approached him as he was exiting the store. I noticed that he was wearing this same type of outfit. It was dark clothing. I believe he had the blue bandana covering his face. I'm not 100% on that, but I believe there was a blue bandana there. He also had the dark hat on, and as he was taken into custody, the officers asked him if he was armed or had any weapons on him, and he said that he did. He said he had a gun in his waistband. The officers did recover a firearm that was loaded from his waistband. They actually basically take the round out right there on body cam footage, and he was then processed. From the records, we learned that that firearm had been stolen from a sporting goods store. I believe it was in Logan, Utah, and I believe it was called Owl's Sporting Goods or something to that effect. And it was one of two firearms that had been stolen in a burglary there a few weeks or a month earlier. The second arrest involved a burglary in progress call in Logan, Utah, I believe, in which a man ran from them. They chased the man and ultimately took him into custody, and that man was identified as Logan Clegg. And again, and this was, I believe it was about 2 weeks after that initial arrest, again, he was found to possess a loaded firearm. I believe this one was a 9mm, and it was the second gun that had been stolen in the Alice Sporting Goods burglary in Logan, Utah. So 2 different arrests about 2 weeks apart. Both of them, Logan is carrying a loaded handgun.
Was Logan Clegg charged as a result of those arrests?
Yes, he was.
And what was the outcome of those criminal cases?
He spent about 72 days in jail. I believe he pled guilty to various felonies, and he was sentenced to 36 months probation. I believe the probation was with Cache County. It was whatever local jurisdiction in Utah.
And in finding this information, Detective, did you learn anything about Mr. Clegg's probation status at the time that you're researching him?
Yes, he had absconded. He had absconded from probation. I believe it was about 7 months into that probation sentence, and so there was an active warrant issued in relation to him absconding from probation.
In addition to the Utah criminal history, did police learn of other interaction that Mr. Clegg had with law enforcement?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe we're referring to the Spokane, Washington incident. He was involved with a fatal stabbing of a man named Corey Ward. This was in 2019 in Spokane, Washington.
Was he charged as a result of that?
He was not.
Do you know why?
He basically said that it was self-defense, that he was attacked by Corey Ward, and in the course of defending himself, he stabbed him, resulting in his death. But he was basically he was basically said that Corey was the aggressor and he was defending himself.
In addition to information regarding Mr. Clegg's criminal history, were investigators able to determine Mr. Clegg's work history as it relates to Concord, New Hampshire?
Yes.
And what did they learn about Mr. Clegg's work history in Concord?
We learned that he had been employed at the McDonald's on Loudon Road from roughly November to about February, I believe it was February 6th of 2022. So November 2021 to February 2022.
And how did police determine that Mr. Clegg had been working at that McDonald's?
Detectives Stephen Carter and Mark Hassipis basically went business to business on Loudon Road now that we had a name, Logan Clegg, and they inquired at each business. And when they got to McDonald's, I believe that the manager working didn't remember the name, but looked it up and determined that Logan was an employee there. They then tracked down Logan's original manager, who was now working at a different McDonald's. I believe it was in Lebanon, New Hampshire, and she confirmed that Logan Clegg was an employee of hers.
And in addition to confirming that name, did she view any other materials that led you to believe she was talking about the person you were interested in?
She did. She viewed some of the Walmart surveillance images that we had of Mountain Dew Man, as we were calling him, as well as a booking photo of Logan Clegg. She identified the man in the Walmart images as Logan Clegg, and basically recalled that he was wearing the same outfit that he would wear, that he would arrive at work in, and then once he arrived at McDonald's, he would change into the McDonald's outfit. So she recognized that, and then she recognized the booking photo of Logan Clegg as her employee, Logan Clegg.
Did Mr. Clegg fill out an application to work at McDonald's?
Yes, he did.
And did that application have any information of significance?
It did.
What was that?
On that application, as a point of contact, he provided an email address, and that email address was rkxkelly@gmail.com, which I recognize as the same email that was involved in the bulksupplements.com transaction.
Did the email address have any other significance to you based on your knowledge of this investigation?
It incorporated the name Kelly, and we knew at this point that Logan, we believed that he was the person that used the name Arthur Kelly, and so there was that similarity in the fact that Kelly was incorporated into this Gmail.
And in fact, Detective, did you do some follow-up into the RKX Kelly Gmail account?
I did.
And were you able to determine who was listed as the account creator of that Gmail account?
Yes, the name provided when the account was created was Arthur Kelly.
And when was that account created?
I believe it was November 8th of 2021. Not 100%, it could have been the 9th.
Detective, Drawing your attention to September 14th of 2022, did you make any requests relative to the RKX Gmail account?
I did.
What type of request did you make?
I made an exigency request for location data associated with rkxkelly@gmail.com.
And is location data something that's available through Gmail?
It is, and in fact, it was the same type of location data that led us to Stephen and Wendy's bodies. It was location data associated with a Gmail. In that case, it was Stephen's, so I was asking for the same thing, but this one involving an email that Logan had used.
Okay. Yes. We'll publish, so you'll see that. To show you a document on the screen. Your Honor, if I can just ask if everybody who should have it has it in front of them.
I don't have anything beyond the May 23rd.
How about now?
Now I can see it. I don't know if anyone else can. I'm sorry? I can see emergency disclosure request dated September 14th, 2022.
Is it in presenter mode? I'm not.
It
Yes.
is.
What you're going to want to do, Attorney Dominguez, is click on Follow Presenter.
I'm there right now. It's,
Here too.
just took me a little while.
I apologize. This is my first time using this technology.
So you would go up to the top where it says Present. Click on Present. Follow Presenter. And then, okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Randy.
You're welcome.
Detective, on the screen in front of you is a document which just states 2 for identification at this point. Do you recognize the document?
I do. I just wanted to, I was scrolling. I'm not sure if I'm messing up anybody else's screen. I just wanted to scroll to the bottom.
Yep, please
Okay.
take your time to review the entire document.
Okay.
What is that document?
This is the exigency request that I submitted to Google on September 14th, 2022, related to rkxkelly@gmail.com.
Your Honor, I'd ask to admit this as State's full Exhibit 2.
Any objection? Again, it's just for purposes of this hearing.
No.
States 2 is the full exhibit.
Detective, why did you believe that there were circumstances that justified an exigency request to Google?
I believe that this was an email that had been used by Logan Clegg, and I believe that he was presently armed and dangerous and posed a threat to the community, and that I had a duty to quickly determine if there was location data that might help us to arrest him in a timely manner.
And did you articulate these concerns in your request to Google?
I did?
And that was on September 14th of 2022, Detective?
Correct.
Detective, just to jump around a bit, you testified yesterday that during the processing of the homicide scene in April of 2022, detectives had located blood on the trail. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you know if some of that blood was tested at the state laboratory?
Yes, it was.
And do you know what the results of that testing were?
Yes, it was Wendy Reid's blood.
Detective, returning to September of 2022, during this time period where investigators now have the name Logan Clegg, were you able to determine any information regarding Mr. Clegg's travel history?
Yes.
What did you learn?
We learned that he had traveled overseas on 2 different occasions. I believe it was 2019, he flew to Paris for a couple of weeks. And then in, I believe it was June of 2021, he flew to Portugal. And he appeared to remain in Europe until November. I believe it was November 7th that he flew from Reykjavik, which is in Iceland, to Boston Logan Airport.
Did detectives learn anything about scheduled travel that Mr. Clegg may have had?
Yes, we learned that he had also booked a flight, and I believe it was to Reykjavik, and that was for, I believe, February 26th of 2022, but he was noted as not on board. So for whatever reason, he did not appear to make that flight that he had booked to Reykjavik in February of 2022.
Detective, we've discussed the fact that by September of 2022, investigators have a booking photo of Mr. Clegg from Utah. Did you personally view that booking video?
The booking photo, yes.
Yes. And you have viewed surveillance video from Walmart and Shaw's in this case?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion based on your review of that booking photo and the surveillance video from Shaw's and Walmart?
I do.
What is that opinion?
I believe that the man depicted in Walmart and in the Shaw's video that we referred to as Mountain Dew Man is in fact Logan Clegg.
Detective, drawing your attention to September 22nd of 2022, on that date, did police receive additional information regarding Mr. Clegg's purchase history?
Yes, I just don't remember precisely what we're talking about.
So in terms of September 22nd, did investigators receive information relative to Brownells?
Yes.
And what is Brownells?
Brownells is it's basically a firearms and firearms equipment retailer. I believe they're in one of the Midwestern states. I can't remember exactly which Midwestern state, but they also sell via online transactions. And so my recollection is that some of the, I believe it was Sutton Bank, one of the gift card bank holders that was connected to one of the gift cards that Logan Clegg had used at Walmart. They had provided us transaction records that indicated that he purchased something from Brownells in March of 2022.
At this point in September of 2022, did you know what he had purchased in March?
From Brownells, we did not.
In addition to doing background into the name Logan Clegg, were police continuing to investigate the use of the Arthur Kelly alias?
Yes, we did.
And drawing your attention specifically to October 3rd of 2022, did police obtain additional information regarding the potential use of that alias?
We did.
What information was that?
I don't remember which bus company it was. It may have been Greyhound, but I believe the information was that someone using the name of Arthur Kelly had purchased a bus ticket from Boston to the Burlington Airport on, I believe it was May 15th of 2022, under the name Arthur Kelly.
And when you say the Burlington Airport, what state is that in?
That is in Vermont.
Did you receive any other information at that time on October 3rd?
On October 3rd, I believe the only additional information we got was that that bus trip involved a stop at Albany, New York. So there was some sort of layover, perhaps a bus transfer at Albany, New York before getting on the final bus to the Burlington International Airport in Vermont.
And Detective, drawing your attention to October 11th of 2022, on that date, did Concord Police obtain additional information about Mr. Clegg?
Yes.
What was that information?
We received information that Logan Clegg had booked a flight. It was from JFK Airport to Berlin, Germany, and it was scheduled for October 14th at about 12:30 a.m., so the early morning hours of October 14th.
Detective, were you scheduled to work on October 11th, 2022?
I was not?
Did this information change your work schedule?
Yes.
And And did you ultimately report to the Concord Police Department on October 11th?
I did. I got to CPD probably around 5:30 that evening.
Who had initially provided this information regarding the flight to Berlin, Germany, to Concord PD?
It was a detective with the Logan, Utah PD, and he reached out to Detective Danica Gorham, and that was our initial notification about the flight.
Detective, earlier you testified that you had learned during this initial background into Mr. Clegg that he had an active warrant based on a probation violation in Utah. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What was the status of that warrant on October 11th, 2022?
On October 11th, it was active, and it was extradition authorized in the 48 contiguous states.
And what does that mean, extraditable within the 48 contiguous states?
That meant that if Logan was stopped in any of the lower 48s, so all the states excluding Alaska and Hawaii, if he was stopped by police, it would, and he gave his name and date of birth, or they identified him positively, it would basically notify, they would be notified that he had this warrant and that it was extraditable. And general procedure would be that you reach out to the originating agency to verify that the warrant is valid and warrant is active.
Were those the original extradition limits on that warrant when it was initially entered in the system?
No.
Do you know what the original extradition limits were?
The original extradition limits were the states, I believe it just said west of the Mississippi River.
And Detective, had Concord PD spoken with Utah about expanding the extradition limits?
Yes.
Why?
Well, we believed that he had been on the East Coast and that it was possible that he was still in the eastern states. And we were concerned, we wanted, if law enforcement did have contact with him, we wanted them to be aware and to see this active warrant and to then contact Logan, Utah PD as the originating agency to advise that they had him in custody or they had some sort of contact with him.
And did Utah agree to expand the extradition limits?
Yes.
Is that something that the Concord Police Department had any control over, whether Utah made that decision?
No.
And Detective, did the act of expanding the extradition limits on that warrant, did that inevitably mean that Mr. Clegg would be charged with killing Stephen Wendy Reid?
No.
Following that initial notification from the Utah detective, did Concord PD receive additional information about Mr. Clegg's travel plans?
Yes.
What was that information?
I believe you're referring to the HSI information that had more details of the ticket purchase process to include an address that he had given, a phone number that he had given, and I believe there were 3 different emails connected to that purchase process.
And what was the address that had been given in conjunction with that?
It was 11 Elmwood Ave in Burlington, Vermont.
And did investigators determine what that address corresponds with?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a federal building, and it contains a U.S. Post Office in it.
And was a phone number provided from HSI regarding that flight reservation?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were investigators initially able to determine about that phone number?
That it was a Verizon wireless cell phone number, and that the area code was a Vermont area code.
Was further investigation done into that phone number?
Yes.
Detective Brown, in your training and experience as a police officer, are you aware as to whether cell phones can be used to locate the physical location of a cell phone?
They can.
And how generally is that done?
Generally, it's related to the tower, the cell phone tower that they're connected to. So we can request the service provider to attempt to locate that phone by basically determining what tower it's connecting it to, which gives us a general estimated geographic area where that device should be.
And you said we can request. Does that mean that cell carriers provide this information to law enforcement?
Yes.
And how is that typically done?
There's 2 main ways. One would be through exigency, and the other would be through search warrant.
And when you say exigency, what do you mean by that?
Exigency meaning that there's an ongoing threat to public safety or to life or to evidence being destroyed. So there's some sort of situation going on that requires immediate attention.
requests made of Verizon for location information relating to the phone number associated with Mr. Clegg's flight?
Yes.
And what avenue did police use in terms of requesting that information on October 11th?
We used exigency.
And why did you make that request via exigency?
There were a number of reasons. Well, first, he was known to us now to be a felon who had an active warrant. We believe that he was aware of that warrant. It was probation, so he had been sentenced to 36 months. He absconded after about 7, so it was definitely something that he should have been aware of. We further believe that he was trying to avoid being apprehended on that warrant by using aliases such as Arthur Kelly and by living off the grid or under the radar so as to not draw attention to himself. We believed he was a flight risk. He literally had booked a flight, a one-way ticket out of the country, which certainly indicated to us that he intended to flee before justice could be sought. He had a history of destroying evidence, so we had 3 different examples at that time where he destroyed evidence related to this case. The first one being the movement of the bodies and the hiding or the covering of the bodies within minutes after they were killed. We also knew that he burnt his tent site, destroying any evidence that could connect him to that site or attempting to destroy any evidence. And the last example was the tent site, the Arthur Kelly tent site, where he cleaned it up and removed the Mountain Dew Code Red cans, again, we believed, an effort to prevent us from determining his identity. We also believed he was armed and dangerous. He had committed these homicides with a 9mm handgun. We had never recovered that gun. We were now aware of 2 different incidents in August 2020 where he was arrested in possession of a loaded handgun. We're also aware that in one of those arrests, he made a statement to the effect of that he wished he had been able to use the gun on the police.
Your Honor, this is multiple levels of hearsay again. There's no meaningful cross-examination.
I mean, are we just talking about, really right now, it's the thought process for seeking the exigency warrant? And if this is information that was relayed to him, why isn't that not proper for the police to consider in determining whether or not to pursue exigency as opposed to obtaining a warrant? Why isn't that proper for that purpose?
I think that they are still entering it into evidence right now. They're testifying about information that they believe they have regarding a statement that was made to someone else in a different state. I don't think that allows for meaningful cross-examination.
Well, I mean, it's a different question. He's talking about the basis on which he made the decision to seek, or the police made a decision to seek an exigency request. I mean, that's different from whether or not that comes into evidence at trial. I mean, this is really goes only to the thought process of the police. I mean, the police don't have to confront everybody who's providing them information before they seek an exigency.
I understand the court's ruling.
Okay, thanks. The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Brown, if you could continue in terms of why you believe this was an exigency situation.
So, again, we believe that he posed a threat to law enforcement, that he had been arrested in possession of loaded handguns, so we believed he was presently armed and dangerous. And the last main effect was, or the last main thought that we had was that these homicides of Stephen and Wendy Reid, they were strangers to him. They were innocent civilians that were just walking on a public hiking trail on a beautiful spring day. There was no motive that we were aware of to explain the killing. It wasn't a drug deal gone bad. It wasn't domestic violence. It wasn't anything. So we believe that he posed a continuing threat to the public and that it was possible that he would do this again, particularly as we're approaching this point where he's going to be leaving the country.
And Detective, I believe you mentioned that at this point in time, the murder weapon had not been recovered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And also at this point in time, had Stephen Reid's cell phone been recovered?
It had not.
Detective, why not, or why did the Concord Police not just obtain a search warrant and go that route?
We definitely discussed getting a search warrant that evening and the following morning. At one point, I was reminded of the fact that search warrants sent to Verizon go through a different team. They go through a different process, and we were not expected, if we simply did search warrant, we were not expected to get results before that flight left.
Prior to this case, had you submitted search warrants to Verizon for this type of information?
Yes.
And in your experience submitting those warrants, about on average, how long does it take for Verizon to provide results?
In my experience, it's generally been 10 days to 3 weeks, sometimes longer, sometimes, yeah.
And Detective, does Verizon itself as a cell carrier have a process for exigency?
They do?
So this was not a special request by Concord PD to Verizon?
No, this was following the process that Verizon has set up that we've used in the past, and that is specifically designed for this situation.
In addition to submitting that exigency request to Verizon, was Concord PD taking other steps to locate Mr. Clegg on October 11th?
Yes.
What were those steps?
Lieutenant McGonigal had assigned Detective Ryder to seek a search warrant for something called a cell site simulator. It's basically a tool that mimics a cell tower, and it can be used if you have a geographic area. It can be used to try to pinpoint a particular device and learn its location using this tool.
In addition to attempting to get a warrant for a cell site simulator, were, I guess, less technological avenues of investigative police work utilized on October 11th?
Are we referring to Google or?
Were detectives dispatched to Vermont?
Yes. Detectives Lemoyne and Doyon were sent to basically the area of Centennial Woods in, at the time, I believe we thought that that was Burlington. I think it's technically South Burlington, but it's the same general area. So they were dispatched up there, and we had also researched travel methods that we thought Logan could use because we knew his flight was out of JFK, and if this was him up in Burlington, there had to be a way for him to travel from Burlington to JFK. We researched buses and trains. So Lemoyne and Doyon were going to go up. They were going to scout out the Centennial Woods area, and they were going to get eyes on the bus station and wherever the train leaves from. And then they were going to continue surveillance the next morning when those travel options would be leaving.
Detective Brown, was October 11th, 2022 the first time that Concord PD believed that the defendant posed a risk to the public?
No.
Was October 11th of 2022 the first time that Concord PD had articulated that they believed that the defendant posed a risk to the public?
No.
Detective Brown, you should have on the screen in front of you a series of pages marked as States 3 for ID. And Your Honor, do you have it in front of you as well?
I do now, yes.
Can I scroll through
Please
it?
do.
Okay, Attorney Smith, Attorney Dominguez, are you both able to? Okay, I just want to make sure we're all there.
I'm getting to a certain point and then I just get a blank screen. I'm not sure if.
Detective, at least on mine, it's taking a moment for it to load.
Okay.
I also have a paper copy. Is it still appearing as a blank page?
It just keeps jumping. Do we all control it, or is it, do you know? We might be
I
working
don't.
against each other.
I think we all can control it. we
At
are
the same
not-
time?
Yes, so
Does someone want to scroll through and I'll just,
I think you're in the hot seat.
okay.
Your Honor,
Right.
would it be acceptable for me to show Detective Brown a physical copy of the exhibit for purposes of him reviewing it?
That might simplify things for all of us.
Thank you. Detective, if you can take a few moments to review that, we'll have that meeting when you're done. Talk about it. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a search warrant that I obtained and served to Google related to the rkxkelly@gmail.com, and it was obtained, if I can just check the date, on September 20th, 2022, and it was signed by the Honorable Judge Charles Temple.
And Detective, if I can direct your attention to paragraphs 139 and 140 in the affidavit. Are you there, Detective?
Yes.
Okay. What are you articulating in those paragraphs?
That we believe that Logan Clegg is responsible for the murders of Stephen and Wendy Reid, and that we have concerns for public safety until he is safely apprehended.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike the ID on States 3 and admit as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Stage 3 is a full exhibit.
On September 20th of 2022, when you applied for that warrant, did Concord PD apply for a cell site simulator warrant on that date?
No.
How about on October 3rd, when police learned about the bus trip of Arthur Kelly to Burlington?
No.
And why were those warrants not sought on those dates?
Well, that warrant would require a viable cell phone number, which we did not have on either of those dates.
And so ultimately, Detective, was an exigency request submitted to Verizon on October 11th, 2022?
Yes.
And did Concord PD receive results after making that request?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when?
Around 5:18 p.m. on October 11th.
And when we say results, what are we talking about? What is Concord PD receiving?
We receive what's called ping location data, and again, it's related to the cell phone tower that the phone or the device is connecting to.
Detective, on the screen in front of you should be a series of pages that are states 4 for ID currently. Can you take a moment to look through? There's less pages, so hopefully
Okay.
it's less of an issue. And Your Honor, can you see states 4? It should be a fax cover sheet is the first page.
Just, it's kind of slowly loading.
Okay.
Yes, but I'm there, yes.
an opportunity to look at all of the pages?
Yes.
And what is this document or series of documents?
There's a fax cover sheet from Detective Stephen Carter, followed by 2 different exigency requests, and then a second fax cover sheet and another exigency request sent to Verizon on October 11th. The second one is from October 12th.
Okay, when we say the second one,
I'm sorry, the third one.
okay. So why don't we go through them one by one, Detective? So, page 1, what is that document?
This is a fax cover sheet by Stephen Carter to Verizon with the date of 10/11/22. It says, please see attached exigency form.
And page 2 in that exhibit?
Page 2 appears to be the first exigency request. It's just not staying on that page. So it has a case number, it has the phone number involved, and it's asking for incoming and outgoing call detail to and from target phone. Boy, it just won't stay on the page with cell sites.
Your Honor, may I approach with a paper copy?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And if it helps, I just click the stop following, and it seems to me easier for it to stay instead of the skipping back and forth.
I have an extra copy if the court would like one as
No,
well.
I'm there. I just had to stop following. It's the only way I could get it to stay on the same page.
Thank you, Your Honor. And page 3 of that series of documents, Detective, what's contained on page 3?
Page 3 is a second exigency form sent by Detective Carter, and this one has checked the box SMS detail, incoming and outgoing text message detail to and from the target phone, and for the time frame of 10/8/22 through 10/11/22.
And page 4 of that series of documents?
Page 4 is a new fax cover sheet dated October 12th, 2022, and again, sent by Detective Carter, and it says, please see updated exigency request. And then it has his name.
Yep, and then page 5 of that series?
Page 5 is the third exigency request, and this one has in the additional comments below, it says, please include RTT data for the past 48 hours.
And Detective, this series of documents as a group, is that what Verizon would have received on October 11th and October 12th of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike the ID and enter as a full exhibit.
Any objection? Exhibit 4 is a full exhibit.
Thank you. Detective, did Verizon respond to these requests?
Yes, they did.
And Detective, do you know, in terms of the October 11th exigency request by Concord PD, when did Verizon receive those?
The first one, I believe, was received around 5:18 p.m. The second one was received around 7:07 p.m.
Your Honor, if I may just have a moment.
Of course.
Thank you. So, Detective, I've placed on case lines an Excel spreadsheet. Is that in front of you?
I see it.
And Your Honor, if I may also approach with my laptop
Absolutely.
for Detective Brown to view. Do you recognize what's contained in that Excel spreadsheet?
I do.
And what is it?
This appears to be the ping data that we received from Verizon. It looks like it's probably one of the later ones because I can see data from October 12th. So as the time went on, Verizon would add to the spreadsheet. So we had basically a historical history of the ping data.
Okay. And if you were to scroll down, are there prior results contained on the spreadsheet?
Yes, this goes all the way back to October 11th, and the time depicted here is UTC or Greenwich Mean Time. It's the standard that's used by big tech companies. So on this date, to get our time, you would subtract 4 hours.
And Detective, I'm here with my laptop. I have a spreadsheet open on my laptop. Does this appear to be the same spreadsheet as what you're viewing?
It is. The only difference is you've expanded the timestamp column so that you can see it says GMT, which is Greenwich Mean Time, also known as UTC.
And is this spreadsheet a fair and accurate depiction of the results that Verizon provided Concord PD in response to the exigency requests?
It is.
Your Honor, I have a dual request to both strike the ID and enter as full, and the state, with the court's permission, will replace the exhibit with the timestamp more fully visible, if that's acceptable, at the break.
Oh, I see. I see it's kind of, I mean, where it's sort of partially cut off at the seconds.
Yes.
That's what you're referring to. Any objection to replacing that,
Not at
admitting
all.
it and replacing it
Yeah.
with one that actually doesn't slice off the seconds?
Yes.
So, granted, and it's a full exhibit. Exhibit 5, I believe, is full.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Detective, on October 11th of 2022, did you attempt to obtain exigent location information through another way other than Verizon?
I did.
And what was that?
It was, again, an exigency request to Google related to an email address that was associated with this phone number. And that email address was firstpeterblack@gmail.com.
Detective, I'm placing a document on your screen. Can you take a moment to look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
I don't see it yet. I still see the ping data.
Any change?
No, sorry.
Your Honor, do you still have the ping data?
No, I have. But I've unfollowed, and I'm just at the next exhibit.
Okay.
So I'm there, but that's just because I've unfollowed and I'm doing it separately. Attorney
Okay.
Smith, do you have it?
I see it now.
You see it now?
I see emergency disclosure request, October 11th, 2022, Google LLC.
I just want to make sure that defense has it.
Mine is like lots of red things on there. I think the internet keeps kicking me off, but I'm connected again, so.
Let me,
I know.
It's not,
You guys, we have extras. Yeah, I'm not particularly concerned about this particular exhibit. I'll try to get this worked.
No, I know, but I know, and I'm
Unfollow
quite
or-
confident we've had issues with the Wi-Fi. I don't know if it helps to unfollow and just go right to Exhibit 6 and on the side. That's how I've got there.
You can unfollow and then go back and follow again. Either way should work.
Not following. It's just not loading. It's moving pages, so I do think I'm connected to the internet, even though my computer's telling me otherwise. I'm really not concerned about this exhibit. We can.
Okay.
Detective Braun, do you recognize the document that's on the screen in front of you?
I do.
What is it?
This is the exigency request that I submitted to Google on the evening of October 11th, 2022, for location data related to firstpeterblack@gmail.com.
And you testified that this Gmail account was associated with the phone number that the exigency request to Verizon was made regarding?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike the ID and enter as state's full 6.
Any objection? Exhibit 6 is a full exhibit.
Thank you. Did Google respond to that request?
They did.
And what was the outcome?
They had no responsive data, meaning that they had no location data for the time period that I requested.
So, Detective Brown, we've discussed your thoughts regarding the exigency request. On October 11th of 2022, did Concord Police believe that it was imperative to locate Mr. Clegg?
Yes.
And you testified earlier that detectives were dispatched to Burlington, Vermont
Yes.
on that evening of October 11th.
Correct.
Why were those officers not directed to actively search for Mr. Clegg and his campsite that evening?
For officer safety purposes, I would have recommended and recommended it multiple times during this investigation that that they not go searching through the woods in the middle of the night. The suspect would have a clear advantage over them. He would hear them coming from several meters away, and he might deduce who they were, and he might take actions that harm them. So my recommendation would be that we wait until daylight, when at least we have, we're able to see, and we might be able to see the person first before they hear us.
Was the defendant located on October 11th?
No.
Was the defendant located on October 12th?
Yes.
And can you describe how he was located?
Yes, I came back to work the morning of October 12th. I continued to review the ping data that Verizon was providing. I was plotting the points on Google Earth Pro or Google Earth as they came in. And as that document showed, there's also a radius, so a rough estimate of how wide the space is for that ping data. So I would plot the point, I would make a circle plotting the radius, and I would look and see generally where that was. I then communicated to Detectives Lemoyne and Doyon, who were up there in separate undercover vehicles, to make sure that they were kind of looking in the same areas.
And did you discover some information that you ultimately relayed to those two gentlemen?
I did. That second exigency request included some phone numbers, or included like call detail and text detail from a few days before. What those records showed was that this phone number, it really only had 2 calls. I don't remember if they were made or received, but there were 2 phone numbers which had communicated to this phone in the days before. I started doing background checks on those phone numbers, and one of them connected to a woman, I believe her name was Misty Bowen, stands out in my mind. And then I ended up doing additional research on this Misty person. And within our TLO, it's a civilian records database that we have access to. Within that, it showed that she had a possible employer of Price Choppers. I did not know what that was. I Googled it and saw that it's a grocery store. And when I looked for a Price Choppers in South Burlington, I could see that it was actually within the radius of one of the more recent ping location data. I then called, I believe it was Detective Lemoyne, and advised him that, hey, there's this connection to a phone number. It may be relevant, but it's to this Price Choppers. And I think Lemoyne was right in the area and basically said, okay, I'll go look at that.
And did he ultimately respond to Price Choppers in South Burlington?
He did. Within a few minutes of that, I want to say it was around 9:32 or 9:33 in the morning, he conveyed to us, I think actually to Detective Gorham, that he had eyes on. And we basically said, eyes on who? And he said Logan Clegg. And he then, shortly after that, had taken a photo and sent us that image that he had taken of, and it clearly looked to be Logan Clegg.
And this is the same Detective Lemoyne who had contact with Arthur Kelly on April 20th?
That's correct.
After Detective Lemoyne had eyes on Mr. Clegg at the Price Choppers, what happened from there?
Him and Doyon maintained surveillance, so they kept eyes on him where they could see him, but trying not to be seen by him. And they followed him as he walked from Price Choppers. I believe he went to Walgreens. They thought that it looked like he cashed a check or did something of that effect at Walgreens. He then left Walgreens and walked a side street that led to the South Burlington Public Library. They watched him go inside, and they set up basically covering the entrance and exit to the library.
Detective, a few moments ago when you were testifying regarding the various requests that were faxed to Verizon on October 11th and October 12th, did the October 12th request involve RTT data?
It did.
And what is RTT data?
I learned it as range to tower. I've also seen it referred to as real-time tracking, round-trip time, round-trip data. And basically, it's a more defined version of a ping. It actually involves the particular antenna on a cell tower, which gives, I think there's basically 3 antennas that cover a 360-degree circle. So the RTT would tell you exactly which antenna, and therefore the azimuth, or the 120-degree part of that circle that is connecting, along with a distance. So it's a more refined version of ping data. It's pretty advanced. I haven't used it in a while. I did not look at it at all on that day.
Okay. And why did you not look at it at all on that day?
I forwarded it to the FBI special agent, I believe it's Kevin Hoyland from the CAST team, so the Cellular Analysis Survey team, and he's basically an expert on this type of data, and I basically asked him to review it and to give me any insights that he had.
Was the RTT data ultimately used to locate Mr. Clegg?
No.
Why not?
We already found him by the time, I believe by the time I got it, we had already found him.
Detective Brown, you had testified that on October 11th, Concord PD was also pursuing a search warrant for a cell site simulator device. Is that correct?
Correct?
Do you know if that warrant was granted?
It was?
Did Concord PD ever execute that warrant?
No,
Why not?
because Logan Clegg was found before we could get that equipment up to Burlington.
You testified a moment ago that detectives from Concord PD observed the defendant enter the South Burlington Public Library. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What happened after he entered the library?
So the ping data was still coming in, and there was a point in time when the ping data seemed to indicate that the phone was back in Centennial Woods. I then called Lemoyne and basically said, hey, are you sure he's in the library? There's no way he could have gotten out. And he basically said, there should be no way, but I will go in and look. He then contacted me and said that he had eyes on, he was in the library, and there was no doubt. And at that point, I basically told everybody, we're done with ping data, leave it aside, they've got eyes on, let's go with their eyes on, and that's our priority.
Was the defendant arrested at the South Burlington Public Library?
Yes, he was.
What was he arrested on?
The outstanding Utah probation warrant.
Were you present when he was arrested?
I was not.
Is this a logical time for
It
for
is,
a
Your Honor.
break?
Yes.
Why don't we take about a 10-minute break, then we'll
Rise for the court.
And just for for planning purposes, kind of like yesterday, I do have a few hearings at 1 and 1:15. I think one of them was with Attorney Dominguez. You don't even know about that.
I have someone covering that
Okay.
matter for me.
Okay. Okay. So we'll go probably till around 12:15, then I want to break just so we take a little bit of longer break for everybody before we resume at closer to 1:30.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Court is at recess. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
You can ask him, but when you get up to do something, you can push it to talk. Okay.
Ready to take a break?
Oh, right. We've already made that
We did,
modification.
I just didn't.
Yeah. The other thing is,
Smith, so that's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Brown, prior to the break, you had testified that you were not present when the defendant was arrested. Is that correct?
That is correct?
Were you at some point on October 12th in the state of Vermont?
Yes.
And why were you in Vermont that day?
I was sent up to attempt an interview with Logan Clegg following his arrest.
And following his arrest, where was the defendant taken?
He was transported to the South Burlington Police Headquarters, and I believe he was in holding room 1.
Did you go to the South Burlington Police Department?
I did?
Did you speak with officers from South Burlington PD regarding their interview rooms and the technical features present in those rooms?
I did.
What was your understanding of the equipment in those rooms?
My understanding was that the entire booking area, to include the holding cell, the fingerprint area, the interview rooms, all of that was constantly, it was a motion-activated or sound-activated recording, so you didn't have to do anything. It was recorded automatically, and I recall seeing signs to that effect outside, basically saying you are entering a recorded area or something to that effect.
And your understanding of their technical equipment in that space, did that include the room where you ultimately spoke with the defendant?
Yes, I believed it was automatically recording.
Did that information turn out to be accurate?
It did not?
And when did you initially realize that?
I did not know that until probably days later. What happened was, at some point, Detective Gorham attempted to watch the interview live through their internal network, and it was discovered at that time that there did not appear to be a video feed from the interview room. I believe I was in interview room number 2 at the time. So unbeknownst to me, as I'm interviewing Logan, one of the South Burlington, I believe it was Sergeant Eno, responded to the area, the booking area, and somehow manually activated the camera that was in interview room 2. But again, I had no clue that that was going on as I was in that interview room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
No, I'm fine with that, because I did it both ways.
Detective, I'm handing you a CD. Can you tell me if you recognize it?
I do.
And what is that?
This CD contains the audio of the interview that I conducted with Logan Clegg on October 12th. And it has, I've listened to it, I signed it, and I dated the date that I listened to it.
And in listening to it, were you able to confirm that it contains the entirety of your interview with Mr. Clegg?
It started about a second or two after the video feed did, but otherwise it contained my entire interaction with him in interview room number 2.
In terms of what was recorded?
I'm sorry?
In terms of what was recorded?
In terms of in terms of the audio, there was about 1 second or 2 seconds at the very beginning that was contained on video that, for whatever reason, didn't make it to that audio file. So it starts about a few words after the video.
A moment ago, we were discussing the fact that Detective Gorham realized that the interview was not playing on the internal monitors,
Yes.
and as a result, was a portion of your interview with the defendant not captured.
That is correct.
Your Honor, I briefly discussed this with Attorney Smith. I have not uploaded this to case lines due to Detective Brown's ability to authenticate it based on looking at the CD. I'm happy to do that during the break.
I don't know if there's a preference. Would you like it to be uploaded to case lines?
We have it uploaded,
Okay.
if that helps.
To case
I
lines?
doubt that it does, yeah.
Okay.
If we can, we can mark it in case lines based on theirs, and we can mark the physical copy of the CD as well.
That's fine. We could do that.
I apologize, Your Honor.
No problem. So would that be states 12? Okay, so we're not following the numbers on, okay, I understand. State 7.
And Your Honor, I will alert the court, it is not our intention to play the audio during this hearing.
I understand.
We would like it part of the record and
I
would like it
understand.
considered.
I understand.
Detective Brown, did you take notes during your interview with the defendant on October 12th?
I did not.
Why not?
It was just him and I in that interview room, and I wanted to maintain an active listening stance with him, which basically meant that I look at him, I look at his eyes, I look at his body language, his reactions to different questions, and then he can look at me and see that I'm listening to him. So I didn't want to get distracted with trying to take notes at that same time.
Why is it important to have an active listening stance in a situation such as this?
Well, I'm making observations of him, and I also want him to see that I'm committed to the interview and I'm paying attention to what he's saying and listening to him.
Did you write down your recollection of the interview close in time to the interview itself?
I did.
Do you know approximately when you did that?
I started likely a few minutes after the interview concluded, and that was after speaking with the Attorney General's office, and there was a request that at that point, we weren't sure when we were going to get the audio or the video of the interview, and so they asked that I record, that I basically document my recollections of the interview in case it was going to be needed in either a follow-up search warrant or a follow-up arrest warrant.
Detective, I'd like to back up and discuss the interview itself. Drawing your attention to shortly after 4 o'clock p.m. on October 12th, what happened at that point in time?
Detective Gorham and I arrived at South Burlington PD. I spoke with Lieutenant Chris Bataille and Sergeant Gerald Eno about conducting this interview. They showed me roughly where the booking area was and basically that it was recorded and that I could choose any room. At around 4:02, I selected interview room 2. It was just a random room in the area. And a booking officer opened holding area or holding cell number 1 and then brought Logan to interview room number 2 where I was.
And what happened when the defendant entered that interview room?
I identified myself to him, both by name and by agency, explained that I was investigating something that happened in Concord, New Hampshire, and that I would like to have a conversation with him, but that I wanted to read him his Miranda rights before doing that.
And did he respond to you?
He did.
What did he say?
Something to the effect of what's really going on, and he referred to the high number of officers that had taken him into custody at the library.
What did you do then?
I basically told him that I would answer his questions, but first, because he was in police custody, I needed to advise him of his Miranda rights.
And was he amenable to going through that process with you?
He was.
And did you in fact review his Miranda rights with him?
I did.
How did you go about doing that?
Had a standard Concord PD Miranda rights form with me. I produced it. I asked him some questions about himself, so his name, his date of birth, his education level, if he had ever had Miranda warnings or if he was familiar with Miranda warnings before. I then went through each of the rights line by line. As I read them to him, I would ask him, do you understand that right? And I would say something to the effect of, if you understand that right, please write yes. If you don't understand that right, please ask me questions. For all 5 of the rights, he indicated yes. I also asked him to put his initials after yes or no. There was then 2 follow-up questions where he answered yes and put his initials to both of those. And then it ends with something of the effect of, having these rights in mind, do you wish to make a statement at this time? He initially initialed that, and I asked him if he agreed with that statement, if he could sign his name, and he then wrote out his full name there.
You indicated that you asked him his education level.
I did.
Correct. Why, and did he answer you?
He did.
What did he tell you?
He said that he had a GED.
And did you make a note of that?
I did. I wrote that along with his name and date of birth on the top left corner of the form.
And why is it important to know someone's education level when you're going through Miranda with them?
The standard for Miranda that I was taught was that a person has to knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily sign that form. And part of making sure that I'm meeting those requirements is making sure that he has an understanding that he can read and write in English, that he has the mental capacity to understand, that he's not intoxicated or otherwise impaired or suffering from some sort of mental health issues. So it's all just determining, the education specifically is related to if he can understand and what I'm saying and what he's reading.
And someone who has obtained their GED, what does that mean to you?
It's equivalent of graduating high school, so that person should be able to read and write in English and to understand the form.
You also testified a moment ago that you asked the defendant if he'd ever received Miranda warnings before. Is that correct?
I did.
And why is that important to know?
Well, if someone has gone through it, let's say 10 or 15 times before, then they're going to have a different level of understanding versus someone that's never heard it before. So again, my goal is to make sure that that person understands these rights and that it's meeting this requirement.
And did the defendant respond to you when you asked that question?
He did.
And what did he tell you?
He basically said that he had experience with detectives. I believe he said it was in Utah. He just didn't know if they read the same sort of form. So the bottom line from my perspective was he didn't know if he had gotten Miranda before. So I wrote on the form, no known Miranda, and I treated it as though he had not gotten it before.
It's not on the screen yet, but it's loaded. Okay. Detective, on the screen in front of you, I've loaded a document that has the Concord Police Department address at the top. Is that document in front of you?
It is now.
Your Honor,
I have it, yes.
and counsel, you're all set?
I am, thank you.
Yep. Detective Brown, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the Miranda rights waiver form that I used in the interview with Logan Clegg on October 12th, 2022.
And how do you know that?
I recognize my handwriting on the top portion, and I signed the bottom, and I recognize my handwriting there.
Your Honor, I'd move to enter this as a full exhibit.
This is 8 now. Any objection?
No.
8 is the full exhibit.
So Detective, just to now that we have the form, discuss some of the items we've discussed in the last few minutes. Here at the top of the form, it reads Logan Clegg, DOB 12496. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And where did you get that information?
I got that from Logan himself.
And is this your handwriting at the top of the form?
It is.
And then under Logan Clegg and date of birth, what is next?
It says GED, referring to his level of education as told to me by him.
And then what?
And then no known Miranda, indicating that he did not know if he had gotten Miranda rights before, as told to me by Logan.
And Detective, you previously testified that as you went through the form with Logan, that he had initialed indicating that he understood the rights as you explained them?
Correct. I read every word. So for instance, for number 1, I read every word there, and when I finished the sentence, I would ask him, do you understand that right? If you do, write yes. If you don't, please ask me questions, and I'll try to get it so that you understand it. On each of them, he wrote yes, and then I would also ask that he write his initial next to his answer.
So whose handwriting is this to the left of those rights?
That is Logan Clegg's handwriting. I handed him a pen for that purpose.
And did Mr. Clegg ask you any questions about any of these rights as you read them to him?
He did not.
And then moving down into the waiver portion of the form, whose handwriting is in that portion of the form?
That is still Logan's handwriting. So at questions 1 and 2, it says yes, followed by LC, and Logan himself wrote that
Did Mr. Clegg also verbally relay that to you?
I believe I don't recall if he said the word yes or he simply wrote it. I don't remember at this time.
And then moving to the bottom portion of the form, there's a line for signature. Is that correct?
Yes?
And we see the initials LC followed by Logan Clegg.
Yes.
And then what's below that?
Below that is my signature and my badge number, 85. And that's my handwriting. And then I also wrote the date there, 10/12/2022.
And so, Detective, did Mr. Clegg ultimately indicate that he was willing to waive these rights and speak with you?
He did?
And over the course of your career in law enforcement, prior to October 12th of 2022, had you advised people of their Miranda rights?
Yes.
And in those instances, how have you gone about doing that?
The same exact way. I read each right. Well, I start with a series of questions about them that I put in the top left corner. I then read each right one by one. I ask them, again, if you understand that, please write yes. If you don't understand, ask me any questions. I ask that they put their initial. I basically follow the exact same protocol that I used with Logan.
How would you describe your tone of voice while you were reviewing the Miranda rights form with the defendant?
I am consistent throughout the interview. It's always a friendly, non-confrontational tone.
So, just to follow up, Detective, the tone of voice that we would hear on the recording that the state submitted, is that consistent with how you were speaking during the Miranda portion of this interview with the defendant?
Yes.
While you were going through this Miranda form with the defendant, did he appear under the influence to you?
He did not?
Did he respond appropriately to you while you were going over the form with him?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the Miranda waiver process, did you believe that the defendant wanted to speak with you?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, he'd asked me right off the bat what's really going on, indicating that he wanted to know what was happening.
And at that point, after going over the Miranda rights form, did you also believe he wanted to speak with you?
I did.
What happened once the Miranda waiver process had completed?
The interview basically started at some point early on. I asked him about snacks. We had brought up, Detective Danica Gorham and I had stopped along the way and we had purchased snacks for him to eat if he so chose. So early on, Detective Gorham came to the room with the snacks and basically offered him anything. And that was done so that we could kind of gauge his reaction to a female detective and see if he was going to be willing to speak in front of her. I noted that he didn't make eye contact with her except when she asked specifically about Mountain Dew. And so without even conversing with one another, Detective Gorham and I decided that I would just be the one to interview him. So after he declined the snacks, I basically started the interview with him.
And can you generally describe what was discussed during that first portion of the interview?
Yes, basically I went through what I was investigating, that it was a double homicide that happened in April in Concord. I basically explained to him that we had learned his name we learned that he was an employee of McDonald's and that he had been in Concord at some point and had left at some point, and he was a person that we wanted to speak to. I asked him just basic questions about where he was living when he was in Concord, where he was working, if he had any knowledge of, if he had heard of this case, basically stuff to that effect, what his living arrangement was as well.
Did you discuss other topics as well?
Yes, I believe I asked him about his background and family. I don't know how much further. I would have to see something to refresh my memory.
At some point, Detective, while you were talking with the defendant, did you ask if it would be okay if you took a break?
I did.
And Was the defendant agreeable to that?
Yes, he was.
What happened next?
I asked him again if he wanted any snacks. I believe he said no. I asked him if he wanted to stay there in the interview room or if he wanted to go back to the holding cell. My recollection is he wanted to stay there in the interview room. I also asked him if I had other questions after the break, if I could come back and we could continue this conversation, and he said yes. So I then left him. I believe the booking officer probably closed the interview room door, and I then went and conferred with my colleagues, and it was probably about 30 minutes or so before I returned.
And before we get to that, Detective, you testified that you asked the defendant if he wanted any snacks.
I did.
What was his response?
He declined, I think he declined every offer of food or drink that I gave to him.
And did you have any further conversation with him at that point regarding him eating?
When I came back, I believe I asked him, I believe it was after the break, when I asked him again if he wanted any food. And I think I asked him when the last time he ate was, and he said something to the effect of yesterday. And I basically said, well, you should eat. And he said something to the effect of being anxious about the Utah thing, which I took to mean about his arrest on the Utah probation warrant.
And that statement, anxious about the Utah thing, is that in the context of you talking about the defendant having something to eat?
That's correct. He was basically giving that as a reason why he didn't want to eat.
And did you note that in a report, Detective, that the defendant had told you he was anxious about the Utah thing?
I did.
Your Honor, if I can just have one moment. Detective, is it possible that that conversation regarding when the defendant had last ate happened prior to the break?
It's possible. I would have to either view a report or listen to the audio, but it's definitely possible.
Okay. And you did write a report regarding this interaction?
I did.
Would viewing that report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
640 at the top. If I may approach, Your Honor.
Of course.
Detective, if you could read this top paragraph to yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
When did that conversation with the defendant take place?
That was before the break.
Detective Brown, prior to you asking the defendant if it was okay if you took a break, had the defendant at any point asked to take a break?
No.
And up until that point, had the defendant invoked his right to silence?
No.
Had he invoked his right to counsel?
No.
And just to be clear, Detective, were you taking a break because you believed the defendant had invoked either of those rights?
No.
And Detective, we discussed a few moments ago that prior to that break beginning, you had asked the defendant if he would answer more questions after the break. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And was he agreeable to that request?
He was.
So did you in fact take a break?
We did.
And you testified a few moments ago that it was about half an hour?
Yes.
And what did you do during the break?
I conferred with my colleagues. I believe we called Lieutenant McGonigal at that point to update him on what had been said during this interview and to basically find out what the status was. And at some point, he basically suggested that I go back in and that I continue to have this conversation with him to see if we could get any more information that might be helpful to the investigation at that point. He also recommended showing some photos, so we had discussed some surveillance images and things of that nature. He suggested showing these images and seeing if that refreshed his memory or drew any new information.
When you say we had discussed some surveillance images, who is the we?
Logan and I. So I had asked him, basically I at one point indicated that I asked him about his shopping habits and if he had shopped at Walmart while he was in Concord, and he basically said that he only went a few times. I then described that someone that looked remarkably like him had actually gone many times and that there were surveillance images of this, and that's how I believe I even mentioned that we had shown those surveillance images to some McDonald's coworkers and they recognized him, that person, as Logan Clegg. So that's the images that I was referring to. I may have also had images about covering the burnt tent site and just some other areas in general that I thought might be helpful.
Had you discussed the burnt tent site at that point in the interview?
I believe that we had. I would probably have to see the report again. I believe that we did.
And Detective, again, where was the defendant while this break was taking place?
So he wanted to remain in the interview room. That was his choice. And when I came back after 30 minutes, the interview room was empty, and I presume that the booking officer had moved him back to the holding cell. There is a bathroom there, so I didn't know if something transpired that he needed to use the bathroom. I believe it was just a procedural thing where if he was going to stay in an interview room for a long period, they would prefer that he be in the holding area. So he had been moved to that. I came back. I basically brought some snacks with me and set those up in the interview room, and then the booking officer got him from holding room 1 and brought him back to interview room 2.
Okay. And that's the same room you were in prior to the break?
It is.
When the defendant was brought back to that room, did you re-Mirandize him at that point?
I didn't re-Mirandize. What I did is I pulled out the Miranda rights form. I showed it to him again. I asked him, I basically said something to the effect of, I want to remind you about this. I think I asked him if he had any questions about it. He indicated that he did not. I realized that I had not signed it, so I signed it in his presence. And after I signed it, I basically said something to the effect of, so you understand these and you still wish to talk to me, or something to that effect, and he nodded his head yes. I then said yes and noted for the recording that he was shaking his head yes.
And did you ask him if he had any questions about those Miranda rights again?
I did.
And what was his response?
I believe he shook his head no, indicating that he did not.
When you come back after the break and you're with the defendant, did you at any point reference the fact that you knew he was anxious?
At some point, I did. I believe it had to do again with the context of food and if he wanted food. And at that point, I said something to the effect of, I know you said you're nervous or anxious. And I was referring to that time when he said he was anxious about the Utah thing as far as why he wasn't eating. And I was basically offering to get him any food that he desired. So I said, if you want a hamburger, we'll get that. If you want rotisserie chicken. He at one point responded to the rotisserie chicken saying, do they even have that here? And I said, no, but we'll go get it for you. And he basically said that he didn't want any food at that time.
Detective, in addition to the specific conversation that you had with the defendant, in your training experience, is it unusual for people when they're speaking with the police to be anxious or nervous?
That is not unusual. That is common.
Why is that common?
Well, people can be defensive. They can be worried about what it might mean that a detective is talking to them, especially if it's related to a homicide. So it was natural that he would be a little bit nervous.
Did you proceed with your conversation with the defendant after reviewing that Miranda form?
I did.
And can you generally describe what took place during that portion of the conversation?
It didn't last very long, and he seemed to be getting frustrated that I was asking a lot of the questions that we had already kind of gone over. So he would basically say stuff to the effect of, I feel like we're going in circles, I don't know what else to say, stuff of that nature. He was kind of showing some frustration that we were going over the same topics again. And so I would try to say, basically tell him that there are some new things here that I'm getting towards. And it ultimately reached a point, I believe I was discussing the spent shell casings and how there seemed to be a connection between the burnt tent site and the crime scene where the double murders took place. And I asked him again something to the effect of, I just want to make sure I'm being clear. You're saying you had nothing to do with the burnt tent site. At that point, he said something to the effect of, I don't know what else you want me to say. And I said something to the effect of, let me keep going with one more thing. And he then said, will you stop? And I did stop at that point. And basically, he then asked what was going to happen next. At that point, or right around that point, Detective Gorham, she had been in the hallway. She entered the room, and I basically asked her, did you have anything else or something to that effect? And she advised me that she had not heard what Logan had said. So I basically updated her because our plan had been, she had the photos, so the plan had been that she was going to come in and we were going to go through these photos. So I updated her that I think he's done talking with us, which is fine. And then I asked Logan directly, would you be willing to look at some photos that we have? He said at that point something to the effect of, I'd rather just be done. So he repeated this word that I had just said to Detective Gorham, which is, I think he's done. And I took that to mean that he did not want to speak to us any further. And so at that point, from my perspective, the interrogation ended.
Going back, Detective, to, I believe you testified that the defendant said words to the effect of, will you stop? What did you take that to mean?
I was trying to follow up on this issue of connecting about his relationship to the burnt tent site. So it wasn't clear to me if the will you stop was simply about these questions that he felt he had already answered, or if he was referring to the entire interview, which is why I told Detective Gorham when she came in, I think he's done, meaning that I didn't know for certain that he was done. And kind of implying to her that I was going to ask one more question, and we weren't going to just take out the photos and show them or anything like that. I was going to see if he wanted to continue or not.
And he indicated to you that he did not.
That's correct.
Did you have further conversation with the defendant regarding food?
Yes, that is probably, I can't say with 100% certainty, but that's probably when it came up about him being anxious and me offering to basically get him whatever kind of food he desired. I believe that's when that portion of the conversation took place.
And you may have testified to this, but did the defendant ask anything of you at this point when Detective Gorham has entered the room?
I believe he asked something to the effect of what's going to happen next.
And did you answer his question?
I did, with the knowledge that I had as true and accurate as I believed it to be at that time.
What specifically did you tell him about what was going to happen next?
Basically that, I think he asked if he was going to get paperwork or there was going to be a hearing. I explained that we were still working with South Burlington and my supervisors, both related to the Utah warrant issue as well as the Concord investigation. I believe I told him that he was likely going to see someone that evening, and I didn't know if or it was either going to be that evening or the following morning, and I didn't know if he was going to remain at the police station or if he was going to be transported to a jail.
And was that true? Did you actually not know what was going to happen?
That is entirely true. I gave him exactly what I knew at that time.
And at this point, Detective, just to refresh, what is Mr. Clegg being held on in terms of his police custody status?
The Utah probation warrant only.
Okay. And did you have any understanding of when he may have a hearing?
My recollection was that there was something basically equivalent to a bail commissioner. So when you're arrested here, the first stage would be to request or see a bail commissioner. So there was some similar type of process. I didn't know if it involved a bail commissioner or an actual judge, but I believe there was going to be something that happened that evening, and then I believed he was probably going to see a judge for an arraignment type of hearing the next day.
In response to the defendant's question about what was going to happen next, did you have any conversation with him about his clothing?
Oh, I did, yes.
And what did that conversation consist of?
I explained to him that we were most likely going to get a search warrant for his clothes. It wasn't 100%, but in that scenario that we were going to seize his clothes, I therefore asked him if he had any other clothes somewhere that I could get for him. He specifically said that there weren't any clothes in his backpack. I basically offered to buy him new clothes so that he had something. He said at first that that wasn't necessary, but then said basically okay. I then asked him for his clothing size. He gave the pants as 30-30, the shirt as small, and I asked about the socks, and he said 13, indicating his shoe size was 13. That's the only notes I ever took. So I wrote those three things down in my notepad.
And prior to the defendant leaving your presence or you leaving, did you have another conversation about food?
Yes, I don't remember where exactly. There's multiple times. I wanted him to eat. So I was basically conveying to him that I was willing to get him whatever food, and again, he declined.
And Detective, during this second portion of the conversation, so after you come back from the break, how would you describe your tone with the defendant?
It was exactly the same as before. It's friendly, non-confrontational, respectful.
And is that true after the defendant had indicated that he wanted to be done?
Yes.
Were the defendant's clothes ultimately seized that evening?
They were.
And were you involved in the seizure of that clothing?
I was.
Did you question the defendant during the time when you were participating in the seizure of that clothing?
No.
Did you have any conversation with him?
Probably. I don't remember any specific details right now. It would not be any form of interrogation or trying to get information. If there's something that you have that would refresh my memory.
Or if I may just have a moment.
I do remember something.
What do you remember, Detective?
I think once he had changed into clothes, I asked him if it was satisfactory to him. He indicated that it was, and at some point before I left, I basically asked him if he remembered who I was, and I gave him my name, and I believe I said something to the effect of that I might try to find out where he is in the future, something to that effect.
And why did you ask the defendant if he recalled who you were?
Well, I always try to maintain a friendly, positive rapport with a defendant, and I do want them to be able to reach out to me if they do have information later on. It's a technique that I always use, and it has resulted in defendants calling me from jail or calling their family to call me and basically saying, go talk to him, he has more information. So I wanted to keep that door open. If he changed his mind in the future and was willing to have a conversation, I wanted him to know who I was so that he could make that request. And I wanted them to understand that I would go and I would listen to anything that he had to say.
Did Detective Gorham have any further interaction with the defendant on October 12th after the interview ended?
She did.
And what was the nature of that interaction?
She had been, there was a discussion about DNA, and specifically getting DNA from Logan. And our understanding of the Vermont process was there was consent, and then there was some other court process. So it wasn't like here in New Hampshire where you get a search warrant and someone provides That search warrant option, I don't think was a possibility in Vermont. So basically, we were said, well, why doesn't somebody just go ask him if he's willing to give consent? And whatever the answer is, at least we know. So at some point, she did go back into holding, or she went back to holding Area 1, and she asked him pretty simply, are you willing to give consent for a swab of DNA? He declined, and my recollection is that was the conclusion of her interaction with him.
Detective, drawing your attention to October 19th of 2022, is that?
This might be a good time, and again, I apologize, it's just because I have some things I want to make sure that staff has a break. While we're waiting for that logical time, we'll resume the hearing in this case at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, court. Court is at recess.
At any time during that portion of the interview, did the defendant do anything non-verbally to signal to you that he was invoking any of his rights?
No.
Did he do anything non-verbally to you to indicate that he no longer understood or was having some type of issue?
No.
Detective, drawing your attention to October 19th of 2022, were you working on that date?
I was.
And what was your assignment on that particular date?
To respond to the St. Albans Jail in Vermont, to attempt another interview with Logan Clegg, if he was willing, and to advise him that we had obtained an arrest warrant for charging him in the murders of Stephen and Wendy Reid.
And why was the defendant being held in St. Albans, Vermont?
He was still being held related to the Utah probation warrant.
On October 19th, was he held as a result of anything having to do with the Concord investigation into the deaths of the Reids?
No.
What happened when you arrived at the St. Albans facility?
We have to go through a check-in process, basically where we leave all our mobile devices. We advised what we were there for. We were brought to, it was kind of like a family visit type room. Shortly after that, Logan was brought to the room.
And what happened at that point?
I reminded Logan who I was and who Detective Gorham was. I advised him that we were there to update him and to ask him questions if he was willing.
And what was his response?
He said something, he said he was okay or fine, I think, with an update. And then he said something that I didn't quite catch. I just heard the word attorney, and it wasn't quite clear to me exactly what he said. So I then advised.
Did you follow up at that point?
I did. I advised him that we were there in regards to the Concord investigation only, not for anything that he had been arrested for. And basically that if he was invoking a right to an attorney, I just needed him to do so clearly. And I gave him a sample phrase that he could say, which is, I think it was something like, I don't want to speak to you, I want to speak to my attorney, or something of that nature. He then repeated the last part back to me, I want to speak to an attorney. So at that,
What did you take that as?
that he was invoking his right to an attorney.
Based on that, did you Mirandize the defendant?
I did not.
Did you proceed to ask him any questions?
No.
Did Detective Gorham?
No.
What happened next?
I advised him, I gave him the update portion that he said he was fine with. Basically that I had obtained a search warrant for his personal property, his backpack, as well as for his tent, and that I would provide that paperwork to his attorney. I thought I had it there, I didn't, so I told him I would give that to his attorney. I then turned it over to Detective Gorham.
And
She basically advised him that she believed he was involved with the murders of Stephen and Wendy Reid, and that she had obtained an arrest warrant charging him in their deaths, or something to that effect.
Were the logistics of those new charges explained?
Yes, I believe I advised him that I couldn't personally place him under arrest as I was out of my jurisdiction, and that my understanding was that he was going to be charged as a fugitive from justice related to this warrant at some point in the near future. I didn't know if it was going to be minutes or hours, but I was advising him that it was going to happen at some point imminently.
And did the defendant say anything in response to this?
The only thing I recall is I believe he asked about his money and if he was going to get that back or something along those lines.
And what did you believe that to be a reference to?
The cash that he had in his backpack.
What happened following that exchange?
I told him that that would be an issue for his attorney. I think I asked him if he wanted to stay in the booking room with us or return to his cell, and he said he wanted to return to his cell. Detective Gorham then went to get a guard, basically, to transport him. I engaged in some small talk. I think I asked him how the jail was and if he had been outside yet to see the surroundings. And then pretty quickly after that, the guard arrived and escorted him out of the room.
Was this interaction with the defendant recorded?
It was.
Same thing, or have you uploaded
It's
it?
uploaded as well,
Okay.
but he reviewed this.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Absolutely.
Detective, I'm handing you a CD. Can you take a moment to look at that and tell me if you know what it is?
I do.
What is it?
It's a recording of my conversation with Logan Clegg on October 19th, 2022.
Have you reviewed this CD?
I have, and I signed my name and the date that I reviewed it.
Your Honor, and I apologize, is this an accurate copy of the recording of your interaction with the defendant on October 19th?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd move to enter this as State's Exhibit. It's also uploaded on case lines, but for authentication purposes, I have the CD as well.
Is this 9? Any objection?
No objection.
9 is a full exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Brown, do you see the individual whom you met with on October 12th and October 19th in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you indicate to me where that person is sitting and the color shirt that they're wearing?
He's sitting over there next to Attorney Dominguez. He's wearing an orange shirt.
I'd ask that the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Record may so reflect.
Thank you. And Detective Brown, prior to October 12th, the same individual we've been talking about, had you seen that individual?
Not in person, only through Walmart's surveillance and Shaw's surveillance and records from the Utah agencies.
But you believe it to be the same person?
I do, yes.
Your Honor, if I may just have a moment?
Absolutely.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you. Whatever order you all want to go, I don't know.
I would like to.
Okay, absolutely. Okay, that's fine.
We're gonna go address what he just finished with.
Absolutely.
And sorry, we're having problems with the internet again on case lines, which I will be referring to, so I'll do the best I can.
Yeah, if
We
do you have
actually-
hard copies of the things?
I do, and we also have the computer and the CD player, if that's how I have to proceed. Just to let you
Right.
know, we're having difficulties getting on. Oh, so we can't get on the internet.
Oh.
But I can start without it for now. Are you on? Okay. So I will actually appear on, I should be able to do it that way. Thank you. Detective Brown, how are you?
Good, Attorney Smith, how are you?
I'm okay. So sort of a little flustered with all this other stuff, but we will do. So, got a little confused at some of the end of your testimony. You said stayed in the booking room. Didn't you say that on the 19th you were like in a family visit room?
That's correct. I might have misspoken. Yes, it was it was the same room, so it was some sort of family visit room.
Okay. And so he had preferred to stay in the family visit room rather than go back to his cell?
No, he had, I'm sorry, is that the question?
Yeah.
No, he wanted to go back to his cell
Okay.
at that time.
Okay. And, okay. So, one of the things that you said earlier before the break was that you try to keep a friendly rapport when you're interviewing, interrogating, whatever, as suspect, right?
Yes,
And you said it's a technique that you used.
correct.
It's a technique that you've been successful with.
Yes,
And it's a technique that you apply almost all the time that you are interviewing a suspect.
when I'm interviewing anyone, yes.
Okay. Now, Logan had been arrested on the 12th, right?
Yes,
He was arraigned on the Utah warrant on the 13th.
correct.
You were aware of that.
I was.
And did you know if he had gotten an attorney?
Yes.
You did know.
He had gotten an attorney for the Vermont, for the Utah probation warrant issue.
Sure. But you knew at this point that he had probably talked to an attorney when you go to visit him on the 19th. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you walked in and said that you would give him an update and asked a few questions, right?
Correct?
And he asserted his right to counsel, right?
Yes, I didn't quite catch the assertion, so I asked a follow-up question, and then it was clear that he was asserting that right.
Okay, and I'd like to start, so I'm not sure how we work this with the problems. The CD has been introduced. Can we play on ours, or do we need to go to your?
I think you can play on yours.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it
you're
should-
comfortable with that?
Yep.
We have,
Whatever's easier logistically.
do we need to introduce it as a defense exhibit?
No.
Okay, so why don't we start with, I want to start
We're talking about the interaction on 1019.
1019, which has been introduced already as a state's exhibit. And I think it's about 5 minutes or so.
Which, is it the one to get you out? Wait, is it exhibit 9 or is it 7?
9.
9. But she's playing it on case lines.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
I thought you, I'm sorry.
She's on the internet, we are not, so I think we're gonna get this out.
Are you able to follow it, Your Honor?
Got it?
I think they're going to play it.
Play it.
Play it.
She said they're.
Are you able to see it on your screen?
I see a media window.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to follow you.
Logan, how you doing? Remember me? Wade Brown from Concord, Dan Moore from Concord. You want to have a seat over here real quick? We'll give you an update. So we'd like to give you an update on the investigation and the Concord investigation, ask you a couple more questions. Before we do that, I know you're a smart guy, I know you've gone through this before, but I do need to go through the Miranda rights with you again. Okay, are you all right with that?
I'm fine with you updating, but I need my attorney here if we're going to talk more questions.
Okay, so we're here to talk about the Concord case only, not for anything that you've been arrested on. So I just want you to be, not for any.
I can pause it from here if that helps.
Yes. I'm going like this and it won't stop,
Okay.
sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
So what we heard there is what you were hearing while you were in the room, right?
That's a recording. That doesn't mean I heard every word that came out of his mouth.
Okay, but it's quite clear that you mentioned that you were going to give a Miranda warning, right?
Correct?
And in response to you saying that you were going to give a Miranda warning, he said, I'm fine with you updating me, but I'll need my attorney if we're gonna talk questions, right?
That is the portion, that second portion is what I did not catch. I did not hear what he said, I just heard the word attorney.
Okay. And you said in response, first of all, you didn't say in response, are you asking for an attorney, right?
Correct?
You didn't say in response, does that mean that you want an attorney, right?
Correct?
And you didn't say in response, are you saying that you won't speak to me without an attorney, right?
Correct?
What you did say was, hey, we're not here to talk about Vermont, we are here to talk about the Concord case, right?
Correct?
But he had asked for an attorney.
Again, Counselor, I did not hear what he said other than the word attorney.
And he said that in response to, I'm going to read Miranda to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And certainly on this audio, I guess, he clearly said, I'll need my attorney here if I'm going to talk more questions, right?
I can hear that?
Okay. And if you'd go on, please. Please.
For anything that you've been arrested on. So I just want you to be clear and understand what we're asking about. If you want to invoke an attorney's right, I just need you to say pretty clearly that you don't want to talk to me and that you want to talk to your attorney first.
I want to talk to my attorney first.
Okay. All right, fair enough. So we can still update you. I just advise you not to ask us any questions or make any statements about what we're going to update you on, okay? So I have some paperwork here. Where is it? Is it here? Basically, a search warrant was executed on the backpack, and a search warrant was executed on your tent site in Centennial Woods. We have copies of the search warrant and copies of property that were seized. I don't have them right here, so I'll give those to your attorney, and then Detective Warren.
So obviously, Logan, we're going to respect that you don't want to talk to us. We're not going to ask you any questions, but with that being said, obviously Concord detectives worked tirelessly on this case, and there's no doubt in my mind that you were involved in the incident back in April of 2022. So with that being said, I have an arrest warrant charging you, Logan Clegg, with 2 counts of second-degree murder for the murders of Stephen and Wendy Reid.
So what's going to happen next is we have the arrest warrant, but we are out of state, so we cannot arrest you. So a local officer is going to show up probably sometime relatively soon, whether it be minutes or hours, I don't know, and they're going to charge you as a fugitive of justice from the state of New Hampshire. Similar to what happened with probation, except that this is our underlying arrest warrant. Does that make sense? Any questions for us? Keeping in mind that you've invoked your right to an attorney.
So am I going to get my money back?
So that'll be a part of the ongoing process. It's not going to be anytime soon, but that'll be an issue that your attorney deals with.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. So we're going to have to wait until the other people get in place. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to go back to wherever you were?
I'll go back.
Okay. All right. You want to see if somebody's out there that can welcome back? How's the jail here?
It's okay.
Are you by yourself? Are you with a roommate or
Roommate.
just one?
Yep.
How's the food?
It's jail food.
Did you get to see outside yet where this place is located?
I assume we're somewhere near St. Albans.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, it's kind of nice when you, I just didn't know if you were able, the other day you hadn't seen outside yet, right?
You're all set? Yep.
Okay, when we started, we talked about your technique that you apply when talking with a suspect was a friendly rapport, right?
Correct?
And one of the reasons that you use that technique is you feel like it keeps the door open, right?
When the door is allowed to be opened, yes.
Okay. And when Logan asserted, and he unequivocally asserted his right to counsel, right?
I agree.
There was no equivocation there whatsoever,
Nope.
right?
None.
And Logan did not ask any questions once he asserted his right to counsel, right?
No?
Okay. Before
Till-
he
until-
started barking more.
yeah.
Sorry. He did not, as he asserted his right to counsel, he did not then ask, can I have an update of what's going on, right?
That's correct?
He did not then ask for you to tell him what was going on, right?
I asked him if it was okay. I said, okay, I'll give you the update, okay.
You actually didn't, you said that you would give him the update, right?
Followed by, okay.
Okay,
Asking him a question, basically, is that okay?
okay. So he didn't ask for you to give him the update after he asserted counsel, right?
That's correct.
And you offered to give him an update, right?
I did?
And you were doing it in that very nice rapport kind of way, right?
Well, that's the way I always am, but yes.
And you were talking about searching his backpack, right?
I told him that we'd obtained a search warrant for his backpack as well as his tent site.
And then you turned it to Detective Gorham to talk about he was going to be arrested, right?
This was the update, yes.
Okay. And you are telling him this because you want to get a reaction from him.
No?
Okay. He didn't ask for that update, right?
He said, I'm fine with an update when I first got in there and told him what we were there to do.
Sure. You told him, we're here to give you an update and to ask a few questions, right?
Correct.
And you talked about Miranda, right?
Correct?
And he said, I'm fine with an update, but if you're going to ask me any questions, I want an attorney here, right?
Correct.
And when somebody asks for an attorney, your requirement is to scrupulously honor that request, right?
Meaning that the interrogation ceases.
You are to, you consider scrupulously honor to mean the interrogation ceases, right?
Meaning that I don't do anything that might elicit a response from him, an incriminating response from him.
Including the functional equivalent of interrogation, right?
Functional equivalent is anything I could do that might draw that kind of response from him. Yes.
Okay, and then even when you gave him the update, you actually asked a question, right?
Does that make sense? I believe is what I asked.
Okay.
Yes.
And his response was to the question that you asked, right?
Correct.
So the information that you elicited from him was the type of information you expected your question would elicit, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Could you repeat it?
You asked him if he had any questions, right?
No, I asked him if it made sense, and he said, yes, I believe. We could listen to it again. I don't remember.
Do you want me to play it again?
If need be, if I'm saying it's not correct, that's fine.
Can you back it up? Let me see. Your Honor, I think I will let, if you would, review the recording.
I will. I'm gonna, obviously I'm gonna review everything again thoroughly.
So, you asked a question to elicit a response from him, right?
Not an incriminating response.
He told you he wanted an attorney, right?
Correct?
And he told you, and you understood he had an attorney, right?
Not on the Concord investigation, but he did have one unquestionably on the Vermont/Utah probation warrant issue.
Correct. And so he had somebody who could provide him with advice, right?
Yes.
And your purpose in going there on the 19th was to question him, right?
To see if he was willing to have another conversation with me regarding the Concord investigation.
Because you wanted to question and get information from him about the Concord investigation, right?
I wanted to give him an opportunity, and if the answer was no, that was totally fine with me, and I expected the answer would be no.
Okay. What other role did you have there on the 19th?
We were there to advise him that he was going to be placed under arrest for the murder of Stephen and Wendy Reid.
Was he placed under arrest that day?
I believe that he was, yes.
Okay, but not during that session, right?
No, not during that
Actually,
session.
I think Detective Gorham said that you couldn't arrest him there because it wasn't your jurisdiction and he had to go across state lines before he could be arrested, right?
No, that was me. I said that we couldn't arrest him, but that he was going to be charged as a fugitive from justice by some local agent, I believe is roughly what I said.
Right. So y'all weren't arresting him there, right?
He was being charged in our case. It's semantics as to whether or not I clearly said I could not arrest him, but the point was that he was being arrested related to the deaths of Stephen and Wendy Reid.
Your purpose there was not to conduct an arrest, correct?
Counselor, I think I've said it. I could not arrest him, but he was being arrested that day, whether it be minutes from then or hours, in relation to that case. It's the same thing to me. I don't quite see the distinction.
Okay, so I'll make the distinction. I think I'll try and make it clear. Your purpose that day was not to physically go to Mr. Clegg and say you are under arrest, either for a fugitive from justice or for the Concord murders, right?
No, that was my purpose, and that is what I did, advising him that he was going to be placed under arrest at some point in the near future related to our investigation.
You did not conduct the arrest, right?
I did not physically place him in cuffs or lead him, through a booking process. That's correct.
You did not serve him with fugitive from justice papers, right?
Correct?
And you advised him that he would be arrested on the Concord cases when he was in New Hampshire.
No, I did not say when he was in New Hampshire. I said imminently, referring to he's going to be charged as a fugitive from justice within that day, which is what happened.
We're mixing the two up. You did not arrest him on the fugitive from justice while you were in the room with him, right?
That's correct.
And you advised him that he would be arrested on murder charges, but you couldn't do it then. You would wait until you had jurisdiction in New Hampshire.
I don't recall if I said that we had to wait until, I think I just advised him that I was out of my jurisdiction. I don't recall this second part that you're saying that I said we have to wait till we're in New Hampshire. I don't think I said that at all.
Okay. So you didn't actually arrest him on the fugitive from justice. You advised him he would be. Right?
Correct?
And you didn't arrest him on the murder charges. That would wait until you had jurisdiction.
Correct?
So you're there to talk to him.
No, Counselor. I'm there to give him an opportunity to talk and to advise him of the update of the case.
And it is your desire that he talk to you, right?
It did, and on that day, I did not expect him to talk to me, as for the reasons you said. Now, recall, he not only had a defense attorney, but he had gone through, I think that had gone all the way to the Vermont Supreme Court at that time. So I fully expected that his defense attorney had advised him not to speak with me. So it was not a surprise when that is what he said. The only thing is I didn't catch what exactly he said regarding the attorney. I just heard the word attorney.
So you expected him to assert his right to an attorney, but you didn't hear it when he did it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So let me talk about Detective Gordon. She also said that police worked tirelessly on the case and we think that you are connected.
That's correct.
Yeah. it's an accusation, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And you, I can't remember if it's you or her that says your purpose is not to serve papers. The papers can be given to his attorney, right?
I said, I thought I actually had the papers there, and that was referring to those 2 search warrants. So I didn't think I said the word, I'm here or not here. I think I said, we conducted a search warrant on your backpack and the tent site. I thought I had the paperwork. I think I looked and didn't have it, and then advised him I would give it to his attorney. If I had it, I would have handed it to him, as long as the jail was okay with that.
Okay, and this is information that you are telling him about, which includes, well, subsequently, in the search of his backpack, there is a gun found, right?
That's correct.
And so you're talking about searching an item of his, and he knows what's in the content, right?
He should know, yes.
And you did not immediately cut off any conversation with him. You talked about a fairly provocative subject with him, right? The search of his items.
I was giving him the update that I advised him I would, that he said was okay, even after he had advised that he wanted an attorney. I asked him if it was, I basically said, I'll give you an update if that's okay, or something to that effect. The point was to give him the update. The point wasn't to, I didn't care if there was a reaction. If you recall, I specifically told him, don't ask questions, basically reminding you that you had invoked an attorney. So the point from my perspective was simply to give him accurate information. And at any point, if he said, I'm all set, I don't want to hear this update, or if when I said, I'll give the update, okay, and he said no, that would have been the end to it. I fully expected, if there had been a reaction, that he's already invoked his right to attorney, so it's not going to come in anyway. So at that point, it's over from my perspective.
Okay. So you're saying it could have provoked a reaction, but it would have been inadmissible because he had clearly provoked.
I'm saying I didn't intend to evoke a reaction, and I took steps to try to prevent him from accidentally disclosing or giving some sort of reaction. The point was to give him accurate information as to his status.
So then you are agreeing that since he invoked the information that he gave post-invocation should not be used at trial.
Objection, that's not,
Well, isn't that a legal conclusion that, I mean, I understand that that might be his opinion as a police officer investigating the case, but isn't that part of the legal question before the court today? I mean, his opinion may bear on how he conducted himself that day, but it's not binding on the state, is it?
No.
Okay.
However, he did represent that if he evoked a response to talking about the search warrant, he would fully believe it would not be admissible. So I'm following up on that. So it is your belief that none of the information he gave post-invocation is admissible at trial, and if the state agrees, then we can move on.
I'm objecting. His opinion as to that question is not relevant. He's not not the decision maker in that regard.
I mean, it may not be relevant, but does go to his thought process at the time and how he was conducting himself, doesn't it?
I don't disagree, but I think it calls for a legal conclusion, and I don't think that a legal
Right. I mean,
conclusion from
I
this
agree.
witness
I
is
agree.
relevant.
And it doesn't sound like there's a stipulation that. So I think this is fair game for further questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There's nothing improper about the question. It's about further questioning about his thought process, about what was admissible or not admissible. I agree the state's not bound by his opinions, but nonetheless, it's proper subject of examination, because it sounds like that was part of his thought process.
His thought process is proper, but him drawing legal conclusions, is not relevant, and that's the basis of my objection.
I mean, I understand. I'm going to allow the questioning. The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Probably forgot your question.
I'll get there. So, it was your belief that if your questioning or update or anything evoked an incriminating response, it wouldn't have been admissible at trial anyway.
Yeah, I think that is my thinking, was to avoid that situation, and if it happened, it wasn't my intent, and that I question whether it would be admissible, yes.
You question whether it would be admissible?
I did not think it would be admissible.
Okay. And so you did talk about provocative information with him once he asserted counsel?
Again, that's certainly not how I looked at it. I gave him factual, accurate information, updating him as to the status of the Concord investigation.
And you did not, are you saying that you didn't think merely talking about the conversation was provocative?
Yeah, I think that is what I'm saying, that I didn't view it as provocative. I viewed it as giving him an actual, honest update, reminding him you had invoked your right to counsel and advising him not to make any statements, but still giving him the actual update, which he had said he was fine with.
He was fine with, but he didn't ask for it, right?
No, he didn't ask for it, but I told him, and he said it was fine.
And it's not your job as a police officer in investigating whether you're arresting or not to give him advice about how your investigation is going, right? That was a choice.
No, it wasn't advice, Counselor. It was an update, again, as to the status of the investigation, and that was what I notified him of immediately as he walked in.
But that's not your role as a investigator, right? It's something you chose to do. It's not something you're required to do. Is that right?
I don't think there's a legal requirement, but it's certainly something that I do quite often with defendants, is update them as to the status of their investigation.
Even after they've invoked their right to counsel?
It's not a situation that we encounter that often. This was a pretty unique situation where he's out of state in Vermont. But again, I had no indication from him that he did not want that or that he changed his mind and said, no, I'm all set.
So he has to explain things to you after he invokes the right to counsel for you to stop talking to him?
No, Counselor.
Okay. So I want to talk about the purpose of Detective Gorham saying that how tirelessly Concord PD worked on the case and that we thought, I assuming that included you, believed that he was involved in the homicide. What was the purpose of that?
I do not know.
Okay.
We did not discuss what was going to be said prior to that point. She probably just said what was on her mind at that moment.
Okay, and that was provocative, you'll agree there.
Say it again, what was her actual quote?
Concord PD has worked tirelessly on this investigation and we know that you're involved in the incident?
Yeah, you could definitely interpret it as being provocative. I don't think it was said with any intent to that nature, but I don't know for sure. We did not discuss, again, what she was going to say.
Okay. And you asked if he understood what you said after you finished talking about the arrest and she was talking about the arrest.
Is that where I said, does it make sense? Then yes, I asked that.
Okay, so you're saying, understanding that you've invoked your right to an attorney, do you understand what I've said, right?
Something to that effect, yes.
So you asked for a response from him, right?
Yes,
And he gave you a response, right?
sure.
Okay. And you were asking for information from him about whether he understood what was going on, right?
No, I was just asking if he understood what we just said.
Okay.
That's it.
And did you have any questions? Or he actually asked about what was happening with his money, right?
Yes,
And that was the money that was found in his backpack, right?
yes.
That you had just talked about you were going to be searching.
It was in the backpack, and I had mentioned that we got a search warrant for the backpack, yes.
Okay. So let's move on here. And again, Your Honor, rather than play it understand that you
I
were
will,
listening to it.
absolutely.
Okay, so, after, the statement about asking about his money, you also asked if he wanted to stay where you were or go back to his cell, right?
Yes.
And he chose to go back to the cell, right?
Yes.
And Detective Gorham walked out of the room to get somebody to escort him to his cell, right?
I don't remember if she left the room or if she just went over to the door. I don't remember. But she walked away from where we were.
In any event, you asked very specific questions of Logan after that, right?
Yes.
And it was, you know, how's jail, right?
Correct?
How's the food, right?
Yep.
Asked about what he was able to see about his location, right?
Yes.
And he answered those questions.
Correct?
And those questions were after he invoked,
Correct?
and he gave direct answers to that, right?
Yes.
So if there's anything incriminating in that, then they should not be, in your belief, admissible at trial, right?
Again, I'm not asking him anything that I think is going to evoke an incriminating response. This is benign, small talk. But yes, if for some reason he blurted out something, then yeah, I would think you would have an argument.
His answers were direct answers to your questions, right?
Yes.
So, he goes back to his cell after that. He's escorted back, right?
He leaves the room. I don't know where he goes specifically after that. He would have to tell you that.
Okay. And he was on the 25th brought to New Hampshire, right?
That sounds right. I don't have that date in my mind, though.
I showed you a report of the officers taking custody of Mr. Clegg and returning him. Would that help refresh your recollection about when?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Of course.
Okay.
He was brought back to New Hampshire on the 25th,
That's correct?
and hate to jump around, but you and Detective Gorham were co-leads. Did I hear you say that on direct?
No. I said that she was the lead investigator, and I was assigned to assist her and the investigation. So I said you could say I was one of the lead investigators.
Okay, so you two worked together about exchanging information on the case, right?
Yes.
And deciding what to do next, right?
In terms of what?
The case, the investigation, how it was going forward.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, we can confer, but we don't decide. It is a team process that involves our supervisors as well as the Attorney General's office.
Okay, but you're part of that process, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so he was brought back on the 25th, we've established, and he was arraigned here in New Hampshire, right?
Yes.
And he was arraigned on that same day, right?
Yes.
And then the next day.
Well, I don't know. Was he arraigned on the 25th, Counselor? I don't
Actually,
recall.
Yeah, I know you might be just trying to, it might be innocuous, but we'll probably let Attorney Smith ask the questions, because I think he's just asking you what the date was of the arraignment.
Oh, Your Honor, could you take judicial notice of the arraignment on the 25th?
That it is the 25th. I have that as the date of the,
Your Honor, we have a notice that says October 26th.
a waiver of arraignment bail order dated the 26th.
Do you have an assignment of counsel on the 25th?
I do have an assignment of counsel on the 25th, yes.
An arraignment was scheduled, I think, on the 25th, and we filed the waivers the next day.
So, actually, I could go back and I could tell you exactly when. Looks like the arraignment was on Wednesday the 26th. I see that, yeah.
Was the assignment of counsel on the 25th?
So I wonder whether your office was appointed on the, it looks like a bail commissioner order, and I do see the notice of appointment on the 25th, but our docket shows the arraignment occurring on the 26th.
Which was paperwork filed, I believe.
Right.
So on the 26th of October, after he has been transported here to New Hampshire and counsel has been appointed, on that 26th, several officers went to Merrimack County House of Correction to execute a warrant to collect the NA, right?
I wasn't involved with that. That sounds right, but you'd have to show me something, Cal, so I don't have personal direct knowledge of that.
Where are we going with this? This isn't in the objection, or the motions you filed.
This is evidence about their course of conduct, yes.
Your Honor, may we approach her?
Yes.
Yep.
talks about the 24th and the 26th. So a search warrant was executed on Mr. Clegg's person for DNA on the 26th, is that right?
That's correct?
And then on November 1st, an electronics warrant was taken to the Merrimack County House of Correction and provided in hand to Logan Clegg by Detective Gorham, right?
Was that on there? I don't have knowledge of that one.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I keep going.
Thank you.
Show you a copy of Detective Gorham's report. And on November 1st, the electronics warrant was,
Nope, on November 3rd, according to that report.
sorry, November 1st it was prepared, and 3rd, the Detective Gorham took it to the Merrimack County House of Correction to serve on Logan, right?
Yes, according to that report.
And his attorney was clearly appointed at that point, right?
Yes.
And did you get Concord PD, not necessarily you personally, but I assume it was disseminated, a call from the AG to say stop having contact with Logan?
I don't recall, but I didn't have contact with him after the transport, so it's conceivable that I wouldn't have gotten that message, but I don't recall that.
Okay, okay. Because you are aware that you're not supposed to have contact with Logan without his attorney present, or your contact should be through his attorney, right?
I would not have done it that way. I would have just made sure that you got a copy of the search warrant, so I can't speak to why it was done that way, if there was different guidance given. I was not part of that process.
So I want to talk about now, we've talked about the 19th. I want to talk about the conversation that you had with Logan on October 13th.
Okay.
So that was in between your first interview with him and the 19th that we just talked about, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to raise the same objection. It's not a subject of the motion that's before you, the conversation on the 13th.
We're talking about contact that took place after the 12th, before the 19th, on October 13th?
Yes.
One council approach.
On the 13th, that is when Logan was to be arraigned on the Utah warrant, right?
Correct?
He had been in Burlington when you spoke to him, and then taken up to where, St. Albans?
Correct.
Jail? And spent the night there, and that morning at around 10:30, he was expected to be arraigned on the Utah warrant, right?
That's correct?
And so you went there up to the jail at 10 o'clock, around.
Correct?
And you testified a little bit earlier on direct, I think, that different states had different procedures, but you thought that Vermont was pretty close to yours?
No, I said I didn't know what their procedures were, but I thought that there was something that happened at night, and then there was going to be arraignment the next morning.
So you didn't know what their procedure was on appointment of counsel?
No, it was my understanding that he had not been appointed counsel at that time.
You didn't know if prior to arraignment, defendants were given a piece of paper to apply for counsel for the purpose of arraignment?
I don't know that, no.
Okay. You didn't know one way or the other, right?
I didn't know one way or another what.
Whether a paper had been provided to him at jail for appointment of counsel?
No.
And you didn't ask the COs whether he had a counsel yet, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. You didn't ask any particular questions about attorneys to the COs while you were there, right?
Again, I don't recall. I explained precisely why I was there, that he was not in custody, and that he had a right to refuse if he didn't want to speak to me. There was no pressure at all, and that if we did have a conversation and it started to run towards when the arraignment was to take place, that by all means interrupt it. It was not meant to disrupt that process at all.
Okay. You explained all that to the COs?
Yes.
Okay. And so they took you into a room and then brought Logan into you?
Correct.
And you told them that you told him that you weren't there to provide him paperwork, right?
I told him that he was not in any type of custody, meaning that I didn't have a search warrant, I didn't have an arrest warrant, I had nothing paperwork-wise for him, and that basically the point being that he was not in custody and that he did not have to stay there with me if he did not want to.
One of the things I think that you documented that you told him was that you were not there with any paperwork for him, such as an arrest warrant or a search warrant, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
That's what I said, yes.
Okay, and that he was not in your custody, right?
Correct.
That he was not, he didn't have to speak with you and he was free to leave at any time, right?
Yes. Free to leave the room or free to leave the area, free to leave my company. Couldn't leave the jail, obviously.
And which room was this when you were speaking with him?
This was a room near that family room. I don't know what its purpose was. It was probably about 10 by 15. It had a desk in it and it had a window.
Okay. So it wasn't particularly unpleasant, right?
I didn't think so. It was fine for me.
And it wasn't a cell, right?
No.
And Logan said that he would remain in the room and speak with you.
That's correct.
And then you closed the door, right?
Correct. Yep.
And you did not give him Miranda then, right?
Correct.
But you told him that you wanted to talk about the incident in Concord.
I'd have to look at the report. I don't remember what my exact words were.
Okay. So I have this on case line. But I can refresh your recollection instead. It seems easier, Your Honor, because I don't think it comes in as an exhibit.
Okay.
Carrie, can I just have the dates?
Yeah. 673 through
Thank you.
680. I'm going to show you the first couple of pages of the report from October 13.
Yes.
And you talk about the interview with Logan on the next page.
Okay.
and I'm getting to key recollections of the interview.
Can I
right?
read it?
Sure, sure, but I'm telling you what I'm asking about is
Okay.
starting on the next page.
Okay.
Sorry, please continue.
Thank you, Aaron. So some of the key parts of the interview that you documented, by the way, you couldn't record in that room, right?
I did not have, so the stuff that I had with me, I wasn't allowed to bring in, like a mobile device or an iPad. So I was not able to record it.
Okay, and that room was not a recorded room, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so you took notes, you jotted things down at the conclusion of the interview, right?
When I got, so it was within a couple of hours I started typing. I didn't take any notes during that time.
Okay, but you told him that you were there investigating the murders of Stephen and Wendy Reid, right?
Something to that effect, yes.
And you told Logan that you had talked to people like his family, trying to collect information on the background, right?
I believe how I said it was that I read everything about him. I don't believe I said that I talked to his family, but if it's there,
So, no, I could be misunderstanding. So you had read and tried to get as much information by reading about his family, about his childhood, and about Spokane. That's where somebody attacked him, and he stabbed somebody in self-defense, right?
correct.
And then there was the Utah stuff where he was on probation for, right?
I told him I read everything I could find about him, basically.
Okay. And you actually agreed with him that you read up the Corey Ward stuff, and it looks like Corey was the aggressor and he was justified in defending himself, right?
That's what I told him, yes.
And this is part of your rapport building, right?
Oh, yes, I think that's fair to say.
Okay. And you told Logan that you understood that he wasn't close to his family, right?
Yes,
And one of the things that he told you was that he wasn't normal and he was different from all of his family members, right?
correct.
And that he didn't feel like he could reach out to his other family members, right?
That sounds correct.
And you told him that he was going to see the judge in a few minutes, and you didn't know if he'd get released or not, right?
Yes,
And Logan, and you advised him to remain of good behavior if he got released, right?
yes,
And this is still part of that rapport building, right?
yes,
And Logan said that he was already told that he was probably going to stay in jail, right?
that's correct.
And he couldn't understand why Utah would spend so much money to take him back on minor charges, right?
Yes,
And you said you might be held, you might not, right?
I said I didn't know what the judge was going to decide or something to that effect.
Okay, you told him it was possible he would be held, you didn't know what the judge would do.
Correct. That sounds more accurate.
And you talked a little bit about the mechanism for transporting back to Utah.
Yes,
And you said, this is what you created by fleeing probation, not going to probation, right?
Something to that effect, yes, that it was I don't remember the exact words.
And you told him that you believed that he was involved in the murders of Stephen and Wendy Reid, right?
Yes,
And you wanted to appeal to his humanity and keep others out of danger, right?
yes,
And he said that he did not have any involvement in the murders, right?
is that what I put as his words? I don't recall.
I'm gonna show you again. 675. Third to the last is what I've gotten down to.
Okay, what I remember is the second part there.
Okay. All right. So he said that he didn't have any involvement in the murders, right?
Yes,
And then he said, why would I kill two people I don't know?
correct.
And you said that only he knew that, right?
Yes.
Of course, if he didn't kill them, he wouldn't know that, right?
If he didn't kill them, correct, he would not know that.
Okay. And you said that was true. Logan indicated he was not involved, and you said if that was true, it made no sense about lying about Walmart, right?
Correct.
About the tents, the propane, and that he was clearly on video, right?
Yes,
And he said that it was necessary for him to lie because of the warrants that he knew were out on him, referring to the Utah warrants, right?
that's what he said, yes.
Okay. And you told him that there was basically no reason to lie about Walmart if he wasn't involved in the homicides, right?
Yes,
And Logan said it seemed like he was screwed, and you said he was not going to be charged for murders that he did not commit, right?
correct.
But you recognize that historically that's happened,
I did.
right? And, but if he was responsible for the murder, there had to be consequences, right?
Yes,
And you told him that the workers at Price Chopper seemed to like him and were sad that he was leaving, right?
yes,
And then he was a little embarrassed and asked you about whether you had talked to them or not, right?
correct.
And you assured him, we talked to him, but we didn't tell him what the investigation was about, right?
I think I clarified that I had not talked to them, but that my colleagues had. And I do think they mentioned that there was nothing brought up about what we were investigating.
Okay. That you all hadn't talked to Price Chopper or advised them about the murder investigation, but there had already been media coverage about it, right?
Yes,
And that was embarrassing to Logan, right?
I think he used the word humiliating. It might have been at that point.
Right. And you could actually see that inwardly he was feeling some reaction to the fact that there's media coverage about him, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You could feel that it had an effect on him, that there was this focus and media attention on it.
I just, whatever I documented there, I don't recall putting anything about the feeling.
Okay, and you told him that you didn't intend to humiliate him, that what was going on was directly related to him absconding from probation and remaining on the run for 2 years, right?
Yes,
And if he had completed probation like he was supposed to, you probably wouldn't be in the situation that he was in, right?
that's correct.
And at one point, Logan said that the money that he had on him was his personal property and wondered if he could get that property, right?
Did he say that, or did he ask about it? I don't remember him saying it was his personal property.
He asked about the money he had with his personal property in Burlington, okay, and that he would like to get it, right?
Yes,
And he said that he had earned the money through Price Choppers, right?
yes,
And actually, somebody had seen him cashing a check, what they thought was cashing a check at Walgreens, right?
I think that's what they thought. I know later they found that he had bought a gift card, so I don't want to say for sure if it was he did cash a check or he bought a gift card.
Okay. And after talking about that money, because he didn't say how much he had there, right?
That's correct.
Logan stated that he really did not not have anything more to say to you, right?
Yeah, I think that's what I typed.
And you asked if he wanted to talk about movies or music, and he said no, right?
Yes.
So he told you he didn't want to talk to you anymore, right?
I didn't take it to mean that he didn't want to talk at all. I took it to mean that he didn't want to talk about what I was investigating.
So he said that he didn't have anything more to say to you, and your response to that was to ask if you could talk about something else.
Again, I took it in the context of the case, that he didn't want to talk about that. It may not have been clear in the report, but that's how I took that.
Okay, so then he says that he didn't have anything more to say to you, as you have in your report, and you said, do you want to talk about movies? And he said no, right?
Yes.
And then you tried to talk to him about another subject, right?
Correct. Stuff that was not related to the case.
Sure, this is the rapport building that you're doing to keep that door open, right?
Correct.
And maybe in the course of that conversation, he might say something that is useful to you, right?
That wasn't the intent at that point.
Okay.
I'm happy to tell you what the intent was, but
And you said, do you want to go back to your cell or stay with me? And he said that he'd rather stay where he was there with you, right?
I think I used the word hang out. Do you want to hang out here with me? And he said yes, he wanted to hang out. I think that's what I typed in there.
That's what you typed, but the question that he answered was whether the choice between going to his cell or staying there with you, right?
I'm sorry, what?
That you had given him a choice that he could go to his cell or stay with you in that room, right?
Correct.
The room with the window, right?
Yes.
The room with chairs,
Yes.
the room that didn't have a toilet in it.
It did not have a toilet.
Okay. And that it was a choice between that room and the cell while waiting to go to his arraignment, right?
I'm sorry, could you say that last part again?
The choice that he was offered was staying there with you or the cell.
Yeah, from my perspective, I didn't know where he was being held. It was stay there with me or go back. I may have said cell, but I didn't know where he was, what he was actually in.
So you gave him the choice of going back to his cell area.
Is that what I put? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know exactly where he was being held. I had no, I'm not familiar with that jail.
Okay. So what stopped that interview was not Logan saying he didn't want to talk to you anymore, had nothing more to say to you. That didn't stop the interview, right?
That stopped anything related to the case or anything that might draw, that a reasonable person would think would draw like, an incriminating response. Once he said that, I took that to mean referring to the investigation, and then we transitioned to benign stuff that had nothing to do, that I did not expect would, result in any kind of information.
You got everything you could read about his family as part of the investigation, right?
I told him that day.
Right. Because information about his family was important to the investigation, right? Is that right?
I'm sorry.
Information about his family might have been important to the investigation, right?
Yes?
So once he had told you he had nothing more to say to you, that he didn't want to talk about books or movies, didn't want to give you any details about his travel, which you asked about too, right? You asked about his time in school in Colville, right?
Yes.
You asked about travel and you asked about his history, right?
Yes.
And both of those were things that you were investigating, right?
Those are things I had already known. I wasn't expecting anything different. Perhaps from the school, the bullying part, that was my interest there.
Uh-huh. Also about the investigation, right?
Again, I can see how you're arguing that. That was not my intent at that time.
Okay.
I'm wondering if this is a logical point I was looking for a logical break point. We've been at it for a while. Do you have?
I think I'm done with the 13th.
Okay.
So let me just look real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or I can do it after break.
Okay, why don't we take about a 10-minute break?
Rise to score. Score is at recess. All set?
just before we get started, just on logistics, the clerk is gonna come a little bit before 4 o'clock so we can talk through the game plan for tomorrow. Great.
Okay.
Attorney Smith.
We were talking about now October 12th. I've done the complete backwards. October 12th, you started your interrogation of Logan around 4 o'clock?
I believe 4:02, he was transported from the booking cell to the interview room.
Okay. And an hour and 15 or so minutes later is about when you took the break?
That sounds right.
And the break was for about 36 minutes?
That sounds right.
And I will say, from your testimony, you did put in that he was nervous about Utah before the break.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. No, it was anxious about Utah before.
He was anxious, correct.
Anxious about Utah. Okay. And so the first 13 minutes of the interview was not recorded?
That sounds correct.
And that was learned because Detective Gorham was trying to listen to it as it was going on and couldn't hear and moved to a different location to try and see if that was better?
She was right outside in the hallway, I believe, at the beginning, could not hear, and at some point left to go find a viewing spot, basically. And that's when it was discovered. But it wasn't clear to us then if it simply wasn't live monitoring or if it had not been recording. So later on, it was discovered that it had not recorded those 13 minutes.
So when she went into a room that she should have been able to live see the interrogation as it's going on, she doesn't see it?
I think that's correct. Again, that was happening while I was in the room.
Okay. And so she went and she talked to the sergeant who thought all the cameras were on and saw that it was not automatically recording and started it recording, right?
The only thing I think is wrong is I think she probably got the access from the sergeant, so it was probably all in one. I don't think she had a terminal set up because it wasn't our police station. So in other words, when she went to go find a spot, I think that's when she conferred with this sergeant who probably discovered the issue at that point.
I'm totally lost. So she's listening or something outside the door, cannot hear, goes to the sergeant to find a viewing place.
I think that's probably what happened, yes.
And then the sergeant takes her to a room where she should be able to view by camera, and they discover it's not recording.
I think it was a system similar to this where you have to log in, and so I don't think there was something set up where it was live streaming right away. I think when she got the sergeant, he went to get into this system and then discovered that there was no live monitoring of that room.
So, and this is Sergeant Eno, I think you have in your report, right?
I had a discussion with Sergeant Eno at some point. I don't know. I assume it was probably him, but I don't know for sure because, again, I was in that room, unless I wrote it in there. And
Sure. His report, 629
Thank you.
whatever.
Yep.
I have a clean copy of your report. How about if I leave it with you? Okay?
Sure.
And I am talking about right now this paragraph.
Okay.
And so the discovery that it wasn't recording occurred when Detective Gorham left the booking room and attempted to observe the interview through the camera system. And at that point, Sergeant Eno noticed the interview room camera did not appear to be on.
Correct.
Right? And immediately responded to the booking area to manually activate the camera, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I assume Detective Gorham talked to you about that problem when you took the break.
I truly don't remember.
Okay.
That would make sense, but I had no memory of that.
Okay.
It was after the whole thing was done because I believe I was looking to see if I could reference that in typing up my paragraphs. And that's when I was basically told it's going to be a couple of days, and they didn't know if that 13, we didn't know how long. Later on, we figured out it was 13 minutes.
Okay, but essentially you knew that there was an issue during that 36-minute break, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't recall if I knew that or not. I don't believe I put anything in there to say that. It was after the fact.
Your report was written on the 26th, right?
This report that you're showing me does look like October 26th, correct?
Okay, and that's when you have the actual recordings to look at, right?
Yes.
And then you can see, oh, it's 13 minutes, it wasn't recorded, right?
Correct.
But during the break on the 12th, Detective Gorham told you, by the way, there was a problem with the camera and they had to switch it on.
I'm saying I don't remember that. If that's in a report, I'm happy to look at that, but I don't have a memory of that happening during the break.
Okay. So, at the beginning of the interview, Logan has been arrested for a Utah warrant, right?
Correct.
And there were a lot of police officers involved in that arrest, right?
Yes.
And it was a Utah warrant for a violation of probation, right?
Yes.
And you subsequently learned it was 3 years probation sentence?
I believe I knew that before then, yes.
Okay. And so you get him in the room, we'll talk about specifics of Miranda later, but there's certainly a discussion about Miranda, and he's initialed and signed the form, right?
Yes.
And then you tell him that it's after that that you let him know that this is about murders in Concord, right?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And so that is the focus of your questioning before the break, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you asked him after you reviewed some of the evidence, and Logan made a lot of denials that it was him when you're reviewing evidence, right?
Yes.
Like, you said you have a video of this guy in the Walmart and pretty much says it wasn't me, right?
I would just say, when you say reviewing evidence, we were talking about the stuff. I didn't have anything with me to show him.
Right, right. And he would say things like, I didn't go to Walmart very much.
Yes.
Okay. Things that appeared to be inconsistent with what you had already discovered.
Correct.
And one of the things that you asked Logan was, is there any way that he could think of that you could eliminate him from having any involvement in this case, right?
Yes.
And Logan said he didn't know what he could tell you, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. And you continued talking about some of the evidence in the case. And one of the things that you talked about was his travel, right?
Yes.
And you talked about the Utah having the extradition warrant, right?
At some point, yes.
And Logan actually told you he was kind of confused because he had expected to get arrested on the Utah thing when he arrived in Boston from Europe, right?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. But he was not arrested on the Utah warrant when he arrived to Boston from Europe, right?
He was not.
Okay. And let's see, when you get up to the break, before the break, you asked Logan if you could come back for some questions.
Yes, something to that effect.
And he said yeah, right?
Yes.
And you asked if he wanted to stay in that interview room or go to the cell, right?
Yes.
So this time you know that he was in a cell before.
Yeah, this time I had seen it, yes.
Okay. And he said he'd rather stay in the interview room, right?
Correct?
And at some point during those 36 minutes, he was taken out of the interview and put back in the cell, right?
Yes.
And he laid down and didn't do anything, right?
Yes.
So then it's about 36 minutes later, and he comes back out, he's brought back out, you're actually already in the room, and he comes back out in the room, and you talk about having some more questions of him, right?
Yeah, I think there was, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna start the video from that point, and again, start and stop and ask some questions of you, okay?
Okay.
That's it, right there is perfect. Oh, dear. There we go.
So I can get the video to play, but not the audio.
I wonder if I play it on my laptop, I'm not sure that you're all gonna hear, because I'm seeing the video as it's appearing, but I'm not hearing any audio.
So you and the detectives can hear it, actually,
I don't know.
if everybody can hear it, I don't need to see it for my questions. Except for I would be holding my hand up to tell you
I know, I'm gonna
and
stop,
that seems
start and
wrong.
stop. Okay,
We do have a CD player that can connect to the computer.
I think that might be the best way of doing it, if that's, in all seriousness, because I'm not sure I think trusting my technical ability to start and
what
stop is a bad plan.
What I will do, Your Honor, is go to a separate set of questioning that there actually is video for, but I don't have, but I don't need it.
Okay,
But it will be submitted as an exhibit.
okay, absolutely.
So I will go on to, hearing again, after Logan is taken away from that interrogation room, he's brought back to his cell, right?
Yes.
And you are bringing him clothes, right?
Yes.
And it's clothes that he's gonna wear from the jail to the trip to St. Albans, right?
Yes.
And then they'll take the clothes there, right?
I just don't know if we knew at that time if he was going to the jail or if he was going to be released that night.
Well, actually, I think in the recording you say that when he gets to St. Albans, they'll
Okay.
take your clothes.
So if I say that there, then we did know that, yes.
Okay. And so you went and you talked to him in that interviewer, in his cell with brand new clothes that you bought, right?
Yes, that my colleagues bought, yeah.
Okay. That were bought for him based on information you got from him in the interrogation room, right?
Correct.
And at the end of that conversation where you're having him take off his clothes, because it is actually collecting his clothes for evidence, right?
Yes.
And at the end of that, you tell him, do you know my name?
Correct.
I just want you to remember I'm Detective Brown, in case you want to reach out to me, right?
Something to that effect, yes.
Now, at the end of that interrogation, it was your understanding that he did not want to talk anymore, right?
Yes, yeah.
And
That, yes, that night, yeah.
and that he had essentially evoked his right to silence, right?
That, for that day, yes.
Okay. And so for that day, when you walked in to give him his clothes and you talked about making sure that he could remember his name, that was your way of leaving that door open, right?
In the future, if he so chose, yes.
Okay. Well, he actually told him, and I'm going to follow up with you later, right?
Yeah, that does sound familiar, yes.
Okay. So leaving the door open was inviting him to contact you if he wanted to talk, and to let him know that you would be contacting him again, right?
The possibility. I don't think I knew exactly what was going to happen the next day, and that was all. That was my concern, was the next day.
Okay, so what happened was that you did know that he was going to St. Albans, and you were there at St. Albans before his arraignment, knowing he would be there, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So then, thank you. After you brought the clothes and you had that conversation, Detective Gorham went to ask Logan to give consent.
For a DNA sample, yes.
Right. So he had told you he was done talking with you, right?
Yes.
And you had understood that he invoked.
His right to silence, yes.
Okay. And you went, Detective Gorham, even when she walked in, saying, understanding that you've invoked, will you agree to give us a DNA sample? Is that right?
Something to that effect. That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And he said, no, I'm good, right?
He declined. I don't remember what his exact words were.
Okay. So that's another example of going in to communicate with them for something for the investigation when she walked in, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are we there?
The CD does not have the full interview, so I can't get to that.
To the, it should have after the break.
Yeah. It had 2 hours out of the full recording.
It has the interview.
After the break and after?
Yeah.
That's what she's saying it doesn't.
It has up until the break, and then there's nothing.
Oh, did I give the wrong one? Because we had one like that. No, it's there.
I can try case lines again.
Okay. I'm so sorry, Judge.
No, no problem.
Oh, actually, we have a CD of the interview, don't we? Can we try ours?
Yeah.
Okay. I like it when it works, but.
I know. I know. It's the video evidence that seems to be the most problematic.
If it's going through that and it works, yeah, yeah. I guess it doesn't work if it's not on case line, you don't get the video.
I mean, I think I have the video from, it's been loaded. So I, in terms of evidence, but in terms of playing it to have Detective Brown comment on different parts, that's, and to ask him questions about certain parts, that's the struggle. It's not whether it's, I mean, I have it and I'll obviously review it in its entirety and consider it, but no, you want to ask specific questions about things.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I did not do it in the form of a transcript, but I'm gonna try and do the best. You know, what I heard on direct actually has me second guessing the best that I have, so I wanna make sure that what's on the video is what I heard. Oh, this is a nightmare. I said you want to talk about I'm looking to see if there's something else. Well, let me start talking about the Miranda that is not on the record. Okay. Still wanting to go to the other thing. Okay. One of the things that you said on direct was, it's okay. What's really going on here is one of the first things that Logan said to you when you wanted to talk to him?
Yes.
Right. And can you point that out to me in your report?
It's not in this report. I don't believe. It's probably in the other report.
Okay. So, when you're reviewing Miranda, you go through and you are asking him name, date, and have you had Miranda before, right?
Name, date of birth, education, and if he's had Miranda experience before.
Okay. And he said he actually was very forthcoming. He had talked to the detectives before, but he did not know if he had Miranda.
Something to that effect, yes.
Okay. So, and some people are arrested and go through the whole process without Miranda, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So it could be that he had Miranda in Utah and didn't remember, or it could be that he was never given Miranda, right?
I do not know what happened in Utah concerning Miranda.
Right. So when it comes to prior contact and knowing about Miranda as an evaluation factor for whether somebody has waived, you don't know if he ever had exposure to Miranda before, right?
Again, I treated it as though he did not.
Okay. And so you went through, I think you said each question, and you read the question out loud.
Correct?
And said, do you understand that?
Yes.
And if he said yes, did he say yes or did he not?
Counselor, I don't remember.
Okay. And then if it was a nod or a yes, you say, write yes there and put your initials.
That's not how I ask it. I basically say, I'll say, do you understand that? If you do, write yes. If you don't, please tell me, ask any question, and I'll try to make it so that you can understand.
Okay. And in that Miranda form, and do you have the form? Thank you. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different questions that you ask about in Miranda, right?
I believe it's 5 statements, right? And then I ask, do you understand that? If you do, please write yes. If you don't, please ask me any question.
Okay. And one is the right to remain silent and not make any statement or incriminate yourself in any manner whatsoever, right?
Yes?
And the second one is that anything can be used in court or courts of law for the offense or offenses about that statement, right?
Yes?
And that you have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present while they're being questioned, right?
Correct?
And if he can't hire a lawyer, he can receive an appointment of a lawyer by a proper authority without cost or charge to be present and advise you before any questioning, right?
Correct?
And you can refuse to answer any questions or stop giving this statement at any time you wish, right?
Correct.
And after that, you ask if he understands each of these rights.
I
right?
do?
So you don't do the thing where, what does that mean to you, right?
No, that's not a question I would generally ask.
Okay, and you don't ask any further questions about his understanding other than, do you understand? If yes, put yes. If no, put no.
If no, ask me questions, and I will try to explain it so that you do understand.
Okay, so if there's any confusion in Mr. Clegg and he doesn't speak out, he writes yes, right?
Yeah, I don't think he just wrote. I think he would either, as you said, nod or say yes, and then write that.
Okay, and then you asked if he understood each of the rights that he had already put yes in his initials by, right?
Correct?
And you asked if, with the rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now, right?
Yes.
And in that waiver form, there's nothing about waiving his right to an attorney, right?
I'm sorry, what?
There's nothing about, do you wish to talk to us without an attorney present, or do you waive your right to an attorney, right?
I don't think there's a specific line that says those exact words, but the number 2, I believe, is the one for the attorney. You have a right to an attorney.
Right, so he understood that right, but we're talking about the waiver portion?
Where it says, do you understand these rights and having these rights in mind? Well, it's referring back to the right about the attorney.
Okay, so again, there's nothing specific about do you waive your right to have an attorney present? You're saying it's implicit with understanding that right?
Yeah, I'm saying that that's the form that's been used for probably decades with that exact language. So that's what I go off of.
Sure. And there is nothing about the word attorney in the waiver portion of the form, is that right?
Could I see it again? Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're good on the video. I think it's about to play.
Okay.
I'm still not able to connect with case lines, but I can play it from my computer.
If it's loud enough, we'll give it a try.
I wonder whether we should just move the microphone, as Attorney Dominguez is doing, just so that it's louder. So it's pretty faint. We were doing it the last time.
And in this first part, Your Honor, if you could play the video, because there's a question I have about that.
Okay. Do you want me to? Well, actually, I won't be following it. You're going to be playing it independent. So I'll
It
just.
is
I'll,
okay.
Right. Okay. I'll just play it independent. I think if you give me a time frame, I can get there.
We'll be stopping right after Detective Brown talks about signing the form.
Okay. But you know, like the minute,
Oh.
seconds, time?
Yeah, it's, in case lines, it's 2 hours and 4 minutes.
In 4 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
So you said you're not hungry. I brought the stuff in case you change your mind at any point, or if you eat any of these, you can have. And if you want something else, let me know. We'll try to get it.
I don't think this will work, Your Honor, to
Get these scheduled.
that scheduling and perhaps have a few minutes to work with the monitor to make sure it's okay tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it. If we can get Catherine here. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. Yeah, we had to figure it out. Yeah, this can't happen. I was so proud of myself getting everything up. Every backup I could think of.
This is just all. This is new for many of us. So, and the internet connection has not been great. It sounds like.
I thought I had the backup too. I had CDs, speakers, DVD player.
I'm sending an email over to David Landry to have him close by phone, so perhaps he can help us.
Okay, and depending on the schedule, maybe a little bit, you come in early and make sure it's okay, if that works better for you. Because I
It'd be
understand
great.
the court
It'd be great
closes.
if we could get here. If David could come tomorrow and help us with that, that'd be fantastic. Thanks, Randy.
Right here, sir.
So we're having some case line struggles that we're going to need to work through to continue with the examination, but I know we're now, it sounds like the, well, let me ask, what's our monitors? Do we have any update? I don't have any update. Okay. Yeah. So if we were able to get the video working again, do you know how much longer your portion of Detective Brown would be?
I'm pretty sure that what the video is showing is 12 minutes, and it should be playing a little bit, asking a question, playing a little bit, asking a question, and so on, so that I expect not more than 20.
Oh, to complete that portion
To
of,
complete mine altogether.
okay, and then,
For Maya's, I don't know.
yes.
So I believe I took about 2 hours with Lieutenant McGonigal, so I would expect perhaps a little bit shorter than that, but not terribly shorter.
Okay, so we're probably talking before we get to redirect, so I don't know how long, and we're not even talking about the other motion.
I will say that I will reassess once I've completed the cross, and it may not end up being necessary to call some of the witnesses on our list, specifically
I'd forgotten
the
about that.
officers.
But this is more than 3 hours.
It sounds that way, Judge.
I mean, if I can have a moment.
I don't know how, so I just try, the reason I'm here all day, but we have a little bit of a monitor scheduling issue after 1 o'clock tomorrow that we need to sort out on our end. So the question is what efforts should we be trying to line up coverage for tomorrow afternoon?
We're available for you tomorrow afternoon. What I just talked to co-counsel about is my unavailability afterwards. And she's agreed that if we finish my motion and the argument tomorrow, she will proceed with some sort of assistance, but not me. And if we don't finish tomorrow, if you don't have the time tomorrow.
And that could change between now and tomorrow.
We're making efforts right now to try to go from 10 o'clock through.
We're clear
till-
to go from 10 to 1.
Right, and we're making efforts to try to have further coverage for the balance of the afternoon tomorrow. We're not right there now, but we're gonna see what we can do. So my hope would be to try to get as much done as we can get done tomorrow and go take the balance of the day if possible, but I just need some additional coverage in order to do that, if that makes sense. What I'm hearing is that if need be, and we're not able to conclude tomorrow, but then we lose you, Attorney Dominguez, for part of next week.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Vacation. I forgot.
But she is available that following week that I'm still in trial.
Right. So, unfortunately, I have a family member traveling from Mexico, so it's not, I would normally have no
I know,
issue canceling.
I know. I'm just trying to think it through. Let's really shoot to try to, I should ask, is Detective Brown, are you available tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Attorney Sikowski, Attorney Spicer, are you both available tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna do everything in my power to try to, so if we can have people available to go tomorrow, I don't know if there are additional witnesses the defense anticipates calling.
the investigator for sure.
Right, right.
And then that's what she's reassessing to see if she can.
I don't
get
need
it
a
all
definitive
across.
answer now, but please, if you can try to have those people lined up so we could,
Yes.
um,
I will take a look.
you don't need to tell me right
I'll see
now.
what I can
I understand.
Done. I'll try to get it all done through the single witness instead of calling them, but it may not be possible.
I understand. So why don't we,
What do you think? Can we start at 9:30 tomorrow?
Yes, we arranged a transport order for 10, but we can change that to have Mr. Clegg brought a little bit earlier.
so,
Although, we're gonna,
I know.
we'll adjust.
well, we plan on starting at 10, but maybe on the logistics thing, we'll maybe try to, as close to 9:30 as possible, so we can try to iron out those difficulties
Yeah.
before we start at 10.
And Clerk Ruffalo, if actually we can have Logan transported early so that we can have an opportunity to meet with them. We've been finishing right at 4, so we haven't really had an opportunity to talk to him here.
So for 8:30 or 9 would be better?
I think 9.
9, okay, and then if we're ready to start at 9:30, we'll be good to go.
We'll be here.
So I'll change that.
We'll try to, we'll plan on trying to work the logistics stuff out. It may be that we can do that in just a few minutes. I don't know, I'm not an expert, I don't know what might need to happen. If there's a backup way of just playing it so that Detective Brown can see it, and I don't mind stepping off the bench and doing it in the courtroom someplace where we can all see what we're talking about, let you do it that way, just so that we can.
So I'll be
Work.
prepared with the backup to set up. Well, we're just going to bring our whole usual projector setup just in case.
I think that would be great, just so we don't wind up burning an hour or so trying to figure out.
I will say typically in trial, we usually just end up projecting on the wall, but since we don't have a jury and it's for you to see, I think we have a screen, so we'll try to.
Whatever's easy. I don't mind. I don't mind. I can see the wall from here.
All right.
We could shut the blinds. It works pretty well. We might need to move Detective Brown out a little bit so that he's able to also see things. But if you could have a backup plan
Yes.
for presenting it, that'd be terrific. That's my only thought. That might speed things
Another
up.
backup plan.
I know. Okay, great. We'll resume as close to 9:30 as we can tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes,
before you break, could you
Yes.
approach?
Yeah.
County Superior Court is now in session.
Good morning again. Please have a seat.
Your Honor.
Before we get started, we have been able to make arrangements, so we're good to go this afternoon. Just for
Thank
planning
you.
purposes. And I apologize, I know we were trying for 9:30 and we're a little bit past that, but there's nothing I can do.
Okay, Detective Brown, I'm going to start by starting to play the video right at the end of the break when you're about to walk in. And then I might pause a few times to ask a question or two of you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right? Is it up?
In case you change your mind at any point, any of these, you have. Let me know, we'll try again. You got it right there? Do you need to? As we took a little break, I just want to remind you about your Miranda waiver. You remember all this, so we need to go through it again. Do you have any questions about it? We can sign it, or we can sign it in your presence. So you can see that. If you still understand all these rights, you still want to have a conversation with me? Yep.
Okay, so at this point, sorry, when he came out, you reminded him about the waiver that he had signed before, right?
Yes,
And you asked if he remembered and if he needed to go through it again, right?
correct,
You didn't actually go through the waiver form, right?
correct.
And you asked him if he had any questions, right?
I did.
And you actually had pulled out the waiver form and said, I'm going to sign this in your presence now, right?
I said something to the effect of, I didn't sign it before, I'm going to sign it in your presence. So
Okay.
you can see that, I believe I said.
So there was no need to actually sign it in his presence, right?
I generally do sign it in his presence. I don't know why I didn't sign it the first time.
Okay, so something was happening when you first read Miranda that you didn't end up signing it in his presence, and after the break, you came out and took care of that.
Once I saw that I hadn't signed it, that's when I took care of it.
Okay, and again, there was no mention of attorney, right?
No.
Okay. Go ahead. And there won't be a stop for a while. Actually, Your Honor, can you hear? I know it's very difficult, but the original is, which is probably why there is no transcript.
Right, I can hear when people are stopped and we're just listening, so I don't know if you wanted to just play it. I can hear it well enough
Okay.
right now, so yes.
And it'll be going on for
Okay.
a minute or two
Great.
before I stop.
Great.
Have you thought of anything in the brief time that we took a little break? Okay. And does it still make sense to you what I'm asking about? And so I checked some of my notes, and there's a couple more things I wanted to kind of reveal to you and see if that changes anything from your perspective. The bus ticket. So you bought a bus ticket out of Concord at some point. You said you went to Boston. Do you remember, did you buy a new ticket, or was it all one trip, Concord to Burlington? Okay, the reason I ask is that there was a ticket that was purchased, Boston to Albany to Burlington, and it was May 15th. Does that sound right to you as the day? Why not? What jumps out at me about this particular bus ticket was the name that was given. I guess what the name was? It was Arthur Kelly. Arthur Kelly was the name that was given to purchase this ticket from Boston to Albany, New York, Albany, New York to Burlington. I think there's a transition to a different bus in Albany. So this theme here of what we're seeing of Arthur Kelly and Logan Clegg, this keeps coming back up. Do you think that was you that bought the ticket that said Arthur Kelly on May 15th?
answered, I could be wrong. Specifically, this had nothing to do with Utah. I asked you about your time from Concord, in Concord, New Hampshire. Because remember I asked you if you ever went shooting, you said no to that. I want to be clear, did you ever have a gun in Concord? Okay. I talked about the burnt, we're calling it the burnt tent site. There was a tent there at one point, and that tent was burnt with all these propane tanks inside. You said that you don't think that was you. Did you ever live in a tent that had? So if I'm understanding, you lived in a structure that you made with tarps.
It's like a triangle shaped tarp that is held up with like some logs.
And the guy that purchased the tents, you're saying that was not you that purchased the tents at Walmart. One in November and one in April 19th, to be exact.
I feel like you're just going in circles trying to connect me with this hard person.
I don't feel like I'm going in circles. I get that it seems repetitive to you. I just want to make sure that I'm being accurate. Oh, and where I was going with this was at the burnt tent site. This is new. We didn't discuss this before. At the burnt tent site, there were shell casings, spent shell casings. So when you fire a gun, the bullet leaves the gun and it goes somewhere. A shell casing pops out, unless it's a revolver. But in most, my weapon on me obviously, but they fly out. That's called spent shell casing. There were numerous shell casings found at the burnt tent site. The same type of shell casing was also found at the crime scene. So, again, leading me to think that there is some sort of connection between the burnt tent site and this double murder that happened. So that's why I was asking about the gun. I want to be clear that you're saying you had nothing to do with the burnt tent site. Okay. Let me keep going with one more thing that we didn't discuss, if that's okay. Okay. All right. Do you want to take any food while you're here? I don't. So right now, my
There is a delay, so, and by the way, Your Honor, I'm standing up here because the voice there is delayed from here, and I'm getting it. So I had to get away.
It's better, and I moving in close was helpful for me to hear versus I was hearing a little bit of the sound in the background. It was a little bit of a distraction, but this works fine.
So, I'm pausing here at this point. There's more to go, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so a couple of times during that I guess I can get back here. A couple of times during that conversation or your questioning of him, he talked about, once he said he hadn't wanted to answer a question, and a couple of times he said he felt like you were going in circles, right?
Yes.
And you started seeing some frustration grow, right?
Correct.
And you wanted to keep the interrogation going, so you were trying to change the subject when he felt frustrated so that you could keep him moving on to something different, right?
Correct.
And at the end, you asked him, I want to be sure, near the end of when we paused, you said that you wanted to be sure. Are you saying you had nothing to do with the burnt tent site, right?
Correct.
And he said, I don't have anything to do with these deaths. And you said, okay. And he said, I just don't know what else to tell you, right?
That sounds correct.
And the frustration is kind of growing there. And so you say, okay, let me keep going with one thing we didn't discuss, okay? Does that sound right?
Yeah, I think I followed it with if that's okay or something to that effect.
Okay. And he said, please stop, because I feel like we're going in circles, right?
What I believe he said when I listened to that was, will you stop? So very similar, but
Will
not
you
please
stop, or
but will you
please
stop?
And I agree that it is very difficult to hear, and we probably both listened 100 times. And so you said, okay, do you want any food or anything, right?
Correct.
And he said no. And then he asked you, do you know how long this is to get paperwork or a hearing or something?
Something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And that's what he asked, about the getting the paperwork or a hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisors in South Burlington are trying to work through the next steps concerning both your Utah probation warrant and our Concord investigation. And is there anything else you can think of as a detective and form?
Doesn't stop on a dime when it's supposed to, so I'm going farther. But when he asked about paperwork or a hearing or something, you said, I don't right now, so my superiors and Burlington will work through the next steps of the Utah warrant and out of the Concord investigation. Is that about right?
Something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And so you said you don't know right now, to his question about when he would get paperwork or a hearing, right?
Yeah, to that effect.
And at the point that we stopped, Detective Gorham had walked in, right?
Correct.
And when she walked in, about that same time, you said, now, is there anything else you can think of? Do you know if you're talking to Detective Gorham at that point or to Logan?
I believe I'm talking to Detective Gorham at that point.
Okay. So Detective Gorham has walked in, and I said, and you say, is there anything you can think of, right?
Related to his question of what was going to happen next.
Okay.
So I didn't know if she had gotten some different information while I was in that room.
Okay. And at this point, you know that he's asserted his right to silence.
No, it's not clear. We're very close. But as I say at the next point, I'm not sure if you want to play the next point, but I basically say to her, she says, I didn't hear what that last part was. And I said, well, I think he's done speaking with us, or something to that effect, indicating that I did not know for certain, but it seemed like he was probably done.
Which is fine. You
Which is
also
fine,
said.
correct.
Yes. So I want to make sure that I have this right. When he said, please stop, or will you stop, is what you...
I think that's what he
think.
said, yes.
You did not see that as an assertion.
I did not see that as a clear and unequivocal. We were definitely close, but a clarifying question was in order.
Okay. So, if you would.
Well, I think he's done talking, which is fine. Can I ask, would you be willing, if I showed you a picture of, when we talked about the Walmart, would you be willing to look at that?
That's just me,
Okay. So at that point, Detective Gorham has walked in, and you turn to her and say, I think he's done talking, which is fine. You understood at that point he had asserted.
Well, no, I said specifically, I think, meaning that I'm not certain that he's asserted. But I think that he has, and therefore, what I'm doing is signaling to her that we were going to show photos. So what I'm doing is signaling to her that we're not going to just take out the photos.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a clarifying question, and we'll see what the answer is.
And Your Honor, I would request that you pay specific attention when you listen to this to his tone of voice when he says, I think he's done talking, which is fine. So you are saying it's okay for him to stop talking, right?
That is me signaling to him that it is fine. There's no pressure if he wants to be done, and I'm giving that word done, and that's the word that he's going to repeat back to me.
Okay. So you say to Detective Gordon, I think he's done talking, which is fine. Will you look at some photos, right, of Walmart?
Yes.
So you believe that he is done talking, and you have in his presence said it's okay to be done talking. Let me ask you something else, is essentially what you said, right?
No, again, I did not believe that he was done talking. I thought that he was, so the word was, I think he's done talking, which is fine. Not, I'm certain that he's done. He invoked his right to silence. Let's stop. It was, I think he's done. Don't pull out the pictures. Let me ask a clarifying question, and we'll go from there.
Okay. So, you say, can I ask, would you be willing, if I showed you a picture of who we are, would you be willing to look, right?
Not who we are. I believe it was related to Walmart.
If I showed you a picture of Walmart, sorry.
Yes, something to that effect,
Yeah.
yes.
Would you be willing to look, right?
Correct.
So at this point, you say to Detective Gorham, I think he's done talking. So that is a clear question in your head, is what you're saying? About whether he's asserted and done talking?
It's pretty frank. I think he's done talking.
And you
Again,
don't-
not I'm certain. I think. So
Okay.
let's just follow up and see if he's done.
Okay, so you don't ask, are you done talking, right?
That's true.
You don't ask, do you mean you want to end this interrogation, right?
That's true.
You don't ask, I'm not sure, when you say, please stop, I'm not sure that you want me to stop, so could you explain what you mean by that, right?
I didn't use any of those words.
Okay. What you do is continue the interrogation.
No, what I do is ask if he's willing to look at a picture. Is he willing to continue the interrogation?
Asking him to look at a picture is an interrogation, is that right?
That's not what I asked, Counselor. I asked, are you willing to look? Not, will you look at a picture, but I said, are you willing? Meaning I'm asking him, is he done, or is he willing to, is he done with just going in circles, basically, about stuff that we had already talked about?
Okay.
This is something new, that we had not introduced any pictures yet.
When an interrogation ends, it ends, right?
Yes,
And it doesn't matter if it ended on one question and you go to another question, right?
I'm sorry.
If it ends on one question, it doesn't give you permission to go to a different topic, right? If it ends?
Well, the interrogation ends, so questions that could be, that could produce incriminating evidence, that ends.
Okay. In essence, he also asserted after that, I'd rather just be done with this, right?
At that point, that was the signal to me that there is no question, he has asserted.
Okay. And when somebody asserts, and it's absolutely clear in your mind, you have to scrupulously honor that assertion, right?
Correct.
You're not to ask questions, right?
It doesn't say not to ask questions, it says to stop the interrogation, at least is my understanding of it.
And we talked about yesterday that one of your techniques is to build rapport and to be nice to the suspect that you're talking to, right?
To be nice to anyone I'm talking to.
Okay.
So suspect, witness, victim, et cetera. It's the same demeanor.
And it's a tactic that you said that you employ, and it's been successful for you, right?
Correct.
And that a part of that tactic is to try and keep the door open, right?
Yes.
And so,
All right, so going back to what your last questions were, what's gonna happen next? You're gonna stay here for a little bit while we figure out the next step. At some point, you're going to go before a judge here in South Burlington or Burlington, wherever the county is, regarding the Utah warrant. Most likely, at some point before that, you're gonna remain here while we seek a search warrant to see certain things from you, like probably like clothing. I don't know what you have on you as far as backpack, stuff like that. Do you have any other clothes anywhere?
okay, so before we stopped, after he said, no, he didn't want to look at the Walmart pictures, he just wanted to be done, right?
Yes.
You said, let's go back to what your last questions were, right?
Yes.
And he had asked when he would get papers or when the next hearing was, right?
Yes.
And you answered that, correct?
I didn't feel that I completed that answer, but I had started to.
Okay, and when he asserted, he did not re-ask that question, did he?
No.
When you knew that he had asserted his right to silence, you started talking again, right?
Yes, I started to finish the answer to what we had started before.
Okay. And back to your last questions, what's going to happen next? He didn't actually ask what's going to happen next, right?
I believe that that was the intent of what he was asking. He may not have used those words, I was paraphrasing, but
Okay.
I thought that was the intent of,
And his words were, when am I going to get the papers or the next hearing? When's
or
the
a hearing or something to that effect.
So after you continued talking to him, you ask him, you tell him that you might take his clothes, you might be seeking a warrant for certain things like clothes, and you didn't know if he had a backpack or anything. You actually knew he had a backpack, right?
I think what I was saying is I didn't know if there was clothes in his backpack.
You actually asked, do you have any clothes anywhere, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes?
And that led to, well, that could potentially lead to incriminating evidence, right?
I was certainly not thinking that it would lead to incriminating evidence at that time.
Well, the answer to that could be something like, yes, I keep my clothes in a particular area that could lead you to a particular area of interest, right?
It could have.
If he says he has no other clothes, that kind of gives you information about whether he uses the same clothes over and over again.
Sure.
And one of the things that you're doing when you're talking to Logan throughout the next day and the 19th is fishing for information, right?
Definitely not on the 19th after the attorney, after you requested an attorney. The 13th, I was definitely rapport building, and as part of that, I would agree that you could say that there was some fishing involved.
Okay. And when you're asking him about his clothes, and does he have any clothes anywhere, that's fishing for information as well.
I see how you're asking that. That was not my intent at the time. My intent was to simply see if we could get him some clothes so that we were planning on taking. I didn't want him to go out of there in a Tyvek suit.
Okay. And
Okay. Can I get you some clothes so that if we end up, and I don't know what we're taking yet, but hypothetically, if we took your shirt and we took your pants, can I get you other clothes to replace that? What size pants are you? Sure. Straight socks. Shoes, size 13.
these are very specific questions about his clothing size, right?
I'm asking him what size pants, what size shirt, what size, and then I ask about the socks.
Okay. So you're not going to get some size small sweatpants or maybe some medium sweatpants for him to change into. You want to get the exact size of clothing that he wears, right?
He absolutely could have said small, medium. He was the one that said 30-30.
In answer to what size pants are you, right?
Correct.
And then in answer to what size shirt, it's small.
Yes.
What size socks, you ask him, and he says 13.
I said, and the socks. I don't think I even asked what size socks. I think, and the socks, and he said size 13.
And you said, so shoes, size 13 as well?
Yeah.
And again, that is information that connects to other information that you've gathered in the case, right?
Again, I'm not thinking that at that point. What I'm thinking is I don't want him to leave the station in a Tyvek suit later on. So I would prefer him to have legitimate clothing so that he's not angry or upset or embarrassed by leaving in a Tyvek suit.
Part of rapport building, so he doesn't get angry about his circumstances and might talk to you the next day.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it's also an application of a technique after he has applied for counsel to keep the door open for your speaking to him the next day.
Well, I'm not thinking about speaking the next day. I don't know how it's going to play out. At that moment, we consider that he may be released that evening. So at that point, as I'm asking, I'm picturing that I don't want him walking out in a Tyvek suit from the police station that night, and that if that does happen, I would rather him be in regular clothes so that he may be willing, he may not be angry or upset if I try to reapproach at a later time. But I don't have a specific plan in mind that I'm going to go see him the next day at that point.
He was arrested, surrounded by police, and brought in on a warrant, a fugitive from justice warrant that you facilitated or assisted in getting expanded to east of the Mississippi to incorporate New Hampshire and Vermont. And you had information that he had not only not gone to probation like he was supposed to, but had traveled to Europe and had not checked in for well over a year, right?
Correct.
And you thought he might be released that night.
Our colleagues in South Burlington explained to us that they did not know what the judge was going to do, and that there was, based on the fact that it was only a probation warrant, they were preparing us for the fact that without an arrest warrant in a homicide, there may be nothing to hold him.
And so the hearing was the next day.
We did not know that at the time. There was some form of something that was going to happen that evening, or there may have even been a judge available up to a certain time. Remember, I'm out of jurisdiction here, and I'm not exactly clear at this moment. But I definitely believe that there's a chance that whatever that was could happen that night.
Okay. Okay. And again, being nice about the close is a technique that you apply, which is rapport building, because you wanted to talk to him again later, right?
That's not all of it. I was concerned about what might happen if he is out.
Okay. And
so it's going to be a little while. Again, if you want to eat or anything like that, I know you said you're nervous or anxious. We'll get you whatever you want. We're trying to keep you healthy and get you through this while we do our investigation. And again, all I'm trying to do is everything possible to solve this double homicide that we have. Does that make sense? Yeah. Do you want any of this? Because I would want you to eat it here in front of me, or at least while we're in company. I mean, is there anything else that your appetite is? Do you want a burger? Do you want chicken, rotisserie chicken? No, we will get you food. Okay, if you change your mind at any point, just let the booking officer know, and we'll get you something. Do you need to use the bathroom now? Is there anything else you need from me, or any questions that you have, or anything else that I can help you with? Not right now. No. If we serve a search warrant, you will get a copy of the search warrant, and if we take stuff, you'll get a copy of the receipt for that. And that's standard. Don't know exactly the Vermont procedure, but I'm confident that that's standard, and you'll walk away with that. I think it'll probably be monthly. I don't know how late the courts work there. Here, when we got to this point, it would probably be the next morning. I mean, I don't know where you, if you stay here, or if there's like a temporary jail or something like that. I don't know the answer to that. I can find that out for you. But let's take it one step at a time. As long as you're okay here, then let us do our steps here, and then we'll figure out the next steps. Okay. All right. Please let me know, because if you get hungry, just whatever it is, we'll get it for you. Understood? Okay. All right. You can come back this way. These that follows this.
Okay, there's a couple of things in there I want to talk about. The Mountain Dew man that you talked about leaving Shaw's on the 18th. I think that you went and got a receipt for what he had taken, and it was the 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew and a rotisserie chicken.
Correct?
And when you were talking about food here, you were talking about, do you want a burger, chicken, rotisserie chicken?
Correct.
And the rotisserie chicken was directly tied into the investigation, right?
It was, but he had also brought that up as something that he purchased regularly while he was in Concord. So he had said the word rotisserie chicken. It wasn't coming out of the blue or anything like that.
And you are pulling it around again to see if he wanted rotisserie chicken, right?
I am offering that I will get him a food that I know he likes, that he said he purchased frequently.
Okay. And then he asked about if he was going to the hearing, and you said, I don't know how late the courts are here, probably the next morning, right?
It sounded to me like I said, I think there is something tonight, but I wasn't sure. Again, it's hard to make out everything. But my recollection is that I did not know there was something that was going to happen that night. I didn't know if it involved a judge or him going somewhere, and that if that didn't happen, then there was going to be something the next morning.
You said probably the next morning in that, right?
I think I ended it with that, yes.
Okay. And Logan said, so I'm not going to get a public hearing today? And you said, I don't know the answer to that. I think you'll be in a temporary jail.
That sounds right.
Okay. And when you talked to the officer, you said he's done talking to us, right?
Correct.
But you had actually been talking to him for a fair amount of time after he asserted his right to silence, right?
Again, when he asserted that right, I stopped what I believed to be the interrogation and followed up with accurate information about what was going to happen from that point
And when we
on.
talked yesterday, you said that during the conversation, things might come out, and it was one of your goals.
No, not at this point. I think that was referring to a different interview.
The 13th, right?
Is that what you just said? I might have missed it.
I might have too.
If we're talking about that right there, that was simply giving him information about the next steps.
Okay. And he had asked, well, never mind. So anyway, after he's asserted, and there's no doubt in your mind that he is asserted, and you say that you're just trying to be helpful to him, although he hasn't asked that of you, the next thing that you do is to go with the clothes that somebody else got and take his clothes from him, right?
Correct.
And during that conversation, which we didn't play yesterday and we don't need to play today, but Your Honor, it is expected to be part of the evidence for you.
Has that been separately submitted? I just want to make sure I have that someplace.
Or you're
That was our
Okay,
submission,
okay,
yes.
excellent. I just want to make, I don't need to see it in the course of the hearing, but I need to know it's there so I'll have access to it.
I understand from the case line representative that there might be problems with our submissions, so they might have to be resubmitted or something.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that I have access to it and there's no, that we have something that's playable. I did try last night, a couple of things I haven't even talked with folks in the monitor about it, but I did have some difficulty accessing some things. So maybe how I'm doing it, maybe the submission itself, but we'll figure it out.
And I understand that we have not requested that ours become a full exhibit, and this is exhibit. I'll keep moving until we figure that one out. We just started going back and forth with what the state had and what we had.
I understand.
That we got very confused there.
And I'll just say, we have no objection to that.
Being marked as a full exhibit?
Yes.
Right, okay, great. So at some point we'll want to just make sure that I know that I'm not seeing a C here. I'm not doing it right. have a C? We do not have a C, okay.
We have a 15,
Right.
but
So
That would be the state's.
during the break, if we could, and it would be
I
our exhibit.
I don't think there's any issue. It can be marked as a full exhibit, and I just want to make sure that we have it.
Okay. Which we will make sure at break because it got very confusing. So you went there, and I think we talked yesterday about you wanted to know him to make sure he knew who you were, Detective Brown,
Correct?
and that he could reach out if he wanted to follow up with anything, right?
Yes.
And that was an invitation for further conversation, right?
He was leaving the door open for that possibility. I wouldn't
And-
say it was an invitation, but
And you also told him that you'd be following up with him, right?
I believe I did say that, yes.
Okay. And then this is all after he has asserted his right to counsel to silence that evening, right?
To silence, yes.
And then Detective Gorham goes back there and asks him for if he would be willing to give a DNA swab.
I'm not 100% on the sequence. I thought that occurred before the clothing, but I could be wrong.
Could be, and I'm not either, because I thought we had it taken care of yesterday. But in any event, after he asserted his right to silence, you went back to him and Detective Gorham went back to him, right?
That's correct.
And you went back, and part of what you were doing was leaving open future conversations with him, right?
I was thinking about the next day at that point, but yes.
And it was sort of an invite to, if you got something to follow up on me, make sure you know my name, right?
To that effect, yes.
And after he asserted his right to silence, also Detective Gorham went to try and collect information from him voluntarily, right?
What she was trying to do was see if he would provide consent for DNA, so that's it.
Trying to see if he would provide evidence to her voluntarily, right?
Consent for DNA, yes,
Okay. And that was after he asserted his right to silence also.
correct.
Okay. So, huh?
Do you need a moment? Attorney
No,
Dominguez?
I just need a moment to get my things together.
Okay,
but,
absolutely.
Apologize, I come with a lot of stuff. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, Attorney Dominguez.
So, I want to begin by being able to. What I'm doing. I want to begin with talking about Miss Nannut. You spoke with Miss Nutt several times. Is that
Yes.
fair? I want to focus first on a walkthrough that you did with her.
Okay.
And you did this actually at the location, if I may, Your Honor.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yep. And Your Honor, while I'm remembering, the state has agreed, we're going to enter this map or a digital copy of it through case lines, so you should have that.
Excellent.
I'll provide a copy, but I assume there's no problem in making that a full exhibit?
No objection.
That will be it. Further, perhaps defense D for purposes of the hearing. So as opposed to the larger scale version, just a digital copy of that submitted in case lines. Great.
Yes, I don't think you want to take that. All right, so you went to this location to do the walkthrough with Miss Nutt.
This location,
This general area.
yes,
All right, specifically, you went to Portsmouth Street parking lot, right here.
That is correct.
Mrs. Kowski, if you need to position
Thank
yourself
you,
at any
Your Honor.
point.
Oh, I'm
where-
sorry.
no,
That's okay. I
wherever.
did a bad job of setting this up.
Not a problem. Yeah, that'd be.
that better?
I
Yes,
can,
thank
I can
you.
see it fine. I know.
I can see it.
You're able to see it.
Very
Okay.
So I just slide over.
Great, thank you.
All right, so you met Miss Nutt here at this parking lot on Portsmouth Street.
That's correct.
And this was on April 25th?
That sounds correct.
Okay. The purpose of this meeting was to retrace her steps from April 18th.
That's correct.
And just to reorient everyone, that is the day that everyone believes that the Reids were murdered.
Yes,
Okay. So you met her here at this parking lot,
that's correct.
and you wanted to physically walk through the entire, not perhaps the entire, but her hike that day.
The relevant portion of it, yes.
The relevant portion of it. And so you actually had a conversation with her about your objective before you began walking.
I believe so.
And you were trying to be objective.
Yes.
So you told her that you would not be pointing anything out to her.
I don't have a clear memory. If that's what I said in my report or that's what's in the video, then yes.
Okay, I don't know that you said that specifically, but in fact, you did not point anything out to her.
Again, I don't feel that I did, but
Okay.
I don't have a clear memory of it right at this
All
moment.
right, you certainly, when you were walking through, you certainly weren't like, and here is the crime scene, here is the drag trail. You didn't do any of that.
I did not.
All right. And in fact, you actually brought a camera with you.
I believe I brought an iPad and that's what I was using.
All right, an iPad which had a camera in it.
Correct.
Okay, and you recorded it.
My memory is I recorded portions of it, so I don't want to give the impression that the entire thing was recorded.
That's fair. So you recorded portions of it, and the conversation that you had with Nan before is you went through the specific things that you wanted her to point out to you.
That sounds correct.
You told her that you wanted to know where the Reids had passed her on the trail.
Correct.
You told her that you wanted to know where she lost track of them, or in other words, where she can no longer see them.
That sounds correct.
You wanted her to tell you where she was when she heard the gunshots.
Correct.
And you also wanted her to tell you the location of where she was when she first saw the man.
Correct.
And you also actually wanted her to tell you the second location where she saw a second man.
Correct.
That second man was someone named Alan Schwartz.
No.
No?
That's not who she ran into. I don't believe we even knew at that time who it was.
Okay, so that's fine. We'll talk about Alan Schwartz in a little bit anyways. So, Nan told you she understood the objective
Yes.
and that she would do her very best to recall those moments.
That sounds correct. I don't specifically remember any words.
All right, so Nan was able to point out the area where the Reids passed her,
Yes.
and that was approximately 100 meters from the start of the trail.
Yes.
And for those of us who don't typically work in meters, can you put that in different terms?
300 feet or so.
300 feet or so.
The length of a football field, perhaps.
All right, and then Miss Nutt narrowed it down to a 10-meter area just before a small bridge.
That sounds correct.
All right, and this isn't a bridge with like railings, it's just if you're looking at the ground, you notice that it's slightly elevated and there's wood planks.
Correct.
All right. She told you she couldn't be certain about the exact point,
Yes, that sounds right.
but that she heard the couple coming up from behind her,
Yes.
and that she moved to the side with her dogs,
Correct.
her two dogs,
Yes.
so that they could pass.
Yes.
And she told you that she walks very slowly with her dogs.
I don't remember that, but if that's there,
Okay. So Nan told you that the couple, who you later believed to be the Reids, continued up the trail under the power lines.
yes.
And so when we're talking about the power lines, and just to be clear, so Portsmouth Street parking lot is here.
Correct.
And really, this trail goes in two directions. We're going straight up towards the stars, right?
Yes.
All right. And so if you're going north, going across when you're crossing Surratt, you can see that there's a cutoff section where all the power lines are running, right?
That's correct.
And so when she says that they're going under the power lines, that would be this section here. Is that fair?
I don't know a specific section because there's multiple points where you cross under power lines, but the general sense that I got was she was referring to the clear-cut area.
All right, so she was referring to the clear-cut area, and she says that they were there while her dogs were moving slowly.
Again, I don't remember specific words. That sounds consistent.
Do you want to take a quick look at your?
If it's in there, sure.
Yeah.
Maya, can I ask the Bates?
We are at 253.
Thank you.
Right here, while her dogs were moving slowly.
Yep, so her dogs were moving slowly. Yes.
Okay, I did write that, yes.
And she said that she last saw the couple as they entered the wooded section.
Correct.
So that would be this area here.
No, do you want me to?
Yeah, no, sure, come on up. If I'm wrong, please do correct me.
The wooded section is right here.
Okay.
So it's where this corner, I'm sorry.
You just, no, that's okay.
Where this corner is, where that yellow line goes in, that's the wooded area right there.
I can see that,
And it's easy to see the corner because we see this straight line sort of going up where there's clearing of trees for the power lines, and then it sort of intersects with a section here. Is that fair? Just trying to make it clear for the record.
It's clear because all of a sudden, tall trees start and there's a clear path going into the woods, so.
Understood, but on the picture, the way to see it is looking for
Okay,
this corner.
yes, I'm sorry, yes, that is correct.
Okay, perfect. You're welcome to stay. So, Miss Nutt said that that the couple was moving fast.
Yes, faster than her, I guess, I would say.
Well, she said they were moving fast and that she had made the right decision of getting out of their way.
I do remember her saying something like that, yes.
All right. Nan explained that she didn't hear the gunshots until just after she entered the wooded section of that trail.
That sounds correct?
That's the area we just spent some time pointing out.
Yes.
Okay. She said that the shots sounded extremely close.
Correct?
She said that, so as she's telling you about this, you are walking along.
That sounds right.
And as you all walked further into the woods, you asked her if you had reached the spot yet where she had heard the gunshots.
That sounds correct.
And she said that she didn't think so.
Yes.
And she continued walking.
That's correct.
Later on, you asked her to point out where she was when she first saw the white man.
That sounds correct.
So you sort of reminded her, you prompted her, like, remember, you're supposed to tell me this information.
Correct.
And you wrote in your report that you then walked past the area where the bullet fragments and blood had been recovered.
That is correct.
And Nan continued walking.
That's correct.
Nan looked left and right and stated that she did not think that you all were there yet.
That's correct.
About 50 meters past the suspected crime scene, that is the area that Miss Nutt believes she saw the other man.
Is that my exact words in there? I'm just not sure about the word believed.
About 50 meters past the suspected crime scene, Nan stated that she thought this was the area.
Right, thought, not believed.
Thought. So. All right, and she indicated that she saw the man was looking into the woods, off the trail into the woods.
Correct.
Essentially looking towards the woods on her right. So looking, she's walking.
On her right as she's walking, so
so
to the
she's walking
east,
north.
basically.
Yeah, so she's walking north, going this way. She sees the man, he's looking that way.
That is correct.
She's looking into the woods on her right, or as you say, east.
Correct.
And then after they pass, he continues walking on that same path south where she had just come from.
Yes.
And she continues walking north on the trail.
That is correct.
At some point, she brought you to another area where she saw a different male hiker.
That is correct.
Whereabouts did she see that other hiker?
You want me to get up?
Yeah, sure.
So that was at this intersection here. It was in that general vicinity. I believe she made a right, and she said it was shortly within that distance there.
Okay. So sort of where the Pond Loop Trail and the Marsh Loop Trail and the Profile Avenue Connector Trail all.
Yes, it's basically a four-way intersection there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see four. One, two, four.
Correct.
Okay. So after she pointed out that spot to you, you didn't continue doing the hike that she did that day?
No.
No, because the hike that she did, what I should just go ahead. The hike she did was to continue all the way around the Marsh Loop Trail.
That is correct.
And we know all of this because at some point you got data from her fitness device or phone, correct?
From her iPhone, yes.
So you have exact times when she reached all these different locations.
That's correct.
All right. And so you come up here to this four-way stop, as you've called it, and at that point you turn around and you retrace the steps that you had essentially just taken.
That's correct.
And you go along the same portion of trail,
Yes.
and as you walk through the woods near the crime scene, you again ask her if she recognized any area is where she heard the shots or saw the male.
Is that what my exact quote is?
I again asked Nan if she recognized any area as where she heard the shots or saw the male.
I'm looking at the part that says, as we walk through the woods near the crime scene. So I'm not 100% if we were like right at the crime scene or we were simply approaching, but I would say near the crime scene there.
Okay. Nan did not point out any new areas
That is correct.
and indicated again that everything looked the same.
That's correct.
And again, this was on April 25th, so this was pretty close in time to all of this.
So April 25th would have been the 1 week mark, right? So I believe that was a Monday. So it would have been 1 week after.
Okay, so the Reids go missing on the 18th. Their bodies are discovered, I believe, on the 20th?
21st. Correct.
The 21st. That's when the crime scene is active. You have the police tape up, all of that.
Correct.
The police standing guard overnight.
Yes.
Then the scene closes on the 23rd.
That's correct.
And then this walkthrough is on the 25th.
Yes.
All right, just general timeline there. If I can just have a moment.
Of course.
All right, so this is, before I sort of move on to this next section, I wanted to ask you, do you work out?
I do.
You do. Keeping physical fitness is a requirement of your job.
Yes.
And in fact, you have to pass a physical fitness test every 3 years to maintain your certification as a police officer.
I do.
And you've done that, obviously. You've passed every time. That hasn't been an issue.
Yes.
But it's more than that. You are someone who's physically active. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You're a runner, right?
I am.
What's your favorite distance?
I don't really do more than 5.
I don't see how this is relevant.
We'll see.
Well, I think it went on council approach.
All right, so I'm not going to ask you about your preferences, but can you just tell us a little bit about what your normal, fitness regimen is?
I run generally a few times a week. I try to run at least a mile. I don't do much more longer distances than that, maybe a 3-miler here and there. I did a 7-miler probably a couple of weeks ago,
Okay.
and that was probably the longest distance I had run in several years.
And what about strength training? Do you do any strength training?
Just core exercises,
Core exercises?
push-ups, sit-ups, stuff of that nature. Bless you.
So no sort of like bench presses, nothing like that?
Generally, no.
Okay. In terms of the running, you said that you do have to maintain certain fitness requirements for maintaining your certification as a police officer.
Yes, I can explain if.
And that is, one of the requirements you have to meet is to be able to run 1.5 miles in 14 minutes and 7 seconds.
That sounds correct.
You also have to be able to do 16 push-ups.
I don't remember the exact standards. If that's what you're reading, that sounds correct.
If I'm guessing your age correctly, which it's a big range,
Okay.
I think that is correct. And then there's one other test. There's the number of sit-ups in a minute. Does 28 sound about right?
That sounds fair. I don't know the exact number, but that sounds right.
Okay. And I apologize. My mother would be very embarrassed. But can you share with us how much you weigh?
Objection, Your Honor. To the same objection we discussed at the bench.
I'll allow it. I understand the purpose for which is being asked. I'll allow it.
About between 155 and 160, generally.
Thank you.
Pounds.
All right, and so what I want to talk about now is an exercise that something that you, I want to talk about May 10th of 2023. Do you recall going to the scene that day?
I do.
And on this particular day, you had brought some weighted dummies with you.
That sounds
Is
correct.
that the proper term? Is it dummies? I don't want to.
I don't know. I know what you're referring to. I think that's what I wrote in the report.
Okay.
I don't remember.
And so you borrowed these weighted dummies from the Concord Police Department?
Concord Fire Department.
Sorry, Concord Fire Department. There were, so 2 of them, you all had them brought, I don't know who brought them, to the Portsmouth Street entrance here. Yes?
I also don't remember how they got there. They may have been delivered by the fire department directly to that spot. I don't remember.
Okay. They got there and then an ATV was used, I believe, to bring them over to the crime scene?
That sounds correct.
So you didn't have to carry them out there?
No.
Like you said, there were 2 of them.
Yes.
One weighed approximately 140 pounds.
That sounds correct.
And another weighed approximately 200 pounds.
That's what I got in my report. I don't remember the exact weights, but
For the purposes of this, will you?
you're saying you
agree
read it
that-
from that. That's fine.
I'm happy to show it to you. All right.
I would agree with what I wrote.
All right, 200 pounds. And so the idea, the stated purpose on this day was essentially to move the dummies from where you believe the scene was on the trail to another location.
To the recovery location.
Okay. To the recovery location.
Yes.
And so you were the person tasked with the physical labor here.
No one else volunteered, so I just did it.
Okay. And you began with the smaller one.
That sounds right. Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And then the bigger one.
Yes.
And I believe, how did you drag them? Under the arms?
Counselor, I don't remember whatever the easiest method would have been, so I probably would have tried that.
Okay. It wasn't in your report, so I don't know. That's honestly just a question.
I don't recall either.
Okay. But you were able to move the first dummy back to the recovery site within 42 seconds?
Does it say to the recovery site or to the recovery and back? I'm just not, I don't remember.
It says, Detective Kulik timed me, measured from the moment I started until returned to the trail.
Okay.
So recreating where Nan encountered the suspect, I moved the first dummy and returned to the trail within 42 seconds.
Okay, so the question was the time, the 42 seconds refers to dragging all the way down to the recovery location and then me physically returning without the dummy to the trail.
Okay. There's two things in there, though, because you also note that it was where Nan encountered the suspect. That's what you note in your report.
Okay, yes.
But as we discussed earlier, that's actually not where she said that she had encountered the suspect.
I see what you're saying. I guess I should have said where I believed Nan encountered the suspect.
All right, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so you finished the first one, bringing the first dummy down to the recovery site, and then walking, or actually, that's a good question. Did you walk? Did you run? Did you jog? How did you get back up?
I probably jogged or ran. The point was to see how quickly it could be done,
Okay.
basically.
And then you immediately, well, let me ask you, because it isn't quite clear. Did you immediately then begin with the second dummy, or did you stop the timer and start again?
No, I did not stop. I kept going.
So you kept going, so you grabbed the second dummy,
Yes,
and that took you 1 minute and 30 seconds to bring it down to the recovery site, and then run back up to the trail.
that sounds correct.
You noted that this dummy was especially difficult to move.
Yes,
So this was a 200-pound dummy.
correct.
And you indicated earlier that you weigh, I think you said 150, 160, thereabouts?
What, thereabouts?
So 200 pounds would have been heavier than you were then, assuming you were about the same.
Correct.
All right. And not only was it especially difficult to move, but while you were doing this, you actually fell.
That's correct.
I believe you fell backwards
Yes,
over a log.
yes.
Now, this actually ended up causing an abrasion on your leg,
A mild scratch, yes.
a mild scratch. Were you wearing pants that day or shorts?
Pants.
Pants. And so it caused an abrasion through your pant leg then.
Well, I don't know if it went under the pants. I mean, I don't have an exact memory of it.
All right. Presumably, when you fell, you got some dirt on you?
That sounds, I don't recall. I mean, it's a leafy ground, so I wouldn't say that I necessarily touched dirt. It could have just been falling on leaves.
All right. So I didn't actually double check your math, but 42 seconds and 1 minute and 30 seconds, you wrote that there was a combined time of 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
I'm doing the math. I think that sounds correct.
Okay. That's what you wrote. Like I said, I didn't check it. Now, Officer Kulik stopped the timer at that point,
Yes.
and you made some observations about
Yes.
yourself.
Okay.
You were heavily winded.
Yeah, that sounds right.
You were physically exhausted.
That sounds right.
And then you wrote that, however, you had regained composure within 5 minutes.
That sounds correct.
So that would have been, so if you add 5 minutes to the time it took you to move the dummies back and forth, again, not the best math, but that's 7 minutes and 12 seconds.
No, that 5 minutes was referring to 5 minutes from the entire thing.
So you write in your report that the combined time to move both dummies and return to the trail was 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
I see it.
And then you write, I found that I was heavily winded and physically exhausted by the time I returned to the trail after moving the second dummy, but regained composure within 5 minutes.
That is correct, and what I'm referring to is the entire within 5 minutes. That was the key number I was interested in.
All right. But
So
what
maybe
you
it's not
wrote
clear
was-
there, but that's what I'm referring to.
But what you wrote was after moving the second dummy.
Okay, but what I meant was 5 minutes total.
But what you wrote was after moving the second bail.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So you then write in your report that the recreation indicated that it was possible for a single suspect to move both victims' bodies from the trail to the discovery location and return to the trail within the time period when Nan Nutt entered the woods.
Is it missing a part and then got to the crime scene?
Ms. Nutt entered the woods until she arrived at the crime scene. Yes, I
Okay.
apologize.
Yes.
But this recreation, it didn't rule out that there were two people working in tandem.
It did not rule that out, no.
It didn't rule out that someone, perhaps heavily winded, was hiding in the woods.
No, it wouldn't, there's no way it would rule that out.
And it didn't rule out that there were two people hiding in the woods.
There's no way it could rule that out. That wasn't the intention.
All right, so back to Miss Nutt. Her observations of the man she saw on the trail. Miss Nutt, she didn't say that she saw any blood on this man.
Correct?
She didn't say that he was sweaty.
That's correct.
She didn't say that he was heavily winded.
Correct?
She didn't say he was winded at all.
Correct.
She didn't say he was out of breath.
That's correct.
She didn't say he had flushed cheeks.
She did not say that.
She didn't say that the man appeared physically exhausted.
She did not.
All right. On direct, you testified that you went back at some point and re-listened to Miss Nutt's initial statement to the police.
Correct.
That would have been the interview with, I believe, Detective Shaughnessy.
That's correct.
And you went and re-listened to that, I believe, on July 7th.
Yes.
And you did this because your thought process was that Nan had said that she had seen a man with a grocery bag.
Is that why, are you asking why I listened to it again?
No, I apologize. If I can just have a moment.
Of course.
I'm not asking about why you re-listened to it, but when you re-listened to it, one of the things that you observed was that Nan had said that the man she had seen had a grocery bag.
Correct.
A brown grocery bag.
Yes.
And so at this point, you hypothesized that perhaps this person had gone to the store earlier.
Correct.
And you had testified earlier that through the course of this investigation, you became aware of different stores using different color bags.
That is correct.
And so you believed that Shaw's was using brown bags.
Yes.
And so you had Detective Gorham go and review video footage from Shaw's.
No, I reviewed video footage from Shaw's at that point.
So you reviewed the video footage from Shaw's, and when you reviewed it, you saw who you believed to be Logan Clegg.
At that point, I had no idea who he was. I thought he was Mountain Dew Man.
Mountain Dew Man, sure. And you were able to ascertain that he purchased certain things.
No, now we're getting, so
At
I
some
could see
point
that there
later
was
on.
objects in there, and one appeared to be a 2-liter bottle of soda. I believe I could make that out. I didn't know exactly what it was. That's when Detective Gorham went back up.
When you watched the video, you could see that he had left with 2 grocery bags, actually.
That sounds correct.
And one of the things you were able to ascertain that he had purchased was a rotisserie chicken.
Again, we're combining things. That was, Detective Gorham was able to find that by going back up to the store, reviewing footage there, and I think she even got a copy of that receipt.
That's fine. At some point, you were able to ascertain that one of the things that was purchased that day was a rotisserie chicken
That is correct.
and a 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew.
Yes.
And you testified on direct that this was consistent with a cylindrical bottle that Nan Nutt had mentioned.
I did say cylindrical. I think she actually described circular, but remember she said it looked like a can or a jar.
Okay.
I reminded her of a can or a jar, I believe is what her exact words.
All right. And so you said that a 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew was consistent with that description.
Yes.
And therefore, you believe that she saw Logan Clegg.
I don't believe I said that at that point. I think I said it was consistent with Nan's suspect. I probably wouldn't have used the word believed. I would have said considered or something to that effect.
I'm talking about, I think, testimony yesterday, so if it was believed or thought, I apologize, I don't have a transcript, but.
If we're talking about July, I believe that was July 8th, I would say considered.
Yes, but I'm talking about your testimony yesterday and how at some point you deduced this idea that cylindrical, that 2-liter bottle was consistent with statements made by Nan Nutt.
Yes.
All right. So I want to talk exactly about what Nan said. Nan said that the man she saw had one bag, one grocery bag.
That sounds right.
Not two.
Correct.
And she said that she saw a round object.
I believe the word was circular, but we'd have to go.
So I'm looking at the transcript on page 21.
May I look further?
Sure. There's an index in the back if you want to look at that.
Okay, so I see the issue. Do you want me to explain? Detective Shaughnessy, circular object.
Okay, so Detective Shaughnessy asks if it was a circular object. But what Nan Nutt said, again, going back to page 21. Nan Nutt said it could have been a can.
Yes.
Could have been something with, a jar of peanut butter.
Correct.
Something like that.
Yes.
And then she actually adds, or it might not have been groceries at all. I don't know.
Correct.
So the comparison she used was a jar of peanut butter.
Yes.
You would agree that a jar of peanut butter typically has two flat ends? It's a cylinder?
Yes.
Circular top, circular
Correct.
bottom, flat.
I would, yes.
You would agree that a 2-liter bottle of soda does not.
I would totally agree with that.
In fact, a bottle of soda tapers at the top where the spout is.
Yes,
And at the bottom, it has like these little nubby legs.
it does.
And so soda bottles just aren't flat on the bottom.
That's correct.
Has to do something with the pressure of the soda, right?
That's news to me. I don't know.
If I can have just 1 minute.
Absolutely.
All right, so switching gears just a little bit here, I want to talk about Alan Schwartz. Now, Alan Schwartz was another witness that police spoke with.
Correct.
And in fact, Alan Schwartz was another person that you did a walkthrough with.
Yes.
Because Mr. Schwartz had been hiking on April 18th,
Yes.
alone.
Correct.
And just to save us a little bit of time, because I don't think you spoke too much about Schwartz on direct, would you mind coming down and explaining the route that he took?
Sure. Alan parked at the same Marsh Loop Trail parking lot that Nan Nutt did. He then, not 100%, I believe he arrived before Nan, but he took the Marsh Loop Trail east. He then got on this purple trail called Rise Way. He took that up to the blue trail, which is now Knoll. He made a right and continued all the way up to this northern section, and then he came down the Pond Loop Knoll Trail joint trail. When he got to the Marsh Loop Trail intersection, he made a right, and he then made a left, continuing southbound and concluding his hike on the Marsh Loop Trail.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and the time that he began that hike, I believe, was around 12:30?
I would have to refer to the report. I don't remember the exact time. But if I say that, then I would agree with that.
Okay. It may have been Shaughnessy who said that, but, okay. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Schwartz, he didn't have sort of a fitness app to track his hike.
I don't believe he brought anything with him, is my recollection.
All right. So he estimated that he concluded his hike between 2:30 and 2:45.
That may have been from the Shaughnessy interview. I think I came to a later time determination, but that may have been the initial thing that he told Shaughnessy.
Okay. Now, as you described, Mr. Schwartz was doing a longer hike than Miss Nutt did.
Yes.
And he did tell you that at some point he heard he heard gunshots.
I believe he said 5 is what he said.
I believe he said approximately 4 to 5. Is that?
If that's what it says in the report, again, I believe when I talked to him, he said 5. That number stands out in my mind, but I could be wrong.
All right, 5 works. Mr. Schwartz told you that it was common to hear gunshots.
Yes.
And that, in fact, he had crossed paths with hunters in the area before.
That sounds right. I'm just not sure if you're referring to his interview with Shaughnessy or my later interview with him. I don't.
He indicated to police.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
But on the 18th, he felt it was unusual to hear gunshots that time of year.
That sounds correct.
And he was unsure whether or not it was hunting season.
Yes, I do remember that being a question that he had.
He told police that about 45 minutes after he hears the gunshots, he comes across some shell casings.
Again, I'm not clear on the time. If that's written and he told somebody that, I would agree.
All right, for the purposes of this hearing, you'll agree to the 45 minutes?
Yes, if that's what's written there, then yes.
All right, so he comes across some shell casings.
Yes.
4 shell casings.
Correct.
He says that there are 2 shell casings on each side of the trail.
Correct.
So 2 on his left, 2 on his right.
Yes.
And Mr. Schwartz actually bent over and picked up these 2 shell casings.
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz looked at them.
He did?
He told police that he was looking for a caliber.
Yes.
Now, that means the size of a bullet.
Correct.
And he told you that he told police that he was unable to tell from looking at the bullets what caliber they were.
Yes.
Now, you would agree that the caliber is typically easy to see.
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, you won't agree with that. At some point, Attorney Jeff Ward found some casings.
Yes.
Those were easily identifiable as 9 millimeters.
I would not say easily. I believe how I did it was I took a picture of it with the iPad and zoomed in. It's on there, but it's small.
Okay. But
It's on the bottom of the shell casing.
But it's on there.
It is, yes.
It says 9.
No,
It
it's,
has the number
well,
9.
those ones said Sig Luger 9mm, meaning 9 millimeter.
Okay. All right, so we're talking about Mr. Schwartz, and it's on May 12th that you do a walkthrough with him.
Yes.
And again, to orient us, this is after the dummy drag we just talked about.
If it's May 12th, then yes. That would have been 2 days after.
Now, this is also after you've done the walkthrough with Nan Nut.
Yes.
You do a couple things differently during this walkthrough. For example, well, you did some things the same. You, again, had the iPad with you,
Okay.
and you took some recordings.
That sounds right. I don't have a specific memory of it.
And you told Mr. Schwartz the things that you wanted him to point out.
Okay.
And you took recordings when he pointed those things out.
Okay.
But this time, you went a little bit further. You also recorded the GPS locations.
Okay.
Yes?
That sounds right.
And so, as you're walking through this trail, with him, where did you begin the hike with Mr. Schwartz?
At the Marsh Loop Trail parking lot.
All right. And you walked the similar route that you had walked with Nan Nut. You walked north this way.
No, ma'am.
No?
No, the point was to recreate his hike from the 18th. So we walked the same way that he did, which was east on the Marsh Loop Trail.
Okay, so you walked all.
That's
around-
correct,
you
yes.
did the whole hike.
We did.
Oh, well, okay. So at some point, you're approaching the crime scene, right here.
At some point, yes.
And Alan, he immediately notices that now there is a worn path to, like, essentially in the area of the body recovery location.
Yes, that makes sense.
So he was observant enough to notice that essentially there was not a new trail, but the trail was more worn than it had been before.
I think so, yes.
And in fact, he said that's new, or that it was new.
I don't recall that, but if I wrote that, then yes.
He told you that he had not observed that on April 18th.
Okay.
Mr. Schwartz took a few more steps and paused.
Yes.
And he advised that this may have been the area where he observed the shell casings.
That sounds correct.
And by this time, you were about 6 feet from the spot where the bullet fragments and blood were recovered.
Okay.
But it was a few more steps, so you would agree that it would be slightly south of those stars.
That sounds correct, yes.
Now, this worn path, when you're first walking down the path, there's a large tree on your left. Certainly larger than the other trees immediately.
When you say walking down, which direction am I walking on the trail?
If you're walking down the trail this way and you turn right to go down the drag path,
Okay.
there's a big tree on your left, right there.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And it's right around the base of that tree where the blood and bullet fragments were found.
It's, yes, it's within a few feet of that tree, yes.
All right, and so if you're going down the drag path, it's on your left, that big tree's on your left.
Correct?
So if you step off the drag path and you continue going south on this trail, back towards the parking lot.
I'm following.
Okay, so it was about 6 feet after you passed the drag trail where Mr. Schwartz told you he had observed the casings.
Again, I don't have a specific memory. If that's what's in my report, then that would be accurate.
I apologize. It wasn't, did I say 6 feet? It took a few more steps and then paused, advising that it may have been the area where he observed the shell casings.
If you're asking me to testify to specific, I'd rather just see it so I know.
Okay, that's fine. Would you mind just reading them?
You want me to read it out loud?
Yeah.
Sure.
That'd be great.
And at some logical point, Attorney Jimmy, is we'll take a break. I don't know if you want to do
I
that.
think we're really close to a logical point, but let me double check.
It says, Alan, can I just read the first part here,
Sure.
just to familiarize myself? Okay. Alan took a few more steps and then paused, advising that this may have been the area where he observed the shell casings. By this time, we were about 6 feet from the spot where the bullet fragments and blood were recovered.
So when you say 6 feet, it would be 6 feet south.
I agree with that, yes.
I can just have a moment, yeah. I have a little bit more to go on this topic, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Like 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes? Okay.
I think so. All right, so Mr. Schwartz, as you testified, indicated that he had bent down and picked up 2 of the shell casings.
Yes,
He looked at them.
correct.
He also then looked around in the woods. He looked on both sides of the woods,
I do remember him saying that, yes.
but didn't notice anything.
Correct. Correct.
I think we can take the break now. I seem to have lost my spot.
All right, court. What is it, recess?
we've talked about Mr. Schwartz and your walkthrough on May 12th. You have spoken to Mr. Schwartz since then.
I believe so.
In fact, you spoke to him within the last month. You spoke to him on April 18th?
Okay. I don't recall the exact circumstance, but
Okay. In this conversation, you asked Mr. Schwartz if there was any possibility that he had picked up the shell casings on the Marsh Loop Trail and held on to them longer than previously known.
okay. I do recall that, yes.
So that is what you asked him?
Something to that effect, yes.
And you told him that perhaps he returned them to the trail at a later time.
If that's what's in there, then yes.
Mr. Schwartz stated that it was not a possibility,
Yes.
that he held on to them for only a few seconds.
Correct?
Mr. Schwartz indicated that he thought there would be a caliber marking on the shells,
Correct?
that he didn't see one,
Yes?
and that he set them down roughly in the exact spot he found them.
That's correct.
You then told him that there wouldn't be any issues if the casings had been removed and then later returned, provided that it was disclosed truthfully.
That's correct.
Mr. Schwartz again stated that he only held on to them for a few seconds.
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz said that he didn't know whether the Concord Police Department had found the shell casings,
Correct?
but that if you had, that they would likely have his fingerprints on them.
Correct.
Mr. Schwartz also added that his fingerprints would be on file with the FBI,
Yes.
and this was related to a past employment.
That sounds correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the rain. You testified on direct that, so again, just reorienting us to the timeline, the 18th is when the Reids were killed.
I'm sorry, Counselor, I didn't catch the word. The ring, is that what you said?
Rain.
Rain, okay, yes.
So the Reids were killed on the 18th.
Correct.
Their bodies were not recovered until days later,
The 21st?
the 21st. And between that time, between the 18th and the 21st, there was a fair amount of rain.
Yes.
And you talked about that on direct.
Yeah, I don't recall talking about it on direct, but I do remember that there was rain, I believe it was April 19th.
All right. In spite of the rain, the police were still able to find the bullet fragment on the trail
Yes.
and genetic material on the trail.
Referring to the blood?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, the police were able to locate those because I believe it was a dog. A dog found them, is that right?
There was a ballistics dog on the morning of Friday the 22nd, and I believe I don't remember if the dog found blood or the dog found the bullet first, but it was all in the same area. I think the dog found one and Ryder saw the other.
All right, so in spite of the rain, the dog was able to find those.
Correct.
And then there was another dog at some point, I believe, one of the technology sniffing dogs.
Electronic storage device detection?
The electronics dog. That dog never found a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
But there was an area where the dog alerted to.
Yes.
And police hypothesized that at some point there had been, perhaps the phone had been there. Is that fair?
Yes. Or, I'm sorry, maybe not the phone, but a phone.
A phone, okay. You also employed the use of metal detectors at different times throughout your investigation.
That is correct.
Metal detectors, they still work even though it had rained, correct?
Yes.
Another piece of evidence you testified about on direct were 3 bullets that were located, I believe, in August? Is that
I believe
correct?
August 31st stands out in my mind.
August 31st. And those 3 bullets were found underground?
Yes.
How deep underground?
believe the estimate was 8 to 10 inches.
8 to 10 inches. And those, okay, we've talked about the two witnesses today, Ms. Nutt and Mr. Schwartz.
Yes,
And both of those witnesses told police that they'd heard gunshots
yes,
in this general area at the time of the Reid's deaths.
correct.
Ms. Nutt had heard 5 shots.
Yes,
She was actually very specific about that.
I believe she said 5.
She said first 2 shots, bang, bang, and then bang, 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 3 quick shots.
I believe that was the interview with Detective Shaughnessy. That sounds correct to me.
All right, but 5 shots total.
Yes,
And then we talked about Mr. Schwartz today, who said 5 shots.
I believe that was the number that he provided to me, yes.
All right, you testified that the autopsy revealed that the Reids died from gunshot wounds.
I did?
Wendy had 4 gunshot wounds.
No, Wendy had 2.
Wendy, I'm sorry, I wrote this down wrong. I apologize. Wendy had 2 gunshot wounds,
Yes,
and Stephen had 4 wounds.
correct.
So 6 wounds total.
6 bullet wounds, I guess we would say. The issue is that some of them for Stephen went through an arm, came out, went back in.
Right. So it's possible that a single bullet can cause more than 1 wound.
Correct.
All right. That's totally fair. So the 3 bullets in the ground, is it the police's position that those are related to this homicide?
Yes,
All right, so if there's 3 bullets in the ground, that leaves 2 bullets
correct.
to create 6 wounds.
Yes,
All right, we've talked a bit about shell casings. We talked about the 4 that Alan Schwartz found on April 18th,
yes,
the day of the homicides.
correct.
We didn't talk about this today, but I believe you testified on direct about the 2 that were found at the crime scene, but a whole month after.
On May 20th,
On May
correct.
20th. And then there was a 3rd set of casings that were recovered.
Yes,
Those were recovered from the burnt tent site.
that's correct.
On direct, you testified that bullets were recovered, but you also recovered casings,
That's correct.
9 of them.
9 on a particular day, and I believe 10 additional on a separate day.
All right, so it was 9 on August 31st and 10 on a separate day. Do you recall what day that would have been?
I believe it was 9 on August 25th and 10 on either the 29th or the 30th. If you have a report, I'm happy to verify the date.
The date's not necessary. Between those 2 dates, though, wherever they may be, you didn't have police officers standing guard at the burnt tent site to make sure no one went in there.
That's correct.
You believe that those casings found on April 20th belong to Logan Clegg.
I'm sorry, April 20th?
Sorry, May 20th. You believe the casings found on May 20th, a month after the homicides, next to the big tree, belong to Logan Clegg.
I do.
But Logan had already left the area. He had left in April.
That is correct.
All right. It would be fair to say that the casings, the total of 19 casings that you recovered in August, that they were there in July.
Yeah, that would be fair.
They were there in June,
Yes,
and they were there in May.
I believe so, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about Stephen Hatcher. This is a gentleman who lived in the area.
Yes.
Do you recall which division he lived in?
Do we have to say where he lives?
No.
He just lives close.
I apologize. I probably shouldn't have asked that. All right. But Mr. Hatcher, he lives in that area.
Yes,
He hikes there frequently.
yes,
And he observed tents in the area of the burnt tent site.
correct.
He observed a tent there since January,
Yes.
and he called the police in January to tell them about a possible homeless camp.
That sounds right. I just don't remember what his exact words were for that call, if it was just a tent or homeless camp. But
Okay.
that was the intent.
All right. For whatever reason, he wasn't able to walk the officers out there in January.
Yes,
But he called Concord Police Department again in April.
correct.
And this time he called because he saw 2 tents.
He believed he saw a second tent. I wouldn't say that he saw 2 tents at the same time.
Okay, he believed he saw a second tent.
Correct.
Again, this is the area that you call the burnt tent site.
Yes.
And on April 15th, 2 police officers actually went out there.
Yes,
They went out to the burnt tent site, and it wasn't burnt.
that is correct.
And were they able to speak to anyone that time?
No,
This was 3 days before the death of the Reids.
this was Friday the 15th, 3 days before, yes.
And so police officers, 3 days before the deaths of the Reids, were walking around Mr. Clegg's campsite.
Yes.
All right, I want to move forward now to October, to the warrants and all of that. On October 11th, you were actually on vacation that day.
I was?
It was the first day of a 2-week vacation.
Yes.
So it's fair to say you weren't supposed to be working your regular hours.
Correct.
But officers were in contact with you by phone.
Yes.
As early as noon, you were receiving calls that new information had come in.
I don't recall the exact time. If I wrote noon, then I would agree with that.
I'm not looking specifically at your report. That could have come from someone
So I don't
else.
remember. I would just say it was sometime during the day.
All right. At 5:20 p.m., Lieutenant McGonigal called you and told you that they were actively receiving pings.
If that's what I wrote, then I would agree with that.
Let's not guess.
Council, what page?
Oh, sorry, 604.
So I do agree with that. I would not agree with pings. It just says that it was actively pinging in a wooded area.
Okay. So at approximately 5:20 p.m., you received a call from Lieutenant McGonigal,
Yes.
and you were informed that there was active pinging
Yes.
of the phone, and that it was in Burlington, Vermont.
I don't recall if that's what I wrote there, or if we knew it was the woods at that point, Centennial Woods.
So at this point, even though you're on vacation, you return to the office.
Yes.
This is around, you get to the office, the station, around 5:30 p.m.
Sounds correct?
Now, on direct, you testified that there had been discussions on both the 11th and the 12th about whether or not you should get a warrant.
I believe I may have been involved on the 12th, but I do believe that there was discussion on the 11th as well. I just don't have a specific memory of it at this moment.
Okay. You testified that during these conversations that you were reminded that search warrants are sent to different teams, different process, and you wouldn't get the results prior to Logan's flight.
I do recall that, yes.
Who was it that reminded you of this?
Special Agent Kevin Hoyland.
Special Agent Kevin Hoyland. Now, Officer Hoyland, he actually works for the FBI.
Special Agent Hoyland, yes.
Yeah, okay. And where was what do you call him, special agent?
Special agent, yes.
Special Agent Hoyland getting this information from?
From his training and experience. This was in the form of an email that we shared that morning.
Has that been turned over?
Yeah.
You've had training in this, you've had training on doing these exigency pings, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were present earlier this morning when I was chatting with opposing counsel outside the courtroom
I was.
in the hallway, and I apologize, I didn't realize you were sitting there.
Oh, that's fine.
And so we were discussing a PowerPoint,
Yes.
correct? And I provided you with a copy of this PowerPoint,
You did.
and you indicated that you had previously seen this PowerPoint in the course of your career.
I have, yes. Well, I believe it's consistent with that, yes.
It's consistent with something that you've seen during your career. You also indicated that you had seen members of the defense team walking around yesterday with this PowerPoint.
Yes.
And so yesterday, after the hearing, you went and you looked at this PowerPoint.
I went back to see if I had a version of that. I did not find a version on like my computer or anything like that, and then I simply Googled it. I recognized the name LERT on there, so I simply Googled that.
Oh, okay. And so you were able to find this?
Yes, I believe it's the same one. It's 29 slides.
All right. By agreement, I believe this is already on case lines, but I would like to move that in as an exhibit.
No objection.
I think, is this, oh, is that, oh, I think that's, is that states 15, or is there's number 15 here?
It is. We didn't upload it, though. It is defenses.
Okay, so should this be defense E? Randy, where are we? You know, we talked about a couple of things that were going to be added in.
Right, we have,
Right. Right, they were earlier talking about C.
the video,
Right.
that's as far as I've got.
And I had D as the digital copy of the map.
Sorry, you're right.
So this would be E. Okay. E is a full exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we pull it up on case lines, or would it be easier for me to just give him another copy?
I'm there. I don't know whether Detective Brown's able to access it.
So unfortunately, the slides aren't numbered. So if it's okay with the court, I'm going to provide him with the physical copy that I've gone
I
through.
think that'd be great.
And numbered.
Thanks.
All right, so what we have in front of us is a PowerPoint. You indicated that you were able to find it by Googling law enforcement resource team, presumably.
Verizon Law Enforcement Resource Team, yes.
Okay. And looking through this, I was hoping that we could sort of look through it together. The first page just basically tells you what LERT, do you all call it LERT? Is that a thing?
This is not the current term that they use. It's now called VSAT, Verizon Security Assistance Team. This is a,
So they've changed the name. So this document isn't super current, it sounds like.
I think this is from the 2008 to 2010 timeframe, before smartphones.
Nonetheless, one of the things indicated at the bottom, if you're looking at page 2, is that it's distribution limited to law enforcement.
I do see that.
Okay. So page 2 describes LERT as being centralized and handling all requests from local, state, and county and federal law enforcement nationwide.
I see that.
All right, the next one talks about LERT's mission. That's slide 3.
I see it.
And then the next one is LERT responsibilities.
I see that.
So page 4. And the first bullet there is that this team is, one of their responsibilities is that ensuring all court orders, search warrants, and subpoenas are processed confidentially and in compliance with all applicable laws and company policies.
I see that.
It also says that they provide 24/7, 365 technical assistance for electronic surveillances
It does say that?
and providing, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, that was fine.
Providing 24/7, 365 support for exigent situations.
Yes.
All right. Then the next slide has some general information, but moving on to slide 6, there is something, it has the hotline information.
Yes.
And it tells you what the prompts are, what number you push for what thing.
It does?
And so the different options are general information.
Yes.
The second one is subpoenas and search warrants.
Yes.
Then we have court-ordered surveillances.
Yes.
Then after that, we have exigent.
Correct?
And then it says 24/7.
Yes.
All right, moving on to the next page, there's some fax numbers. And then, and again, this is out of date, we have a page with a bunch of contact information.
I see it.
And so presumably at the time, this very specific contact information was distributed to law enforcement. So you have names of directors, managers, supervisors. You have direct lines for those people.
I see it, yes.
Is that something, I understand that this is old, but is that something that you now have access to? That you have a list of people and names that you can call?
No, there is nothing like this that I'm aware of now.
Okay. Now, the next part, if we're looking at page 9, the title of this slide is called Subpoena Group.
I see it.
All right. Now, I'm going to skip for just a moment. So that slide is called Subpoena Group, and that's slide 9. Yes.
I see that.
And then if you flip over to slide 14, that slide is called Court Ordered Group.
I see that.
All right. So it's consistent with what you just testified that Special Agent Kevin Hoyland told you that there are different groups.
I believe it was different teams was
Different
the,
teams.
yeah.
Group team.
Yes.
All right. So back to slide 9. The subpoena group, they are responsible for all subpoenas, search warrants, and they have some other things listed there. They have coordination of court appearances.
I don't believe that this is current. If we're talking about current situation, this is not current. I would not testify that the subpoena group covers these things today.
Can we approach really quickly? Detective Brown, do you know if there are any further updates from this particular document? Is there a new updated PowerPoint?
I don't have any that I found at the PD. There is a process to request one. I did send a request. It has not been answered at this time, so when that comes in, I can provide it to the AGs to provide.
Okay.
But my general training experience would say that this has most likely been updated.
All right, I want to talk about a different document then. I believe it has been uploaded to Caseline. Actually, I believe it is States Exhibit 4. So I believe it begins with a fax cover sheet.
I'm just trying to make sure that what I have, I do have, yes, I have that here.
Does the witness?
Attorney Sikowski,
Do you have access to it?
I do see a fax cover sheet. And then emergency situation disclosure.
Yep. So that first page is just the fax cover
and
sheet.
to be clear, this is Exhibit 4.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
It's Exhibit 4. Yes. All right. So that first page is just a fax cover sheet.
I see it.
And then the second page is what was presumably attached to that first fax cover sheet.
I believe that's correct.
And this is, it's titled at the top, it says Emergency Situation Disclosure.
Correct.
Nowhere on this document, and just backing up a little bit, so this particular form that you're looking at, page 2 of States Exhibit 4, this is an exigency request or an emergency situation disclosure submitted by Officer Carter.
Detective Carter?
Detective Carter.
Yes.
And that was requested on October 11th.
Correct.
Now, my understanding is that the very first request was done by telephone. The first.
I believe the first ping was received via telephone. I'm not sure that the first request.
All right, there were a total of 3 requests made, though.
Yes.
But there are only 2 emergency situation disclosure forms.
No, there's 3. Can I see it? I believe there's, on this one there.
All right. Okay, looking at this sheet again, emergency situation disclosure is what it says at the top.
Yeah, I'm having trouble. Right now it's staying on that screen, but I just can't tell which one I'm looking at.
It's okay. I'm not asking specifics about this one, so we can just let you borrow one of mine.
Okay.
So that was page 2 of States Exhibit 4 that I'm handing you, or have handed you. And so at the top it says emergency situation disclosure. I think we've covered that. Yes?
Yes, but I would disagree. I would think that this is page 3.
That's page 3.
I believe so because it has the SMS detail checked. So this would have been the second request that was submitted.
All right, we're still looking at an emergency situation disclosure.
Okay.
It's this form that was used to submit the request to Verizon.
Correct.
Maybe not the specific one you're looking at, but it's the form.
That is correct.
And at the top, it has a phone number,
Yes.
and it says option 9,
Yes.
and there's a fax number.
Yes.
And even though the PowerPoint's out of date, you agree that you can contact their, whatever their new name is, 24/7, 365.
Yes.
That phone number is available. All right, then the form says, upon receipt and review of this completed form, Verizon may divulge records or other information to governmental entities in certain emergencies pursuant to, and then it has a couple statutes,
I see it.
or an equivalent state law.
Yes.
All right, it says, please complete the form and immediately fax it back to Verizon.
That's correct.
All right. So nowhere at the top there, that introduction, does it say that you can only do this if it is both exigent and you don't have a warrant.
There's nothing that says that, no.
I would invite you to look at the rest of the form. You would agree that nowhere on the form does it say that.
I'm sorry, what am I looking for it to say? Or the words?
That you can only use this process if it is both an exigent situation and you have not yet obtained a warrant.
I don't see anything on this form that references a warrant at all. Actually, no, there is. In the middle, it says, in any event, location updates will not be provided more than 48 hours without a warrant. That's the only place I see the word warrant.
Okay.
Just a general initial overview, though.
So basically, it creates a window of time for which it's acceptable to not have a warrant.
That is what it looks like to me, yes.
But it doesn't say that during that window of time, you're not allowed to have a warrant to use this process.
No, I don't see anything on there about that.
The second request to Verizon was made while you were at the office, I believe, or at the station.
Correct?
Between the time of the first request and the second request, there were no additional things that happened to add to the exigency of the situation as you saw it.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. If I recall correctly, we started getting the pings that were indicating Centennial Woods, and that did add to our concerns at that time.
Because it was, is there something specific about Centennial Woods that makes?
Because it looked exactly like the Broken Ground Trail system, to include a strip of power lines going through, proximity to local businesses. So it seemed, that in itself seemed more than a coincidence.
It seems like more than a coincidence, so perhaps that added a little bit to probable cause, but to exigency, it did not add anything. You would agree with that?
I would not agree with that. The fact that he was close in a similar type of area as our double homicide out here definitely weighed on us.
So am I more dangerous in the courthouse is a bad example. Am I more dangerous on the steps of the courthouse than I am in a park? Is a person more dangerous based on a park location in one place or another?
Based on similarities to a past crime that you committed? If you committed the crime in the courthouse steps, then yes.
I've given you that it might add a little bit to probable cause, but it doesn't inherently make the person more dangerous, does it?
It absolutely does, in my opinion. If he's in a similar area where he committed a double homicide,
All right,
it's not in the middle of the desert where there's nothing nearby.
that's true. It is not a desert, so we'll agree on that then. All right, you learned about the ticket from, you learned that Mr. Clegg had gone to Burlington, Vermont on October 3rd.
No, we learned that a person named Arthur Kelly traveled from Boston to the Burlington International Airport, I believe, was the destination in Vermont.
Yeah, but by October, you believe that Arthur Kelly was Logan Clegg.
That does not mean that he's the only Arthur Kelly out there.
All right, so you didn't believe on October 3rd that Mr. Clegg had gone to Vermont?
We were not certain. And again, that was referring to a travel in May, so several months earlier, five months earlier.
You weren't certain, but there was...
It's happened a couple times. If you could please let Detective Brown finish his answer before posing the next question. Thank
My
you.
apologies, go ahead.
I don't know what I was going to say.
I apologize. All right, nonetheless...
Happens in every case. Not a big deal. I know it's not intentional.
Nonetheless, you didn't travel up there on October 3rd.
We did not travel up there, no.
You didn't send officers up there on October 4th?
No.
Or October 5th?
That's correct.
Not until October 11th.
That's absolutely correct.
I want to talk a little bit about, since we were sort of on the subject, I want to talk a little bit about the camp in Centennial Woods. So not that map, Centennial Woods, Vermont.
Got it.
All right. So you, not you personally, but the police located Mr. Clegg on the morning of the 12th.
Yes.
He had been at Price Chopper.
Yes.
And you'd seen him hugging some coworkers.
I didn't, but my colleagues did, yes.
All right. Hugging some coworkers, getting ready to leave.
Yes,
Then he went to Walgreens,
he did.
and then he went to the library.
Yes,
And the two officers, I presume, were following, keeping a close eye, correct?
yes.
At that point, were there just two officers up there, or were there more?
There were only 2 Concord police detectives up there at the time.
Of course, I presume that Burlington, Vermont has officers of their own, but 2 Concord Police Department officers.
Yes,
All right, and Mr. Clegg was taken into custody sometime, I believe, after noon. Is that fair?
it was, I believe, around 1:10 p.m.
1:10 p.m. And so after that point, the 2 detectives or officers that were there no longer had to sort of follow him and keep an eye on him.
That's correct.
And so the efforts turned to the task of attempting to find Logan's campsite, which at that point you believed was somewhere in the area of Centennial Woods.
I can't really speak to what their efforts were. I do believe that they did take a search, but we're also running up on, they probably have not slept that night, so they're reaching, they have to be reaching exhaustion at that point.
Okay. At some point, other officers travel to Vermont.
Myself and Detective Gorham, yes.
All right. So was it just a total of you 4 officers, or did more officers from Concord?
More officers arrived later that night, probably, I don't recall if they got there before or after the break in that interview that we've been watching.
Okay. How many officers would you say total traveled from Concord to Vermont?
So we had the 2 that went up on the 11th. They ended up leaving on the evening of the 12th. You had myself and Detective Gorham, a team of 2 that came up. So there were 4 on the ground at one point, 2 leave to go back, and then 2 more arrive. So 6 total, but basically only 4 at any given moment, if that makes sense.
And the officers, I understand that you were busy trying to speak to Mr. Clegg.
Yes.
But the other officers did turn their efforts to finding the campsite.
Not at that point. I believe you're correct that Doyon and Lemoyne made an effort. I don't believe it was that lengthy.
Okay.
Again, because I believe they were most likely hitting exhaustion. And then we didn't do any other further efforts looking for the campsite until the next day.
Until the 12th. And you and other officers went out there. And I believe Vermont police officers went out with you as well.
I'm sorry, I think I'm getting confused. I believe it was the 13th, right? The 12th is when he was arrested, am I remembering correctly?
Yes, the 12th he was arrested, the 13th.
So then it was the 13th when the tent search was really undertaken.
Okay. And did you personally go out there, or was it just other officers?
So Detective Gorham and I went to Centennial Woods the morning of the 13th, and we did walk a few trails and realized that this was going to be a pretty large task.
It was a pretty large task. So you've referenced the Broken Ground trail system a few times as being similar. Is it similar in size? Or just general layout?
It is similar in location within a community. So it's within walking distance of a business section. There's also residents around. Again, there's the power lines cutting right through. So it's similar in that regards. I would estimate that Broken Grounds and that large open area is probably significantly larger than Centennial Woods. My memory is that Centennial Woods is a smaller, maybe a 3 square mile radius area.
So about a 3 square mile area, and you
It's
said-
just a rough estimate. I don't want to
Nope,
commit to
I'm
that.
not holding you to it.
Okay.
You can get a map at some point. But you and another officer went out there and you walked some of the trails,
Yes.
and you realized this is too big of an undertaking. We're not just going to walk upon it.
It was unlikely that we were going to find it without significant resources or time.
All right. And again, you're out of state, so you're sort of at the mercy of what Vermont is willing to help you with. Is that fair?
Yes, I mean, we were definitely going to have more people come up.
Okay. But you took information from the Verizon disclosures, and you provided that to, I believe, Special Agent Kevin Hoyland.
Hoyland.
Got it.
And that was the morning of the 12th, I believe, that it was sent to him.
All right, and so you sent him some documentation from the second request, correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
So that would be the historical data?
Is it in the email? I don't recall exactly which one, but it was from one of the first two, and then when the RTT arrived, I believe I forwarded that right to him.
All right. Now, the ping information, that is not perfectly accurate. You talked on direct that, you know, you get the azimuth, so you sort of know where the tower is and you know the direction, but it's not perfect. It's not like GPS.
That, when I was referring to azimuth and specific antenna, that's RTT.
Oh, okay.
Ping is even more broad than that. It's really related to the cell tower, but they don't specify a specific antenna.
Okay. So then it is really just the whole circumference of the tower, not just like...
Correct. Exactly, yes.
Not just one slice of the pie.
Yes.
And so you provided the information that you had to Special Agent Detective Hoyland, and Detective Hoyland took that information and he created a map for you.
My recollection is he made an initial map with the ping data, and I think that's when he advised that, reminding us that ping data is not very reliable. That may have been when he said you should seek RTT data as well.
All right. So you should seek RTT data as well. And nonetheless, you eventually found this campsite.
Yes.
And that was a result of information given to you by Special Agent Detective Hoyland.
He gave us a specific location to start our search, and we did find it within that general area.
Right, because what he did was he took the different ping locations and sort of overlapped them on top of one another and said, this is probably the area.
No, he did a map like that,
Yeah.
but then I had forwarded him the RTT data. The RTT, remember, has the slices of pie. So he took 2 slices of pie and basically mapped where those overlap. And that, if you remember the graphic, it was 2 arcs that intersected. And he basically said, you probably want to start at the intersection of the arc. So that was from the RTT data.
And that's when you went out there, you went out to the specific location that he told you to look in?
Not me, but Carter and Ryder were heading to that location off of Patchen Road already, and then I basically directed them exactly where they should go.
I apologize, I meant the Royal U. And so that's how Concord Police Department had found the site.
That led us, I would say that led us quickly to where the site was, yes.
All right, moving on, you talked about on direct that you believed it was important to apprehend Logan as soon as possible.
Yes.
And I want to rewind to how you learned about that initial plane ticket. Okay?
Okay.
Someone at Concord Police Department got a call.
Yes.
But it wasn't from Border Patrol.
Correct.
It wasn't from Homeland Security.
Right.
You spoke to them later on, but that's not who the call was from.
That's correct.
The first call was from a police officer in the state of Utah.
It was a Logan, Utah detective. It was, I believe, the detective that handled the burglary investigation and was probably the source of the warrant.
All right, so it was an officer in Utah.
Detective in Utah,
Detective.
yes.
I'm terrible at the, not superlatives, honorifics. All right, so as you just said, Utah is where he had an outstanding warrant.
Yes.
And that warrant had allowed for extradition.
Correct.
And originally, it was just west of the Mississippi.
That is correct.
But that was later expanded to the whole continental U.S.
Yes.
And I think you testified you don't personally have control over that.
Correct. I would just want to clarify, I don't know if continental includes Alaska. It did not include Alaska. I think it would, right? Continental?
I don't know if it would.
So,
Didn't include
anyway,
Alaska.
lower 48.
Lower 48. You did have influence over having that extradition area expanded.
I'm sorry, what?
You had influence over Utah expanding the area of that extradition warrant, extraditable warrant.
I don't know if influence would be the right word. We requested and gave them the circumstances, but I don't.
All right, so not influence, but you had requested it.
Yes.
And they had agreed and done that.
Again, and not me personally, but somebody from the Concord investigation. Yes.
Okay. So you testified on direct that the detective in Utah had received a call from Homeland Security.
I believe that is correct.
So Homeland Security had contacted Utah.
That sounds right. Is it in my report under that
Yes.
chain of events? Then yes.
Because Utah was the one that had the warrant.
Yes.
So they didn't first contact Concord Police Department,
Who?
the Homeland Security folks.
No.
No. And that was because at that point in time, you had not yet applied for a warrant for Logan's arrest.
Well, we definitely had not applied, but it wouldn't be the application. It would be a warrant granted and then entered into NCIC that would trigger that. So we were several steps away from that.
All right, so fair. You were several steps away from that. If there had been a warrant for Logan, then Homeland Security would have known to contact you.
If it was, as long as it was in NCIC with nationwide extradition that met wherever he was being run, yes,
All right. You wouldn't have had to hear it from someone, from a detective in Utah.
that's correct.
One of the exhibits that the state has entered, I believe it is State's Exhibit 3. Do you want to take a look?
Is it, which one is it?
It's a full Exhibit 3. It is of a warrant from September.
Is it up here? I see 4 right now. Okay, I see 3. I see it.
All right. All right, so we all agree that September 20th comes before October.
Yes.
And the warrant in front of you, that's pretty long, correct?
Yes.
I believe it is. It's several pages long. I think it's somewhere around the 30 pages. Is that fair?
I would agree that it's long.
All right. So in that warrant, that lays out a lot of the information that ultimately ended up in the arrest warrant.
That's correct.
So in applying for a arrest warrant, a lot of that work had already been done. A lot of those paragraphs had already been written.
That's correct.
You wouldn't have had to start from scratch.
Correct.
If I can have just one moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Detective Brown, I want to jump back to your cross with Attorney Smith regarding, thank you,
Okay.
regarding your interactions with the defendant
Yes.
following his arrest on the Utah warrant. On October 19th, you went to St. Albans to meet with the defendant.
I did.
Okay. And we listened to the recording of that interaction yesterday.
We did?
On October 19th, if the defendant had told you that he did not want to receive an update regarding the case, would you have given him one anyways?
No.
Objection, speculation.
It's what he would have.
What does it matter? I mean, I understand what happened, it's a matter of record. What might have happened if somebody had acted differently, how does that bear on any of the issues before the court?
Your Honor, the point is that he's responding to something that the defendant told him was okay to do when they're having, after the invocation.
I'll allow it. Objection's overruled.
Thank you. Detective, can you repeat your answer? Would you have given an update if the defendant said he did not want one?
No.
And Detective, with Attorney Smith, you discussed your interaction with the defendant on October 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on October 13th, at some point you gave the defendant the choice of either returning to his cell or staying in the room where you were. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I said his cell area.
Okay.
Yes.
And on October 13th, what was his choice?
To stay there with me.
Okay. And on direct, and again on cross, in terms of the October 19th visit to St. Albans, can you describe for me again the type of room that you met with the defendant in on October 19th?
I believe it was a family visit room, so it was pretty large. Not as large as this courtroom, but probably about 5 times the size of that smaller room that we had met in. It had a number of chairs, desks. I believe there was a computer monitor nearby. Had plenty of windows.
Would you describe that room as unpleasant?
No, I would not.
And on October 19th, did you give the defendant the choice of staying in that room with you and Detective Gorham or going back to his cell?
I did.
And what was his choice on October 19th?
That day he chose to go back to his cell or his cell area.
Detective, in terms of both the visits on the 13th and the 19th, were you given any choice by that facility in St. Albans in terms of where you met with the defendant?
No.
Did they didn't walk you around and say, Detective Brown, you pick wherever you want to speak with him?
No, they told us, or they told me where to go.
And Detective Brown, going back towards the end of the interview room interaction with the defendant on October 12th, following the break that you initiated, with Attorney Smith earlier today, you were discussing the language that the defendant used towards the end of that interview. Can you reiterate for me what language was used by the defendant just prior to Detective Gorham entering the room?
I'm sorry, could you, I'm not sure what area we're talking about.
Sure, in terms of using the word stop.
Okay. Yeah, I believe his words were, will you stop? And then I basically said yes, or I did. I'm having a hard time remembering exactly the sequence of events.
And Detective Brown, was it your testimony with Attorney Smith that, based on that wording, you were unsure as to whether the defendant was invoking his right to silence?
Okay, yes. Yes, I didn't know if will you stop referred to that line of questioning and going over things that, because he kept saying that he felt we were going in circles, or if it was referring to the entire interrogation process. I suspected it was probably he wanted to be done, and that's why when she came in, I kind of updated her.
Okay. And based on your uncertainty, did you follow up with the defendant?
Yes.
How so?
I asked him, I think I said, can I ask, would you be willing to view, referring to the image from Walmart? And that's when he said, I'd just rather be done, or something to that effect.
Did you show the defendant any photos?
No.
Detective Brown, with Attorney Dominguez earlier this morning, you discussed the recreation or the use of weighted dummies at the murder scene. Do you recall discussing that with Attorney Dominguez?
I do.
Detective, is it possible that on the day of the homicides, the victims were not moved to the location where they were found right away?
That is possible.
And can you describe again the area off the trail, what it looks like?
It is a general downhill area, but it's heavily wooded. There are a few what I would describe as berms, basically hills, where someone could actually lay down behind and not be seen from the trail. There are also some larger trees with some depressions behind them, where we believe the same thing, that someone could lay down and not be easily seen from the trail. And that was maybe 10 meters or so off of the trail, so much closer to the trail itself.
And also with Attorney Dominguez, you discussed the fact that 3 bullets were found in the ground at the scene of the homicides. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were bullets or pieces of bullets found during the autopsy of the victims?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may just have a moment with co-counsel. Detective Brown, just before you ended with Attorney Dominguez, you were discussing Concord PD locating the defendant's tent site in Vermont. Do you recall that
I do.
line of questioning?
Yes.
And did police from Concord, in fact, find that tent site in Vermont?
Yes.
Was that tent site searched?
Yes.
Okay. Were clothes belonging to the defendant found at that tent site?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Either or both of you?
It is a bit confusing,
I know.
sorry.
No problem.
So, we listened to the video together with the court on the October 12 interrogation with Logan, right?
Yes.
And at one particular point where I have it paused, I asked, did you hear, please stop? You're going around in circles. And you interpreted the same language to be, will you stop?
That's correct.
Right? And kind of the same thing, but different words, right?
Yes.
And you thought perhaps he just didn't want to be talking about what you were talking about?
No, I think I've said it several times. I suspected that he was done, but he didn't use those exact words. And so when Detective Gorham came in, I updated her that I think he's done speaking with us, basically implying that I wasn't sure, but we're not taking these pictures out. And then I said, would you be willing, or something to that effect, to him to look at photos? And he said, no, I would just rather be done, again, or something to that effect.
Okay. So actually, when he said, will you stop or please stop, you're going around in circles, you switched the subject to, do you want some food, right?
Again, it's hard to remember every step of this. That sounds correct.
Okay. And then he asked about, am I going to have a hearing soon or am I going to have paperwork? When am I going to have a hearing or paperwork, right?
Something along those lines, yes.
And you answered that question, right?
I started to answer, and then Detective Gorham came in.
Okay, you actually asked Detective Gorham anything else?
I think I said, do you have anything to add, referring to the fact that I didn't know if there was an update on his situation that evening.
Okay. And so then you said in front of Detective Gorham, I think he's done talking.
Which is fine.
Which is fine. So this is said in front of him. You are expressing what you think that he has expressed to you.
Yes.
Okay. And so he's heard you express what you think he has expressed, and you said that is fine, right?
That is correct, yes.
And I think the state asked, did you follow up to clarify?
Yes.
And you clarified by asking him another question about the investigation.
No, I asked him, would you be willing, meaning I'm not taking out the photo. I'm asking, would you be willing to look at this photo?
That's another step in the investigation, isn't it?
No, I believe that is clarifying to him, are you done with everything entirely, or are you willing to look at something brand new that we haven't seen before? So
you-
not going in circles, but here's something new. And again, it's fine if he said no, which is what he did.
Here's something new. You actually had expressed the first time that, or the last time he said he's going in circles before, please stop. You said, can I ask you a question on something else? And he said, please stop. Or he said, will you stop?
No, that wasn't the chain of events that I remember. I remember that we were talking about the burnt tent site, and he said something to the effect of, I don't know what else to tell you. I said, okay. I think he might have said something, that may have been when he said, I feel like we're going in circles. I said, let me keep going with one more thing, if that's okay.
And
That's when he said, I believe that's when he said, will you stop, is how I interpreted what he said.
So you had taken a step to maybe change what you had already been talking about to a different subject. He said, will you stop or please stop, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your way of clarifying if he was done with the whole thing was to ask if he would participate in more?
Objection, asked and answered.
But you did on redirect, you asked about this very topic.
But Your Honor, on recross, she's already asked about it once.
I understand. I'm gonna allow, but we're close to that point where we're gonna move on.
Right, yeah.
I'm sorry, one more time with the question, Counselor.
Clarify if he was all done, you asked if he would participate in more.
Yeah, I asked him if he'd be willing to look at a photo, which was something new.
Okay. And let's talk about the room that you were saying you didn't have a choice where you were put to talk with Logan on the 13th, right? Or any time, but also on the 13th, right?
Yes.
And he didn't have a choice. You didn't have a choice in the room, but you did have a choice about the conversation, right?
Yes.
And when Logan said he really didn't have anything more to say to you, you asked him questions about movies and music, right?
Your Honor, objection, this is outside the scope of
I think it is
redirect.
sustained.
Okay. So in any event, the way that ended was you were talking about whether he was bullied and the new hearing was called.
Objection, same basis.
Sustained.
So when you gave him the choice of going back to his cell or staying there with you in this family type room that was relatively comfortable, he had been arrested by several police officers early afternoon, the day before, right?
I'm sorry, what day are we talking about, ma'am?
On the 13th.
And then what was the question?
He had, when you were in that more comfortable family room on the 13th, Logan had already gone through being arrested at some midday the 12th.
You're confusing me because I referred to that larger room as the family room. So when you say family room, I'm thinking the 19th.
Okay.
It sounds like you're talking about the smaller room on the 13th.
Okay, which I think you said was a comfortable room with a window out.
I don't know that I said comfortable. I think I agree with you that it wasn't unpleasant.
Okay. And Logan had been through being arrested by several police officers midday the day before, right?
Yes.
Going through an interrogation with you, right?
Yes.
Having his clothes taken away from him, but getting new ones, right?
Yes.
Traveling up from Burlington to St. Albans, which is about how long?
45 minutes or so?
Okay. In cuffs, more than likely, right?
I would think so, yes.
Yeah. And then overnight in a cell in St. Albans, a strange place and incarceration, right?
Yes.
And when you asked if he would stay, if he would like to stay in that room with you or go back to the cell, he had picked staying in that room with you, right?
Right, but again, the words were hang out with me or not hang out.
Okay. In that room where you were versus in the cell where he had been overnight,
Yes.
right? And, okay. Then, if I may have a moment, Your Honor? I think one of the questions was, would you have given him the update if he had indicated he didn't want one, right?
Yes,
Okay, and this, we're talking about the 19th, sorry, Your Honor, on the 19th, right?
correct.
If he had said, I don't want an update, you wouldn't have given him one, right?
That's correct.
But he didn't ask for an update, right?
No?
He had an attorney at that point, right?
For the Vermont-Utah probation warrant issue, yes.
Sure, he had an attorney who could give him advice, right?
Yes.
And he had an attorney that could let him know what was going on, right?
Yes.
And he didn't ask for an update. You told him you were there to give him an update and to ask a few more questions, right?
Yes.
He said, I'm okay with an update. He didn't say, I want an update, right?
He said, I believe his words were, I'm fine with an update.
Sure.
And that's when we had that discrepancy that I heard the word attorney, but not the entire sentence.
Okay. He said, I'm okay with an update, but if you're going to ask me questions, I want an attorney, right?
Yes, later on, it was something to that effect that I heard.
And there were several questions that you asked him after that, right?
Objection, this is outside the scope of redirect.
I think this is outside the scope of redirect. Sustained.
Okay. And that's it. Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Dominguez?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, can we excuse Detective Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, why don't we resume, well, actually, why don't we have a brief discussion about where we're left in terms of, oh, I know. Do you want to, I know, all I'm talking about is what we're going to do this afternoon. Do you have witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, how many witnesses?
Well, we will be calling our investigator, and there's the issue about recalling Lieutenant
Okay.
McGonigal.
Why don't we resume at 1:45 with this? I do have some things, and I want people to have a lunch break too, so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Rise, court.